that's going to be taken.
Secretary Powell, last night the President said that we will make no distinction between terrorists and nations that harbor them. Let me read you a list of nations and see if you can pick out any that have not offered aid and comfort to terrorists. Iran, Iraq, Syria, Libya, Sudan, Afghanistan. Are any of those off the list?
No.
We also have, in the past, Saudi Arabia certainly has not cut off the spigot of funds to Osama bin Laden. Is that a problem as well?
Well, we'll look at all possibilities of support to terrorist organizations, and in the course of our review of this particular situation as part of our ongoing struggle against terrorism.
You have said a number of times today in previous interviews that you think we're pretty close to getting a perpetrator. As soon as we get that, what is the timeline, do you think, between now and the time that you think we will have pretty secure knowledge of who's responsible?
I don't know, Tony, so I'd rather not speculate or predict, but there is a body of evidence that is starting to develop and come together that's starting to point us in certain directions, but that really is the purview of our intelligence community, so I'd rather not speculate or predict as to when we can make an announcement or can let the world know.
To make diplomacy credible and also to send a message to terrorists, one presumes that we would need to respond rather forcefully and rather quickly. Again, how swiftly should the United States respond once it knows who's responsible?
I would say that you respond as quickly as you can once you know who is responsible and once you have something to respond to. And this may take some patience. I'm quite confident it isn't going to be within a day or so. You have to get something that is actionable and then put in place forces that can conduct whatever strikes may be appropriate. And I know that my colleague Don Rumsfeld and the Joint Chiefs of Staff are examining all the options that are available to them and then, of course, available to the President. Diplomatically, we can start right away, and we are contacting nations around the world. We're very, very pleased with the response we have gotten from Russia, from China, from the UN, from NATO, from the European Union. And this will all be part of our strategy. The important point is that we suffered terrible losses yesterday, and our hearts go out to all of our fellow Americans who are in such pain. But they didn't get our spirit. They didn't understand the resiliency of this great nation of ours. And as the President said last night, we'll be back, we will respond, and they will regret to their death what they perpetrated against us yesterday.
When we tried to respond to the Munich disco bombing, some of our NATO allies did not allow us to do overflights in order to strike back at Muammar Gaddafi. Do we now have assurance from our European allies that they will give us their full support when it comes to fighting whoever is responsible?
I have had expressions of full support from European allies and other allies. Now, we haven't gone to them with any specific requests yet, but I sense there is a good deal of leaning forward based on the calls I've had this morning in recognition of the fact that this could have happened to any one of them.
Secretary Powell, did we learn yesterday that we need more intelligence and more military power?
You always need more intelligence. You always need the best, strongest armed forces that a nation can afford, and we can afford the best and the strongest. But our intelligence community does a rather outstanding job. They have thwarted many attacks over the years, but it is not a perfect science. And as someone who is determined to strike in America, an open society can always find a way to do that. They found the worst possible way yesterday, and we are all suffering and in pain as a result.
Final question, sir. Many Americans today are filled with anxiety. Could you tell them that you think that the attacks are over for now?
Well, I can't say that. I simply don't know. We have no indication that anything similar to what happened yesterday is afoot in the country. But at the same time, this is a time for caution and vigilance. But it is also a time for us to get back to work. It is also a time for us to show the world that America is working, to show the world that America is coming back from this tragedy, and not to hide in bunkers, but to get back to work as we are here in the State Department and as we are all over Washington and our facilities around the world.
Secretary Powell, I'm going to beg your indulgence for one last question. You've been working very hard on trying to work for a Middle East peace. Yesterday, Americans saw pictures of Palestinians dancing in the street of Nablus, handing out candy. How did that make you feel?
Awful. Deplorable. And it just shocks me that people would find this something to celebrate. And it is an image that is seared in my mind.
All right. Secretary of State Colin Powell, thanks for joining us this morning. And now let me toss it back to my colleagues in New York.
All right. Thank you very much, Tony Snow and Secretary of State Colin Powell.
Well, before we had the privilege of hearing from Colin Powell, we were talking with the former National Security Deputy Oliver North. He rejoins us now from our nation's capital in our D.C. Bureau. Welcome back, Colonel.
So Colonel North, you heard what Colin Powell said. Right. If you were on that list of countries Tony named, it sounds like separate concentric bullseyes on half a dozen countries.
Well, and I would add to that list Turkmenistan, which borders Afghanistan and which has been known to provide refuge and at least succor to Osama bin Laden and his group Al-QAEDA. One of the things that's important to note yesterday is the pattern of these attacks. The second attack on the Twin Tower occurs after the fire and rescue people have arrived on scene. That is a classic terrorist move. Wait till the fire and emergency rescue and law enforcement people and emergency response people show up and then get them in that second attack. Happened in Ireland, happens all over the Middle East. It is a classic terrorist attack. Second, I am told by many in the intelligence community that they believe that other attacks were thwarted yesterday by the decision to ground all U.S. aircraft. I was on probably the last flight allowed to get off the ground. We left Detroit yesterday at 8:35, and we're landing in an emergency landing at Dulles, had intended to go into Reagan just after that aircraft struck the Pentagon. Third, what we are seeing is an enormous response by the American people, not of cowering and covering, as Secretary Powell just said, but in fact, Osama bin Laden has made a terrible mistake by taking this on. This goes far beyond anything that has ever happened in any war. We have suffered more losses in the last 24 hours than Americans suffered at D-Day, 10,417, at Iwo Jima, 6,800, or Pearl Harbor, 2,403, of which 68 were civilians. The September 11th attack against the United States will go down as the worst day, the bloodiest day in American history.
Colonel, right away we're hearing about leads, Lieutenant Osama bin Laden's lieutenants talking over in Florida, intercepted calls. We're hearing all the dots are beginning to connect to this guy. But these are in the newspapers. You're tapped into the intelligence community. How close are they to naming this guy as a culprit?
Well, I would say that something is probably going to start happening today. The procedures that were set up to deal with this all began in the Reagan administration after the brutal bombings that occurred in 1983 with 250 killed at the barracks in Beirut. And President Reagan set that in train, and of course we saw the results of that after Muammar Gaddafi detonated a bomb in Berlin in the summer of 1986. The response was swift. We did not get the cooperation, as Tony Snow pointed out, of all of our allies. I believe we're going to get that this time. But what's important is we've got to stop talking about these activities as though they were some kind of bank robbery in Peoria.
Right.
These are not just criminal acts. These are acts of war. Osama bin Laden has declared war on the United States. It's time we gave him what he's asked for,
Colonel
and that's
North,
war.
You were talking about your military sources have told you that there were probably terrorists on other flights, and they were thwarted by that decision to ground all flights immediately. There has been speculation that United Airlines Flight 93 that ditched in Pennsylvania perhaps was shot down by the U.S. military, or perhaps just decided that when this order came to bring planes down wherever, that's when the terrorists moved in and just crashed the plane intentionally. What's your information?
Well, there's several different pieces of speculation. We may never know because, of course, no one survived on that flight that went down in Somerset County, which incidentally is my wife's hometown. What some have speculated is that the aircraft that struck the Pentagon, only in the air for 17 minutes, in which I lost a dear friend, Barbara Olson.
Yes.
That aircraft was actually intended to go to the White House. And the one that went down in Pennsylvania would have been the follow-on attack there, just like you saw a follow-on attack in New York.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Alvin North, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it. We'll be checking with you throughout the day, I'm sure.
I'll be here.
Thank you very much.
his wife, I've been hijacked, we're going to give a shot at taking this plane back or getting at attacking the attackers.
Yeah.
And that could have been the reason, am I right?
Yeah, that's one news report. Also this morning, according to the Boston Herald, you know, they're talking about, you know, yesterday we had thought, well, how could they get into the cockpit? They must have smuggled in guns. Now we're hearing, according to the Boston Herald, that apparently they had shaving kits and they had box cutters and they had knives that were hidden in the handles of brushes and stuff like that. I tell you what, you know, we're just 23 hours and 32 minutes ago it happened, and within the last 5 minutes, we have noticed here on the 46th floor of the News Corporation World Headquarters, we noticed a kind of a grit, a bigger grit was actually falling on us, and within the last 5 minutes, over the last couple of minutes, the color of the fire down at the World Trade Center has absolutely changed. It had been white puffs of smoke, but within the last 5 minutes, suddenly, huge plumes of black smoke suddenly. I don't know what suddenly is catching on fire down there. Perhaps it's more jet fuel or something else, but the color of it has completely changed. Also, as the wind kind of picks up a bit, there's a larger swirl. Earlier, the camera guys were telling me that they were actually able to see kind of down into the area, but then the winds started swirling and kicking up. And you know what? As we look at that picture right there of where the World Trade Center used to be, Chris, if you could just pan over to the right there, Chris, pan over to the right, very close, out there in the middle of the Hudson River, covered in smoke, Lady Liberty, still out there. All right, you guys, back to you.
Our own one-man eye in the sky, Steve Ducey.
All right, Catherine Herridge is live at St. Vincent's Hospital in New York. That is where many of the victims of the Trade Center catastrophe were taken. And you're joined by the chief of surgery, I believe?
Yes, that's right. We're joined by Dr. Mark Wallach, and I understand that you have been making rounds this morning. Can you describe to us what you've seen?
Well, we saw 360 individuals yesterday. We admitted 90. There are about 60 patients that are critical. None of those patients are so critical at this particular point that we think we're going to lose them. But on the other hand, we have to be very careful and we have to be very tentative. That's all I can say.
What's your greatest concern going forward now, especially in terms of the numbers that have been coming to the hospital?
My greatest concern was my concern yesterday at 1 o'clock. We didn't see anybody. I mean, this institution as a whole is geared to do this, as everybody could see from what has happened. We took care of 360 individuals in an expeditious manner. We waited for more, and there were none coming. I sent residents and faculty to the triage center at Chelsea Piers. No one was there. So I think everybody can deduce how sad this event is.
Very sad for everyone. I understood that they've had no survivors here at the hospital since midnight last night.
No, I think that that's absolutely correct. We were obviously expecting much more. As you can see, there's some rumor now that there may be some individuals that have been pulled out of the rubble, and we're waiting to see whether we're going to be the institution or Bellevue.
We're talking about perhaps dozens of people, but the hope, of course, has been that hundreds of people will have survived this. What is the mood inside the hospital at this point?
You know, this institution, because of its origins as a rescue institution, a charitable institution, an institution on a mission, we're always hopeful. And we can't explain this, but we're always hopeful.
Is there a point in the day when you'll have to reset your thinking, that you feel that hope is starting to fade for those who may be trapped?
I think that what we're going to be doing all day is just remain hopeful. It's part of our mission. We'll see what happens, and then when we're told not to be hopeful anymore, that's what we'll do.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Of course, all of us are hopeful that there will be some who are still alive, who are trapped, and they'll be able to be rescued and brought to this hospital. Back to you.
All righty, thank you. We have brand new information. This in from the UN this morning to Fox News Channel, and that is that the UN is going to be pulling out its staff, its people from Afghanistan. That is because they now consider Afghanistan a center of tension and conflict there are concerns, and clearly with the UN pulling out to the people of Afghanistan, that must be a signal to them that they need to be concerned as well.
And as we go, soon to go out to Eric Shawn, by the way, just for the record, John, you were on when they announced this, but Osama bin Laden, through the Pakistani government, through a Pakistani paper, has said, I had nothing to do with this. Yasser Arafat has condemned this while his people cheered in the background. Yeah. And Hamas has said, we don't do this. We're just focused on Israel. We're not exporting our violence.
I'm reminded of absolutely 100% not guilty. It's time now to go to Eric Shawn, standing by live at the side of the World Trade Center. Eric, we're interested in the rescue operations. What do you know?
Yeah, well, we have some new information that with the daylight brings not just the horror but also hope. So far, at least 9 people have been rescued. Thankfully, 9 people. The latest were 5 firefighters. There are 3 Port Authority police officers have been rescued, and another woman. Also, efforts underway right now to try and go after a 50-year-old man. One of the most amazing stories we have today is that one of the Port Authority officers who was rescued from beneath the debris, he told his rescuers that he rode the building down, that he was on the 82nd floor of the World Trade Center tower when it just imploded into itself, and he just rode the building down, as incredible as that sounds, suffering only a broken leg. His wife is 8 months pregnant. The building pancaked completely within itself. There is a 5-story stack of debris that are in the center of where the basement was. That is still on fire. Some of that is on fire, and that is the cause of the smoke that has been continuing. But 2,000 search and rescue experts are now trying to sift through all the debris, the broken concrete, the tangled ruins, the steel. A very hazardous and dangerous job, because if something moves, they could lose their lives too. Some of the holes, we are told, are about 70 feet deep. They rappel and through ladders and ropes down into them, calling for people, yelling, shouting, looking for any signs of life. One firefighter we talked to, Bill Doughty, says that there are hopes that there are people who are still alive in the shopping arcade and in the path train system, which is under the World Trade Center in the basement area.
There could be a lot of people, because especially when a building falls and the debris falls to the side, now they're in there, but they're just sort of buried by the rubble all around it. So they could still be alive. There could still be plenty of air. We opened up the emergency subway exit, so air will be going in through the subway routes and getting up to them. And hopefully they're okay.
Well, this is the scene of the attack. Is one of the reasons this other building just 2 blocks away. You are now looking at the federal courthouse here in Lower Manhattan, just 2 blocks away from the World Trade Center. That is where the World Trade Center bombing trial from 1993 from that attack was held, and the African embassy bombing trials of the embassies in Tanzania and Kenya, both believed to be the handiwork of Osama bin Laden. Today, there was supposed to be a scheduled sentencing for one of bin Laden's associates. This was entered into the evidence of both trials. It is believed to be Osama bin Laden's terror handbook. It's got a sword bursting through the earth with the debris, and among the most interesting things in this handbook, let me read you just 2 parts of 2 pages, that one of the missions of Osama bin Laden apparently is to blast and destroy embassies and attack vital economic centers. This is clearly a vital economic center. And also on another page, it indicates that candidates for recruitment include airport workers. Does that mean that those words and this mission statement came true here at the World Trade Center? That's certainly what law enforcement and intelligence experts are now trying to find out. We're live in Lower Manhattan. Back to you.
Thanks, Eric.
Thank you.
So no change in terms of the smoke there that we saw from the aerial view. Just a quick note to show the magnitude of this country and what we're experiencing right now. First time since 1918, for the 2nd consecutive day, they'll cancel baseball. The Emmys have also been postponed. So if there's only so much you could do in business as usual.
Well, I think you got to remember what Ollie North said. To put it in perspective, more people probably died yesterday in the World Trade Center that died at Omaha Beach. When we were invading Europe to close World War II. It's stunning.
And those people knew they were going into war. These people were going to work.
Right.
Steve Ducey, just recently, as you look at the pictures of downtown Manhattan right now, notice that there was much more smoke and a change in the color. We're trying to find out if there has been any change in the the condition of some of the buildings that were around there, but that were in sort of shaky condition. At the Pentagon, they have continued to battle the fire there this morning, and that has made rescue very difficult. Our own correspondent David Schuster was in the Pentagon when the attack took place. He has been there ever since. Good morning, David.
Edie, good morning. The firefighters, as you mentioned, still pouring hundreds of gallons of water per minute on the roof of the Pentagon, and 22 hours after the jetliner struck the south side of the Pentagon, the fortress of U.S. military might is still essentially burning because of the high temperatures in the gash, and now towards the center of the building that has made apparently a rescue effort somewhat difficult. Firefighters say that this is a very aggressive effort that continues to try to essentially put out the ambers and lower the temperature, because there is a great deal of optimism that once some of the search and rescue units are able to get into the building, the pancake effect that you heard Eric Shawn talk about in New York, that was very much in play here at the Pentagon. 5 stories collapsing on top of one another perhaps 20 or 30 minutes after the jetliner struck. Yesterday, Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld, when he first heard about this, came out to try to assist some of the employees as far as the rescue efforts. He was then ushered back into the Pentagon to the National Military Command Center. Last night, in a show of symbolism perhaps, even though there was still a lot of smoke in the hallways of the Pentagon, he decided to have a news briefing with reporters inside the building. The Secretary of Defense was asked about casualties, and here's what he had to say. Okay, I don't hear the soundbite. Okay, well, we don't have that soundbite, but essentially Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld said that he knew for sure that there were probably dozens on the plane and couldn't give a very good accurate figure as far as the number of people that might be dead. But we've been told overnight, and at a time when firefighters are essentially placing a flag on the side of the Pentagon, we had some officials telling us that they estimate that there were 800 people that possibly died in the Pentagon, in part because there are approximately 850 or so people that worked in this part of the Pentagon that was struck, and approximately 800 people or so who have not yet been accounted for. Now, that may be because in the rush to get out of the building, the evacuation, that there was some disorganization that perhaps some people have not reported in. But in any case, great fears at the Pentagon that there may be as many as 800 people who were killed. You're hearing one of the numerous helicopters flying above. There's sort of a triage center behind us where they have set up efforts to try to remove people and bring in equipment and supplies. But again, the rescue effort will launch at some point this morning at the Pentagon, but a key effort focusing right now on trying to control the fire. Part of the problem is that it has spread through the Pentagon, not necessarily directly up to the roof. And you've got a structure that is so massive that they continue to try to fight this fire, sometimes hallway by hallway throughout the south side of the building.
All right.
Edie, Brian, and John, back to you.
David Schuster, as they continue battling that fire, the latest news from Manhattan, and that is that the World Financial Center is now on fire. That World Financial Center, very close to the World Trade Center. And we also reported to you earlier this morning that the Millennium Hotel, which is also nearby, had been on fire. They were battling the blaze there. So the situation...
Steve Ducey's observation from a top-hour building was right on the money.
Right. The situation here certainly has not been optimum for rescue and recovery efforts, but they continue the hard work.
If I heard if my ears are correct, Steve Ducey is up there, is going to tell us about what he can observe. A little while ago, he saw a change in the smoke. Steve, we now know it is the World Financial Center down near the World Trade Center that is on fire.
Right. You know what, John? You can see, as you look at the live picture, we are currently about 50 blocks to the north of what was the World Trade Center, and you can see two different things going on there. You see the white smoke, which is on the sun side, but then just a little to the right, that's exactly what I was talking about. Thick black smoke, which, as you have indicated, is another building that has suddenly caught on fire, and this coming at just about 23 hours and 45 minutes after the first plane crashed into Tower 1.
Steve, I was down there yesterday, and it was amazing. I'm walking down a block, and you could see fine, and all of a sudden you couldn't see anymore, and I'm wondering, did the fire change or did the wind change? How often in that area of Manhattan does everything just change like that?
Well, you know what? Sometimes I'm actually the weatherman here too, and as you guys know, when you're here in New York City, and anybody who's traveled here as a visitor, you know that when you are down in those concrete canyons of steel buildings and all that glass. There gets to be kind of a wind coming from every direction, and you can kind of see the swirl right there. Earlier in the morning it was nice and calm, but as you can see, the wind is starting to pick up, and it's starting to blow it over the Statue of Liberty. The other observation at this hour, and we're just about 20 minutes away from the moment when the first plane did fly into Tower 1, is the fact that it is still amazingly quiet. Yesterday the FAA canceled 36,000 flights, and so far they're still canceled. We've heard one report that at Washington's National Airport at 3 o'clock this afternoon, the airport officials are going to let people come and claim their bags, but there's no talk of letting airplanes back in the sky. And we have, in the hour that I've been here, I've only seen 2 things in the sky. One was an F-18 and the other was a military helicopter. And I was talking to my wife on the telephone, and I asked how the kids were, and she said that they're going to go back to school. And she said that all night long over our house over there in New Jersey, she could hear fighter jets, and she said it just freaked her out. Absolutely. And something else, something that people here in New York City, I can guarantee, are going to be, it's kind of a parlor game, if you may. Something people are going to start doing. They're going to start saying, where were you when the plane hit? Where were you when the tower came down? Because, you know, right. Because it's like, it's one of those things. You remember exactly where you were when suddenly everything changed.
Steve, some more good news you're going to, I'm sure, enjoy hearing. 2 police officers were just found alive.
According to WNYW, the report is that 2 police officers, 6 firefighters, and 1 Port Authority worker have been rescued. They are alive. They are fine. And so as the fire at the World Financial Center now begins, the rescue and recovery efforts continue, although the situation there is a tough one.
You know, we're also hearing that the governor of Maine has confirmed that 2 of the suspects in the hijacking flew from Portland, Maine to Boston, then boarded these flights for Los Angeles, which were then subsequently hijacked and flown into the Trade Center in New York.
They came down from Canada to get into Maine.
And we do know the men were using New Jersey license plates, but little else is known about the driver licenses. Excuse me, not plates, but we don't know anything else. But we do know the Boston Herald today, if you're just getting up, we've been up so long, I hope we're not glazing over new information, but the Boston Herald reporting that that 2 of these 5, some Arabic literature was found in a rent-a-car, a national rent-a-car. 2 of the people of the 5 were brothers, one of which was a pilot, and it's believed they were the ones on that plane. All right, joining us now is former Assistant Secretary of Defense Lawrence Korb. So, Larry, we're going to strike somebody, and the question in my mind is it important for the United States to go out and get consensus from all our allies? It's time for you to do something. Go ahead. We give you permission. Or is it time for the United States to very ostentatiously say we're acting on our own?
No, you've got to get consensus from the allies, because this is a long-term problem. And if you don't work with the rest of the world, you're not going to solve it, because we got to get these folks before they come, before they purchase the weapons. And this cannot be done.
But, Lawrence, who sits at the head of the table?
Well, basically, the United States is the world's superpower, and the rest of the world is dying to work with us, but we can't keep ignoring them and stiffing them like we have in the last couple of months, whether it's over Kyoto, the International Criminal Court.
Yeah, that's a side issue, which they didn't even sign at that point, and many people thought they were standoffish with us when the president went over there.
Well, yeah, but the fact of the matter is, for example, you take the International Criminal Court. This was our idea, the idea that you would have a tribunal that could bring to justice folks like terrorists or whether they're like Milosevic, and then we backed off from it. Even though President Clinton signed it, Bush said, I'm going to ignore it. The Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty, in terms of, you know, not testing nuclear weapons anymore. The world is waiting for us to lead, but we have to work with them to do that.
But doesn't it, I mean, doesn't it say to, you know, goofball states that harbor terrorists that you can hobble the United States? If you can get hold of the politicians in some country where you have some influence, if the United States depends on their permission to act against you, you can handcuff the United States. Whereas, if you acted today alone, say, well, we know our brethren nation are with us, what else could they be but with us? We're going to act today, and we'll discuss it with them all tomorrow.
Well, if you had the information and you shared it, they would support you. Mm-hmm. But by and large, we're talking about countries in Europe, the Japanese, all the major countries in the world, because they're also threatened, just as we are.
Including Russia says this calls for strong response.
Well, sure. And they would work with us. Remember that the Russians supported us in the Gulf War. The Chinese supported us in the Gulf War. You can do it if you lead.
While supplying Silkworm missiles to Iraq.
No, wait, this is later on. Okay, I'm talking about the war in 1990 and 1991. The Soviet Union, which was an ally of Iraq, supported us in that war, as did the Chinese. They voted with us in the United Nations. So it can happen. You can get a short-term sense of gratification. You go in and you hit whoever it is if you've got good information. But the fact of the matter is, this is a long-term problem. I mean, terrorism is the weapon of the weak against the strong. And what you have in the world right now is the weak are not happy with what we call globalization and all of these other things going on, and they will strike back. Remember, the Japanese, somebody put nerve gas in their subways.
Well, I want to talk to you about that point, but I just want to make sure that our viewers know that the House of Representatives will be meeting at 10 o'clock this morning. They say that it is to show unity with the president, with the nation, and they are going to come to terms on a resolution to condemn the violence. Now, you're talking about you know, the weak using terrorism. But the fact of the matter is, we just had Osama bin Laden forces knock off probably his strongest opponent less than 3 days ago, assassinate him. Osama bin Laden and his forces have been gaining. They are not necessarily the weak. They've got money. They've got the organization. They are getting control of governments. And it seems like we look at Israel, and Israel, although the U.S. is an ally, does not say to the U.S., you know what, we're going to do this. We see them take definitive action, and there is a reason that small, teeny tiny little country has been able to withstand so many adversaries.
But remember, we took unilateral action against Osama bin Laden after the blowing up of the embassies back in 1998. We hit the wrong place in Sudan, which gained us the opprobrium of a lot of countries in Africa. We didn't destroy him. And so what I'm saying is, yes, you might get some short-term sense of gratification by responding immediately, but this is a long-term problem. And if it's not Osama bin Laden, it'll be somebody else. And it's not just against the United States, it's against European countries, major countries like Japan. And the world has to work together, because if intelligence was shared, as it should have been, we may have been able to stop these people before they even got into the United States.
Larry Korb, let me just be blunt.
Okay.
We know Afghanistan harbors terrorists. We know they have terrorist camps where they train terrorists to do this. There's not much argument about this. Why is there an Afghanistan this morning? Why is it still there?
Well, again, first of all, you're talking about the Taliban, which don't control the whole country. That's the first thing. There's no doubt about the fact.
But didn't they just hire him as defense minister?
Well, wait. Just the fact of the matter is, you could go in and you could blow up Afghanistan. You could wipe it off the face of the earth. And then what? These people are still around. Okay, Afghanistan is a problem because they harbor them, and this is where the rest of the world has to say, we won't trade with you, we will not recognize you, and then you can bring them around when you make them a pariah.
Lawrence Korb, thank you very much for joining us. He is the former Assistant Secretary of Defense. Came all the way from the ferry
and walked here. We appreciate it.
We sure do.
Nice to speak with you.
Right now we have to take you back down to St. Vincent's Hospital. They're having another news conference there. Let's listen in.
Help. Like I said, it's just a horrible sight. It's a horrible day, and I wish everybody well. And we're here to do whatever, as much as we can.
Hi, paramedic Tony Suarez, St. Vincent's. Initially, I was there for about 15 minutes. There were a couple explosions. It became dangerous. We grabbed one person. We commandeered an ambulance and just hightailed it out of there. My prayers are to the fellow firefighters, EMS, police officers that have died, and hopefully we'll be able to get some more out of there. We weren't able to get to the scene simply because it was very unsafe. So please, if you can, everybody, please pray for those that have fallen today.
Can you be specific about what you saw?
I was only at the scene for a little while, but it was unsafe. And basically, I heard one explosion and basically just hightailed it out of there. It was very unsafe for everybody, and that's the only thing that I saw. I mean, I had one patient, we grabbed her, put her in the ambulance. She was full of soot. She was covered from head to toe with ashes, and basically dropped her off to a site and then went back to the command center.
I think if it wasn't for the first patient I took out, Jenny, who we took to Cornell, I would probably not be here right now. She was just covered in second, third degree burns, and we just got her out of there. And I hope she's doing well.
So could you explain a little bit about what the paramedics do in terms of stopping every 45 minutes or so to listen, and how they proceed?
I don't understand the question.
One of the doctors here was saying that you stop also every 45 minutes to check and see if you hear anything new, to try to find out if there could be anybody in the rubble.
Oh, we're just listening to the radios. I mean, we're just listening. Oh, and at the scene right now?
Listening for sounds inside.
Yeah, they're listening for sounds. We're not there right now, but I understand they're just listening to make sure there's anybody caught in any type of voids, in any pockets. If they're alive, if they hear any sound, that's what they're doing right now. Excuse me. Sorry.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Jones. E-G-U-I-G-U-I-U-R-E-N-S.
Say it again.
E-G-U-I-G-U-I-U-R-E-N-S. Yeah. Phil.
Are you going back down?
We're waiting to get redeployed.
We're listening to the latest from St. Vincent's Hospital, where many of the people have been taken for treatment. We also want to update you as you look at live pictures right now. Downtown Manhattan, the rescue and recovery efforts are underway, but now word that this morning the World Financial Center in New York is on fire. How significant is that? There are 4 office towers in the World Financial Center. They house the world headquarters of American Express, Merrill Lynch, the Dow Jones, CIBC World Markets, and many other corporations. There are 50 shops and restaurants there, including Hudson River Club, a restaurant that many people in New York are quite aware of. So the World Financial Center this morning is on fire.
So it's damaged, but, you know, thankfully, at least those people had a lot of time to get out, unlike
Those
the people
areas have
yesterday
been
morning.
evacuated.
Those people, absolutely. 37 minutes past the hour.
James Rosen is joining us live from the White House, where we know that at Congress, the House of Representatives will be meeting at 10 o'clock in a show of unity to support the president.
That's right, Edie. And thereafter, the members of Congress, the leaders of both houses of Congress and both parties in Congress will be coming here to the White House to meet with President Bush in another display of unity. It is expected that not only, of course, will the president make remarks on that occasion, but the leaders themselves may at some point, perhaps during that session that you just mentioned, commencing at 10 a.m., issue some kind of statement, some declaration of strength and unity on behalf of the American people. The president himself was inside the Oval Office, as he usually is, at 7 a.m. today, shortly thereafter. He got his usual intelligence briefings, although, of course, one can imagine that on a day like today, they were anything but routine. Dr. Condoleezza Rice was already on hand at 7 a.m. here at the White House, the National Security Advisor for the president. And then after that meeting at 11:30 with the congressional leaders sometime in this afternoon, probably around 3:30, the president and First Lady Mrs. Bush will be dropping by a blood drive that they have set up here on the grounds of the White House complex, not knowing whether they themselves will be donating blood on that occasion. One thinks they probably will not. Chances are that the president, whoever that may be, generally speaking, does not have needles stuck into him willy-nilly by just even a blood drive that is cleared for the White House compound, but only exclusively by White House physicians, since they will probably not be on hand for the blood drive. The president will probably not himself be giving blood, but he will be on hand at the blood drive to congratulate and encourage members of his staff and also members of the news media to give blood today. Now, the president yesterday, of course, was preparing to address an elementary school full of children in Sarasota, Florida, when he was told first about the initial attack and then about the second one, both of them upon the World Trade Center, of course. Immediately, President Bush conferred with his national security advisor, Dr. Rice. He made some brief public remarks about the World Trade Center attacks in Sarasota, Florida, and then quickly boarded Air Force One. From there, it was off to Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana. There, the president addressed the nation with some brief public remarks, also concerning the hit at the Pentagon. From there, it was felt that the president, it was just not safe enough for him to be in Washington or to return just yet to the White House. So by 3 p.m. Eastern Time, the president found himself out at the Strategic Command Center in Omaha, Nebraska. There he convened by teleconference a meeting of his National Security Council. Throughout the day, the president was in touch with the vice president, who remained part of the skeletal staff here at the White House. The President was also in touch with the Secretary of Defense, Donald Rumsfeld, who was never evacuated from the Department of Defense over at the Pentagon either. And also, of course, the President remaining in touch with national security advisors. He was obviously back here at the White House by 8:30 p.m. in order to deliver his formal address to the nation from the Oval Office, in which he talked about the measures of retaliation the United States plans to take against those responsible for these attacks.
The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice. We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them.
That could be President Bush's platform to expand the retaliatory action beyond just the scope of those responsible for those who plan these attacks, but to perhaps to a country at large. We don't know what kind of retaliatory measures the administration plans to take. Secretary of State Colin Powell appearing on our network and others this morning saying that it's too soon to recommend specific targets, military targets, for retaliation for what obviously is the most severe provocation that the world's greatest superpower has ever faced. Some interesting notes here. I got the chance yesterday to speak to a very senior civilian source at the Pentagon who told me that these events will not at all affect Secretary Rumsfeld's top-to-bottom review of the military. Kind of ironic that the day before these attacks, Secretary Rumsfeld delivered a major speech at the Pentagon in which he declared that the enemy is within the Pentagon, the bureaucracy, he said, not the people, but the process, only to find a day later that, in fact, a very real enemy exists throughout the world and can come and hit us right here at home, apparently, anytime they wish. Reporting live from the White House, James Rosen, Fox News. Back to you in New York.
Hey, James, you got a sensational sixth sense. From what you've heard, from what you've been reading, you talk to your sources. Is there a sense that there could be a retaliatory action as early as today?
Well, it's interesting that the United Nations, Brian, is apparently making some moves to clear its personnel out of Afghanistan. One suspects that they would not do that without any reason whatsoever. If they've been operating in Afghanistan this entire time, and it's been a dangerous place of some kind all this time, they must feel it is extremely dangerous to be there now. That could portend of some action pending against Afghanistan. There are a number of law enforcement sources being quoted anonymously in various published reports today suggesting that Osama bin Laden is related to this attack. He is believed to be held by the Taliban government in Afghanistan, given protective cover by them. It is not easy, or not hard, I should say, to imagine a scenario in which perhaps the United States might very well say to Afghanistan, you've got 10 days to hand this man over to us.
James?
After that, serious consequences. Yes, Edie?
We know that the president is back at the White House, but yesterday the First Lady and her key aides, along with the Vice President, were taken to a bunker, to some undisclosed location, and she was kept there. Now, while I know that there has been argument about whether or not it's safe for the President to return, where is the First Lady? Do we know what she's doing today?
First Lady is back at the White House. She was reunited with President Bush when he arrived back at the White House last night from his travels out to the Strategic Air Command Center out in Omaha, Nebraska. The First Lady was preparing to give testimony before a congressional panel, including Senator Ted Kennedy, yesterday in the Russell Building when she was evacuated to a secure facility, undisclosed, of course. Then there's the matter of the Bush daughters who were separated from each other at their respective schools. Each of them was removed to a secure facility, of course, undisclosed. The President maintained contact with his wife when he was on Air Force One at various points throughout the day.
Wow. James Rosen, thank you so much. We'll continue to check in with you throughout the day and throughout the morning.
So as James mentioned, the UN pulling its staff out of Afghanistan.
But you saw the video of the bombing last night that they said was unrelated to what happened here, so maybe it could be related to that, because we saw some video and some video phone, or whatever that's called, of an area of Afghanistan being bombed.
Well, I tell you what, it wasn't a bombing, but it was an airplane flying into one of the world's tallest buildings. It happened precisely 24 hours ago. Let's take a look at the very first pictures. There it is happening. And you know what? Out of respect, how about a moment of silence?
That is what the nation saw 24 hours ago, and just 15 minutes after that, it was the second wave of terrorism as United Flight 175 then crashed into the South Tower of the World Trade Center. And what had been the greatest fear became the reality that the United States was suffering a tremendous attack of terrorists.
Now, what most people saw on television in New York, too many people here had a chance to see. Well, the ramifications of that is being felt right now in a place like Chelsea Piers, where Heather Nauert, we understand, is standing by, because that has been turned into a virtual MASH unit and, unfortunately, a morgue. Heather?
Good morning. We're about 1.5 miles north of the World Trade Center, standing out front of what is normally a sports complex. And to really put this into perspective, should know that people come here for fun, to play games. We're on the river, just down from where the World Trade Center is, but today it's been turned into a triage unit, into a unit where firefighters are coming to be treated for whatever their ailments are. Primarily, we're seeing firefighters with smoke inhalation being treated for debris in the eyes. They have not yet seen any victims, any people of that nature who have been brought out from the rubble yet. They expect that will happen later as the day goes on. We have the chance to talk with 2 Red Cross volunteers who came here from New York. They came here, in fact, by boat. Men volunteered their boats to bring people into New York City to help out. This is Adrian and Jack Dianas, and they've been there since 11 o'clock yesterday and have just now emerged for the first time. Can you tell us what you saw down there?
It's a lot of damage. Buildings were still burning last night. A lot of firemen, a lot of cops, all working together unbelievably. How everybody's just helping each other. They got 2 triage centers set up down there. Our job was to make sure that the firemen and the cops had food and water, got their eyes cleaned, got a place to lay down. We then had to go around the building around the American Express building and set up another triage center back there where they are working on getting rubble out, and our job there again was to help them and take care of them because they're tired.
Now, based on what you saw, is there any hope you think that anyone could survive? Anyone's under the rubble alive from what you could tell?
I'm told that there are basements in these buildings, that there could be people down there. The rubble is very high. There are some buildings that are still on fire. So they're getting out as much as they can with the big cranes. They got all the iron workers down there, unbelievable, working as hard as they can to get all the hard, iron out.
Lots of volunteers down there today. And one other thing we should mention, we've seen dump trucks driving by with debris, with tangled metal in the back of the dump trucks. Presumably, those are from the site down there. Back to you.
All right. Thank you very much, Heather Nauert. If you were watching the program earlier, we were talking about, because all of our families know other families that have worked down in the World Trade Center, and so many of our children go to school with their kids.
Yeah.
We don't know exactly how to talk to our kids or to their kids about this. Dr. Georgia Witkin is joining us now. She is the host of Beyond the News.
And also
She's
the
written
author
a
of
number
Kid
of
Stress,
books.
right?
Yeah, books. Kid Stress. Steve's kids at school watched it on TV. My kids at school didn't, and notes were sent home saying, don't let your children watch it on TV.
Yeah.
What should a parent do
today? Here's the reality, that a child who's over 5 can't be shielded from this. They're going to see the TV. They're going to know the headlines. They're going to take their cues completely from their parents.
So age-specific.
It is age-specific. Under 5, they're really not going to understand. And let me tell you, between 6 and 12, death is still not real to them. They're not going to be able to process it. Here are some things that you can do. Number 1, ask questions of them. What have you heard? What are you thinking? Listen to what they say and repeat it back so they know you were really, really listening. Right. Reassure them that everything is being done to try to protect them, but also let them know that bad things happen, but remind them there are good people like EMS workers, like police, and so forth.
Do you guarantee them?
You can't.
Do you tell them you can't guarantee? Is everything going to be all right? What do you say?
You tell them that I am here, we are concerned, we are taking care of you, that the government is there. You point out on television, thank God we have a lot of pictures to point to. These are the police, these are the firemen, these are the, these are the nurses, these are the people who are helping.
These are the heroes. Now, something
we've all covered a lot of news stories, and I've been to some really bad accidents and some really horrific things. But I tell you what, Georgia, when I was watching these pictures yesterday on TV, when we saw that plane crash into the side of that building, I wanted to throw up. Yeah. Now, a lot of grown-ups are really freaked out today, and they're having trouble sleeping, and they're hanging on every word on the channel,
let alone raising their kids.
Yeah, let's first of all say that every reaction that anyone has, every single reaction, is a normal reaction to an abnormal situation. There are people walking around there saying, something must be wrong with me because I'm totally numb or I can't sleep or I haven't slept. That is totally normal. It will wear off in a few days. It will take a while. This is like losing a parent. You know, when you're a kid, as Brian was saying, you feel that the parent's going to protect you. Somehow, for the first time in our history, we feel unprotected. There is nothing more shocking. When your sense of control goes down.
You know what's so weird about this, though, is it looked like something you would see in a movie, so it doesn't seem real, even though, as we look at those pictures, oh, look at that person falling off the building. As we look at those pictures, and the buildings are still on fire down there, maybe 10,000 people died.
That's a brilliant point, because we've seen so many movies and so many acts of violence on TV. This became less real rather than more real because we are so used to seeing this. It's going to take a while to process, and not only that, our brain protects us from anxiety by making us go into shock. So it's going to be unreal for a few reasons.
We go through specific steps, you say, and Steve and I actually were together watching a lot of this yesterday, and when we saw a woman that we know, that we've worked with, Barbara Olson, just incredible sadness. I started crying. The next wave of emotion, I guess, I felt, and it was hours later, was just mad, just anger. What do people go through?
With a situation like this, you're going to have a mix of stages. It's a myth that there's stage 1, 2, 3, and it's nice and orderly. It isn't. Stage 2, which we're all experiencing, is post-traumatic stress syndrome. Everyone's heard about it. Let me make it simple. The brain goes on alert to protect us. That means we have so much adrenaline, we're not going to sleep well, we're not going to eat well, we're going to startle easily. At the same time, we're in stage 3 when we have conflicting feelings. We feel happy we're alive, we feel guilty that we feel happy, we feel loss, and we feel anger all at the same time.
Yeah. Dr. Georgia Woodkin, thank you. All right, 8 minutes before the hour.
All right, right now, Colin Spencer is going to provide the latest from Washington, D.C. Collins, good morning again.
Good morning to you all. Well, after yesterday's evacuation here on Capitol Hill, government workers and members are gradually making their way back to work. As a matter of fact, earlier this morning there was a military helicopter that was hovering above the Capitol, so there is an increased security presence here at the Capitol. While all of the streets around the Capitol, most of the streets around the Capitol are open, some of the streets remain closed. Now, there's also a heavy police presence around the district. As a matter of fact, when I was driving in this morning, I saw officers, including in some cases military police, stationed in front of some buildings as well as on street corners. Now, as you can see, we're going to show you some video of some of the staffers that were rushing away from the Capitol yesterday. We expect to see a much calmer scene as Congress goes back into session around 10 a.m. this morning. Lawmakers will immediately start working on passing a resolution condemning terrorist acts and show support for President Bush's efforts to find the perpetrators. Now, one of the 4 planes hijacked yesterday was United Airline flight number 93, which crashed outside Pittsburgh shortly before 10 a.m. It was a flight that left Newark at 8 a.m. headed to San Francisco. While approaching Cleveland, Ohio, radar showed the plane turning left, heading towards southwest Pennsylvania. Now, U.S. officials say the Secret Service called the White House, telling them they believe the plane was reportedly headed towards Camp David, the presidential retreat in Maryland. People aboard the plane managed to call loved ones, saying 3 men had taken over the plane, and they said they had a bomb. Now, Fox News has learned that there's a high probability that terrorist Osama bin Laden was behind the attacks. Intelligence sources say that cell phone calls were intercepted where bin Laden backer said some targets had been hit. Another intercepted call came from someone who appears to be a bin Laden backer on a plane, who may have been talking to someone else on a plane or elsewhere. Now, Transportation Secretary Norman Mineta said last night that he hoped to have all the nation's airports opened around 12 o'clock Eastern time today with stricter security measures. So we'll see if that happens later on today. So that's the latest here on Capitol Hill. Back to you, New York.
A lot going on, Collins. Thanks a lot. 6 minutes before the top of the hour. Our next guest, knows firsthand the counterterrorism systems that the U.S. has in place to prevent attacks just like the one we just had.
He is the author of U.S. Elite Counter-Terrorist Forces, as well as editor-in-chief of DisasterMagazine.com. Stephen Tomaichek joins us now live from Manchester, New Hampshire. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
We know actually that there were many people from New Hampshire on those planes that were hijacked. What do you know about the systems that are in place to thwart attacks of terrorism on U.S. soil?
Well, I'm probably one of the very few people in the United States that has actually had an opportunity to see America's counterterrorism system. And over the last 10 years, I've had the opportunity to visit a lot of federal agencies, military agencies, and organizations, and to talk to people about what is in place to protect America as best it can.
You know, Stephen, a lot of people this morning are saying to themselves, how did those guys who were in the back of the plane, the hijackers, how did they get the pilots to open up the doors? And we're hearing a story this morning out of the Boston Herald that apparently they started attacking flight attendants, and that got them to opening up the door. And then, of course, their own hijackers got behind the wheel of the plane and drove them into landmarks. Does this surprise you?
No, because terrorism is really the propaganda of the dead. And in order to gain access to a cockpit, terrorists will do whatever they can to horrify people, to threaten lives, to stab people, to shoot people, to do whatever they can to get their way.
Why are we so vulnerable to a hijacking? And if we knew, and if you had did you have a sense that the terrorist experts, the anti-terrorism experts, knew we were this vulnerable to a hijacking?
Well, America's always been vulnerable to hijacking. You have to remember that if a terrorist is really willing to exchange his life for yours, you really can't stop him. To hijack a plane with a gun is very difficult because guns do show up on the metal detectors. But a knife is legal on a plane as long as the blade is less than 4 inches. Unfortunately, as we now know, you can do a lot of damage with a 4-inch blade.
And I just want to pick your expertise right here. You have suggested that the plane that went down in Pennsylvania may have had a very specific target and was not intended to drop in the area that it did.
Yeah, I have a very strong suspicion. It's a personal opinion. I haven't been able to verify this, but I know the Secret Service has said that they thought the plane may be heading for Camp David. What most Americans do not know, however, is that the military's backup Pentagon is only a few miles away from Camp David at an underground location known as Site R, or Raven Rock. And I believe that the terrorists were trying to take out not only the Pentagon in Washington, D.C., but that they were also trying to take out the backup Pentagon, which would have left us entirely defenseless.
All right. Stephen Tomaichek, author of U.S. Elite Counterterrorism Forces and chief of the www.disastermagazine.com. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, I tell you what, we've been on 4 hours today. I've got a feeling we're going to be on again early tomorrow morning. We thank you very much for joining us on this very somber and sober day.
You know, many people have talked about how Americans react in a time of catastrophe. This clearly the greatest disaster ever to hit our country. It is very refreshing to know that when the members of Congress gathered together yesterday, they broke into song, God Bless America, and we'd like to share that with you as we leave you for today.
It was 24 hours now ago that it started, the start of the worst terrorist attack ever on American soil. It's good to have you with us on this, the most difficult of days. I'm John Scott. You are watching Fox News Channel's non-stop live coverage. Much of the nation remains in shock over yesterday's attacks on New York's World Trade Center and the Pentagon outside Washington. Here are the latest developments at this hour. Workers continue to dig through the ruins of what were once the Twin Towers. Still no official death toll there, but the number of dead expected to be huge. At this moment, some people remain trapped, buried alive under the rubble. And miraculously, some continue to be rescued. Meantime, U.S. officials say Osama bin Laden remains the focus of the investigation into the attacks, and our military is on the highest alert. There are concerns that the attacks could bring on an economic recession here in the U.S., and they have set off security concerns around the world. I'm also joined by John Gibson. John has a bird's-eye view of the aftermath from up on the roof of our Fox News Channel building. John?
John Scott, what's going on up here is a pretty good view of where the World Trade Center once stood and the fire that is now going on at the adjacent World Financial Center. As you know, that since yesterday's terrorist attack on the Twin Towers, there have been fires and a building collapse at an adjacent building, a fire in a hotel, the Millennium Hotel nearby, and now a fire at the World Financial Center. So this has not come to an end, that even while there are rescues going on and even while there is a tallying going on of the dead that were killed in the terrorist attack on the Twin Towers, fires continue to rage here in New York City. Let's go now to Eric Shawn down at Ground Zero, where the rescue work is still underway. Eric.
Well, John, the miracle man of the World Trade Center has got to be John McLaughlin. He is a New York City Port Authority police officer, and the guys who rescued him say John McLaughlin was on the 82nd floor of this building of the World Trade Center, one of the towers, and he rode that building down into the rubble from the 82nd floor. He was rescued just about an hour or so ago. Apparently with only a broken leg. There was some consideration that they would have to amputate that leg. Some amputation equipment was brought in. It was decided that they did not, so he has been removed. His wife, I'm told, is 8 months pregnant. One of the miracle rescue stories that is going on here this morning. So far, at least 9 people have been rescued, 5 New York City firefighters, 3 police officers, perhaps another woman, other rescues going on right at the moment. About 2,000 search and rescue experts. Many of those are volunteers. They are going through the rubble, through the twisted iron and the steel and the concrete. Oh, that rubble in tons that we've seen the ashes of, hand by hand. It is a meticulous, difficult, frustrating search to try and reach out to any sign of life that is still in there, and they do believe that there are people alive. People have, over the last hours and earlier yesterday, been reaching out to authorities and loved ones through their cell phones, and there is hope that there could be people down trapped in the PATH train area. That's the train that goes to New Jersey, although I'm told that much of the shopping arcade, the mall that was underneath the World Trade Center, has been emptied. That seemed that people did have enough time to come out and leave to escape after the attack. With me now is Brian Kemp. He is one of the search and rescue fellows here. Brian, you're volunteering?
I'm a volunteer.
You're going in there. What makes you go in there and risk your life basically through that rubble to help other people?
You just do what you feel you got to do in your heart, and we just went. I mean, there were a number of volunteers. I mean, in comparison, the number was small, but they all did what they felt they could do. We went, we helped, supply the officers and the sorry.
That's okay.
And the firefighters with the supplies that they needed, water, food, the medical supplies. We carry it and we get it to where they were, right on the front lines, so they could do what they needed to do.
What's that like in there?
It was hot, but nothing compared to the agony a lot of those guys went through when they lost their friends, family.
You were there when John McLaughlin was brought out. Set that scene for us when this officer was rescued.
Well, there was great excitement among all the firefighters and the police department and all the volunteers firefighters and police departments from around the area. They created 2 big lines and helped carry him through. You know, just kind of like passed him on, and all the way to the ambulance.
Like a line, like a bucket of water line.
Like a bucket of water line, and he went through very quickly, very safely, and there was a lot of cheering when they finally got into the ambulance and got him on his way.
What did that mean to you, and what did that mean to them to see someone saved?
I think it was very uplifting to them. They were very excited. They were very happy. I think it was exciting for the professional staff as well as the volunteer staff. It meant that, you know, that they were able to succeed in something in this tragic situation.
Brian Kemp, thank you. One of the miracle stories. We hope certainly there'll be many more throughout today and throughout the coming days of rescues of people who are trapped in the rubble of this horrible terrorist attack. Back to you in the studio.
All right, Eric Sean there at Ground Zero. Thanks very much. Want to check also with one of our correspondents who is at one of the triage centers where they have been treating people, Catherine Herridge at St. Vincent's Hospital. It is one of the hospitals closest to the World Trade Center site. Catherine?
John, the latest information we have is that there are 41 known dead, 259 unaccounted for. That includes police and firefighters, 1,700 known injuries. And of those 1,700, we know that 365 individuals have been screened at St. Vincent's Hospital. This is the trauma center closest to the World Trade Center. 90 have been admitted, 4 have died here. Also, they've taken in 58 paramedics. The kind of injuries that they've seen are abrasions to the eye because of the heavy concrete dust in the air, as well as smoke inhalation problems. What they're expecting to see is that they've had people go home overnight who felt that their injuries were not severe. They were expecting them back here today because, having had some time away, they've realized that they have more complicated situations that they had anticipated. They also expect a flood of people, and they have mental health professionals on hand. Now, earlier this morning, New York's Governor George Pataki was here to meet with hospital officials and to brief reporters. He told me that he was downtown. It was just a scene of absolute carnage and rubble, that concrete, in his words, had been turned to powdered dust, and it was very surreal. It was like a walk on the moon, but of course the focus is trying to rescue anyone who may still be alive and trapped, and the governor remains optimistic.
It's our hope. There were 2 Port Authority police officers late last night who were taken from the rubble alive and saved, and there are some indications that there might be people who have been able to communicate by cell phone in the rubble. So we have 18 search and rescue teams down there right now from across America and as far away as Puerto Rico, going through trying to save lives, and that's the focus at this point.
Thank you very much. What they've told us is that they do have paramedic teams down there at this time, and what they're trying to look for are pockets where people may be trapped. One team told us that they were really lucky to escape with their lives. They were there just shortly after the building collapsed. They were able to rescue one woman, and because her injuries, her burns were so severe, they had to evacuate from the area, and they think that's what may have saved their lives. Now, they've had a number of volunteers come to this hospital, about 500 doctors and 150 nurses. They've been overwhelmed by the area's generosity. But there are a couple of factors they have to consider now. One is just the physical fatigue, many of them now going for about 24 hours, and also the mental fatigue, the kinds of injuries they've had to face, severe burns, fractures, blunt trauma. What we also know at this point is that they are hoping beyond hope that they'll be able to rescue people, though they did confirm to me that they've had none of the survivors that have been pulled from the rubble at the hospital to this point. Now, there is one number that I would like to give to our audience. It's a Red Cross hotline number. It's 1-866-322-5663. I'll repeat that number, 1-866-322-5663. And some of the stories that we've seen here, which I think have really moved me, is some of the people who have come to the hospital just searching for information, which is always so difficult in times like this. There's one gentleman I spoke to late last night who's a member of one of the carpenters' unions, and he'd come here because he knew his colleagues had been working in the World Trade Center yesterday morning. John, back to you.
All right, Catherine Herridge, thank you. Let's check in now with John Gibson, who is up on the roof in Midtown Manhattan with a view of the fire still burning at the World Financial Center now. John?
Yeah, John Scott, the fire is still burning. There was obviously some hope that this morning it would not be a live fire scene and the rescue workers would be able to get in. And of course they are at the World Trade Center towers where those two towers came down, but in the adjacent World Financial Center, still a fire raging. A fire department that evidently has lost as many as 300 members now trying to deal with that fire, as well as the search and rescue. Meanwhile, down at Chelsea Piers, this is a little bit north of the financial center and the trade center where the towers came down. Our Heather Nauert is at what is a triage center and a temporary morgue on Chelsea Piers. So, Heather, what is the biggest activity, triage or bringing in bodies?
Oh, it's really triage at this point. We were told early this morning that this would, in fact, be one of the main morgue points, but as of yet, they have not had any bodies brought in. Primarily firefighters, other rescue workers, volunteers have been brought up here to have their eyes cleaned out, to have minor cuts and bruises and scrapes taken care of, and we're constantly seeing ambulances shuttling back and forth between here and the World Trade Center area, where they're bringing just medical equipment, masks, so that it can aid people in breathing, so that they're not breathing in the dust. Those types of things are going on. I went inside earlier. It looks like a lot of waiting. People the volunteers here can't get to the people down there in order to treat them, so they have to wait for any survivors to be brought up here. And as of yet, we have not seen any survivors, at least at this location, who were in the rubble from yesterday. We talked with 2 Red Cross workers just a while ago. They had been there since 11 a.m. yesterday. They said that they personally saw 20 to 30 body bags being brought out. They were stationed over at the American Express building, which is in the World Financial Complex. They said that they can't imagine that anyone could be brought out alive from what they saw down there. John?
Heather Nauert at Chelsea Piers. Heather, as always, thanks a lot. We are hearing some stories of rescue from the World Trade Center Twin Towers that collapsed. This morning, 6 firefighters brought out, 2 police officers, and 1 Port Authority police officer. So there are some incidents which give us hope that in the mass of ruin that was 2 110-story office towers, there may still be some survivors who can be rescued today. That is it for the moment from the top of 1211 Avenue of the Americas. Let's go now back to the studio and John Scott. John?
John, thanks very much. Let's check in on the situation outside Washington, where the fire is continuing to burn now at the Pentagon after the attack there yesterday. David Schuster has the latest on that. David?
John, apparently there are 2 small fires that have now spread sort of beyond and around the corner of the south perimeter where the airliner crashed into the E-ring of the Pentagon. The fire has mostly been contained, though. There are these isolated ambers, and you can see behind me that they're still throwing on a lot of water, creating a lot of smoke and dust in the air. The key focus, though, now is trying to figure out some way for the search and rescue teams to actually go into the building. They have not been able to do that, in part because there was such a massive destruction of debris. Rescuers are describing the scene as a complete unstable mess. Soundbite? In any case, the rescuers are describing how part of the reason they can't get in is because pieces of the building that are still visible are essentially hanging by a thread, that the building is sort of caved in at a 45-degree angle, and that they're very worried that if they do try to send some fire and rescue teams in there, that at any moment pieces of the building can come crashing down. So at this stage, they've not been able to actually go in and try to rescue any people or find people that may be alive. There's not a great deal of optimism, I have to tell you, but we've been told that they've actually placed in some listening devices into the area of the impact zone, and they have heard nothing. We have been told that the teams have discovered some 13 bodies, and that these were bodies that were in obvious places just inside the Pentagon. That number, of course, expected to go way up. The Pentagon estimates that as many as 800 people worked in this particular area along the south side of the Pentagon. It is not expected that it'll go much higher than that, but again, people still not exactly sure how many people were working in this particular location of the Pentagon at the time of the impact. It appears that the Army will have gotten the brunt of this explosion. The Army had a series of offices on the second floor, the second deck of the Pentagon, as it is called, that was apparently completely obliterated. The National Security Agency, meanwhile, away from here is combing through millions of electronic intercepts and phone calls, and we're told by counterterrorism sources that the intelligence community has made some progress in trying to pinpoint exactly who was responsible for the attack here at the Pentagon and the attack at the World Trade Center. But again, rescue efforts, fire efforts here continue at the Pentagon, and we will keep you posted. John?
All right, David Schuster, thank you very much. Let's check in now with John Gibson once again on the roof above Midtown Manhattan. John?
You know, John, one of the things that we're very curious about is we obviously know what happened at the Pentagon. One hijacked plane was crashed there. Two were crashed in the World Trade Center here in New York. And then one other, a fourth airplane, wound up crashing in Pennsylvania in a farm field. Our Jeff Goldblatt is in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, where that airliner came down, with more on what happened there. Jeff.
John, good morning to you. I'm locked in the bathroom. We're being hijacked. We're being hijacked. Those were the frantic words of a passenger on board United Flight 93 en route from Newark to San Francisco. It crashed, of course, yesterday morning, a little bit after 10 in the morning, in central Pennsylvania, about 80 miles to the southeast of Pittsburgh, in a remote field in what was once a strip mine. About that same time, this call, it lasted about 3 minutes in total to a 911 center just outside this area. And about that same time, Cleveland area, the air traffic controllers there placed a call to an airport tower in this area in Johnstown, Pennsylvania, urging controllers there to get out of the tower quickly, that a plane was coming in fast from 6,000 feet.
After that, they called and said the aircraft had made a 180 and is heading towards Johnstown. And that time was 15 miles south, and he suggested we evacuate the tower.
Air traffic controllers in Johnstown had no communication with the pilot or pilots of that United jet before it went down. And again, that jet went down in what was once a strip mine, and it left behind a crater at least 45 feet in diameter and more than 35 feet deep. The impact so intense, there's very little debris larger than a telephone book. And the crash scene this morning cordoned off with both an inner and an outer perimeter, in total about a 4-mile radius there. The FBI is in charge of this investigation because it's believed to be linked to the World Trade Center crash and also the Pentagon crash. And the FBI this morning treating the scene like a crime scene.
First thing in the morning, there will be numerous forensic investigators here. Everything at that crash site must be photographed and documented before anything is moved.
The investigation out here, it's expected to be a long one because the retrieval of debris, it's going to require meticulous work. And in anticipation of that, behind me at the crash scene, about a mile up the hill, you can see perhaps cell towers that Verizon put up, and the power company has also brought in some portable lights and generators. And one of the things that investigators are going to be looking for that's very important here, the black boxes. Unlike the other crashes that happened on the East Coast, investigators believe that these black boxes are perhaps more retrievable and recoverable quickly, and so because of that, it might give investigators some insight as to what happened in those other terrorist acts. John, back to you in New York.
All right, Jeff Goldblatt in Pennsylvania, where the fourth of the hijacked planes went down. John Scott, you know, we're connecting some dots this morning. Let me just sort of relate some of this that Jeff has reported to us and what has been reported in the Washington Post this morning. Evidently, the MO of the hijackers to gain access to the cockpit was to begin stabbing and slashing and killing flight attendants. Then once the pilot emerged from the cockpit, a hijacker took over and the pilot was stuck with the passengers in the back. Barbara Olson, who frequently appeared on our air, called her husband, Ted Olson, the Solicitor General of the United States, and asked, what should I tell the pilot? The pilot evidently standing with Barbara at the back of the plane while someone else was flying that plane into the Pentagon. John Scott, back to you in the studio.
All right, John Gibson, thanks very much. Of course, as the shock wears off, Americans are looking for some tough talk from our leaders, and this morning we got some from the former military man, now Secretary of State, Colin Powell. He talked to our Tony Snow. Here's what he had to say.
Do we now have assurance from our European allies that they will give us their full support when it comes to fighting whoever is responsible?
I have had expressions of full support from European allies and other allies. Now, we haven't gone to them with any specific requests yet, but I sense there is a good deal of leaning forward based on the calls I've had this morning in recognition of the fact that this could have happened to any one of them.
Secretary Powell, did we learn yesterday that we need more intelligence and more military power?
You always need more intelligence. You always need the best, strongest armed forces that a nation can afford, and we can afford the best and the strongest. But our intelligence community does a rather outstanding job. They have thwarted many attacks over the years, but it is not a perfect science. And as someone who is determined to strike at America, an open society can always find a way to do that. They found the worst possible way yesterday, and we are all suffering and in pain as a result.
Final question, sir. Many Americans today are filled with anxiety. Could you tell them that you think that the attacks are over for now?
Well, I can't say that. I simply don't know. We have no indication that anything similar to what happened yesterday is afoot in the country. But at the same time, this is a time for caution and vigilance. But it is also a time for us to get back to work. It is also a time for us to show the world that America is working, to show the world that America is coming back from this tragedy, and not to hide in bunkers, but to get back to work as we are here in the State Department and as we are all over Washington and our facilities around the world.
Secretary Powell, I'm going to beg your indulgence for one last question. You've been working very hard on trying to work for a Middle East peace. Yesterday, Americans saw pictures of Palestinians dancing in the street of Nablus, handing out candy. How did that make you feel?
Awful. Deplorable, and it just shocks me that people would find this something to celebrate, and it is an image that is seared in my mind.
Colin Powell talking with our Tony Snow earlier this morning on Fox News Channel. Correspondent Bill Rapley is at Logan Airport in Boston. That's where 2 of those 4 hijacked planes originated. Bill, what's the latest about the investigation there?
Well, John, the investigation continues. The FBI has control of Logan Airport. Logan Airport remains shut down. But what has been revealed overnight, wire services are reporting that authorities have impounded a Mitsubishi sedan, an automobile that was parked in central parking here at Logan Airport. And the 3 passengers that were in that van reportedly got onto the flight that crashed into the World Trade Center. There are 3 Arabic men, we're told, and 1, we're told, is a trained pilot. Within that Mitsubishi sedan was recovered a videotape, an instructional videotape on how to fly a commercial jet, and also a flight manual in Arabic. Also today, we're told by Governor Angus King of Maine that 2 individuals left Portland's jetport yesterday using New Jersey licenses as identification, and they flew to Logan and got onto American Airlines Flight 11. The other flight that crashed into the World Trade Center yesterday morning. Their luggage did not make the connection, and that has been confiscated, and it's been reported that that also contained a copy of a flight manual and a copy of the Koran. So that's 5 suspects who reportedly came through Logan Airport yesterday morning. Very key information, of course, being followed up. Now, the airport remains shut down. We are told that at 11 a.m. there'll be a briefing here by Massport officials, and they will tell us when and under what conditions Logan Airport might reopen. Live in Boston, Bill Rapley, Fox News.
All right, Bill, thanks very much. There is some breaking news to report this morning as well. Let's go to Neil Cavuto down in Fox Central for the latest. Neil?
All right, John, thank you very much. We are getting reports now from the Securities and Exchange Commission that the financial markets could reopen as soon as tomorrow. We have not confirmed this with the New York Stock Exchange or the NASDAQ. Reaching this and confirming it with them is very difficult to do at this point. But what we do have is a Dow Jones Wire report that Harvey Pitt, the chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission, says the markets are planning to reopen Thursday. Now, this is very important if for no other reason than psychologically that the U.S. capital markets return to business as usual, even though it will be anything but once they do reopen tomorrow. The World Trade Center housed a lot of important brokerage houses, including Morgan Stanley, Dean Witter. A bulk of their offices were in One World Trade Center. Center, of course, that tower among the two that collapsed yesterday. But again, indications are that the financial markets are looking at an open tomorrow. We don't know exactly when that will be, but this would be the first time the exchanges have opened since this whole mess started yesterday morning. Back to you, John.
All right, it's going to be momentous when that happens. Neil Cavuto, thanks very much. John Gibson, back to you.
John Scott, first of all, I should tell everybody that President Bush plans to address the nation at 10:45 Eastern Time. Fox News Channel will, of course, carry the president's statement live, and we can expect that in just a little more than an hour. Meanwhile, let us go to our Washington bureau and former Speaker of the House, Newt Gingrich, who has some insight on what may be occurring in the houses of Congress when they convene shortly. Mr. Gingrich, I understand that you have some information on what will be calls for a declaration of war. Who would call for such a thing, and who would we declare war against?
Well, it's ultimately up to the president. It's his call, but I know that there's a great deal of work underway to consider calling for a declaration of war, which I would personally strongly support. The declaration would be against bin Laden and any terrorist who supported him, and the declaration would be against any state which harbored or protected bin Laden after the United States demanded that they were turned over. I think that clearly Afghanistan is a potential target, Sudan is a potential target. I don't know beyond that, but it's increasingly clear, as you just reported, that we are going to be able to track down the evidence of who was involved. This was a systematic act of war, and it is very, very important that we move in the direction of making this a matter of war, a matter of national security policy, not a criminal justice system matter. And I think that in that sense, my hope is that this morning the president will be indicating that he will be coming to the Congress soon and that he'll be asking the Congress for a declaration of war.
All right, so, Mr. Gingrich, I'm trying to get the picture here. It is obviously an act of war. More people, as Ollie North pointed out to us this morning, more people probably died in that scene behind me than died on the beaches of Normandy. However, don't we normally need to declare war against an entity rather than an individual? In other words,
no, you would declare war against the terrorist organizations and any governments which support, sustain, or protect those terrorist organizations. Ollie North did yesterday correctly draw the parallel between Thomas Jefferson taking on the Barbary pirates, who were, in that period, outlaws outside the law, and the situation that we're now dealing with. And in the Marine Corps hymn, The Shores of Tripoli, is a reference to that 1803 decision by the United States that it would not tolerate that kind of outlaw behavior. So you can't, it's not a legal question here. The Congress of the United States has the power to declare war. The President has the power as Commander-in-Chief to recommend that we declare war. We are faced with a new reality. As you just said, more people died yesterday, more civilians died yesterday than on any day in American history. It is clear that forces have declared war against the United States. What is not yet clear is whether we're prepared to step up to that, declare war, and use the elements of war, the military, the intelligence community, or whether we're going to try to deal with this as a criminal justice problem, which, in my judgment, would be an enormous mistake.
Yeah, it would be insufficient. I think everybody agrees with that. But Speaker Gingrich, before I lose you, before I run out of time, if a declaration of war occurs, how does that free the hand of the president as would be different from the situation today as we speak?
Look, if you were to read Wes Clark's book about the Kosovo campaign, Waging Modern War, he was the American general in command. He talks about how lawyers decided targeting. Lawyers decided what could be done because we weren't technically at war. When you go to war, you have a whole new set of rules. You can blockade, you can use force, and you communicate to other governments, such as Sudan and Afghanistan, that the United States is now serious, that killing our men, women, and children, killing people in our cities will never be accepted, and you're either with us against the terrorist or you're with the terrorist against us, but there will be no neutrals. It's a very, very big difference. I can't overstate the difference between being at war and failing to have a declaration of war.
Former Speaker of the House Newt Gingrich, anticipating what is coming up this morning, calls for a declaration of war, which the president may very well have to follow. Mr. Gingrich, thanks very much. Let's go now back to the studio and John Scott.
All right, John Gibson, thanks very much. And within the hour, perhaps an hour and 15 minutes, we are expecting to hear from President Bush. We don't know exactly what that speech will contain, but we will certainly bring you there live to the White House when that speech begins. I want to introduce now a gentleman who was once charged with protecting the safety of the citizens of New York, both as police commissioner and fire commissioner. Howard Safer is with us. You must wince like we all do when you see the replays of those pictures of those planes hitting the buildings.
It is a police commissioner or a fire commissioner's worst nightmare, and I've lost some personal friends in this tragedy, and this is the most barbaric act that one could imagine.
Because, of course, a number of New York City firefighters, hundreds of them, in fact, were at the base of those buildings trying to help evacuate people when the buildings came down on top of them.
That's right. Firefighters and police officers run into danger while other people run the other way, and they were there doing their jobs when the building collapsed.
What are the hopes for rescuing more people, perhaps hundreds of people alive? Can we get our hopes up that high?
Well, I think there's always hope. I think when you have a collapse as big as this, there's always a possibility people are in pockets within the wreckage. The President has dispatched 8 urban search and rescue teams from around the country that have specialized equipment, dogs, fiber optic cameras that can get into small spaces, and if there's any chance of finding somebody, these teams can do it.
You have such a wide-ranging perspective on this tragedy because not only were you police commissioner, not only were you fire commissioner here, but you also have worked for the Drug Enforcement Agency and for the U.S. Marshals Service. Now, from a law enforcement standpoint, from a military action standpoint even, what should the response of the United States be to what happened yesterday?
Well, the response has to be focused, it has to be immediate, and in my view, it has to be final. We cannot be talking around the edges of this problem. What we have to do is we have to identify who did it, who supports them, and in plain language, we have to take them out.
Can we do that? Do we have the capability?
I think we do have the capability with some help from some of our allies. One of the problems, I believe, is that since the Church Committee, when Senator Church basically excoriated the CIA and made them relatively impotent in the use of human resources, we have been way behind the 8 ball in having good human intelligence. And that's really what you need in this kind of situation. And I think we have to give the CIA back the power to get involved in what is a dirty business and get involved in covert human activities that may be distasteful to civil libertarians but protects our freedom.
There was a time when, during the spate of hijackings afflicting this country, armed sky marshals were flying on, was it all American flights or was it selected U.S. domestic flights?
At the beginning it was all, then it was selected, and then it was none. And I believe that the Sky Marshal program could be very effective with properly trained personnel, with proper weapons. You may note that there has never been a hijacking of an El Al airliner. And El Al has personnel, security personnel on all of their flights, and are very careful about their security.
I travel frequently, fly a lot. I take this Leatherman kind of tool, a utility tool. The blade is virtually as sharp as a razor, and nobody has ever prevented me from bringing this thing on a plane. And with this kind of knife eventually and some simple box cutters, a bunch of people were apparently able to inflict the worst civilian casualty count this country has ever seen.
Well, that comes right back to the issue of airport security and whether or not we're serious about airport security, which we are not. Basically, the FAA, which controls airport security, has caved to the commercial airlines who are more interested in getting people through magnetometers and through x-ray machines so they can spend money at the stores in the airports and onto their flights than they are about security.
Is it time to bring the Sky Marshals back?
Well, I think it's time to bring the Sky Marshals back. It's time to look at new technology relative to entry into airports. And one of the reasons that you could get that knife onto an aircraft is I've seen many, many times that the low-paid personnel at the checkpoints, you'll put that in a plastic bucket and they'll just shove it over the top of the x-ray machine and hand it back to you. We need better trained personnel, we need better procedures, and we need better technology.
Howard Safer, again, a man who lost many friends in the disaster yesterday. We thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Let's go back up and check in now with John Gibson. John?
You know, John Scott, one of the there are a couple amazing stories. This morning we heard about 6 firemen and 2 police officers. There are 300 firemen missing in the collapse of the Twin Towers yesterday. 6 of them and 6 of their police brethren and 2 Port Authority officers were dug out of the rubble alive and apparently well, or well enough considering. Also an amazing story Eric Shawn told us about a man who was pulled out of the rubble, a Port Authority police, who told his rescuers that he had been on the 82nd floor. He had ridden the wreckage down 82 floors and lived to tell about it. Meanwhile, down in Daytona Beach, Florida, this investigation is underway. Our Orlando Salinas is there. Orlando, our understanding is they are investigating a flight school to see if the people who hijacked these planes were trained on how to fly 757s and 767s there in Florida. Is that right?
You got it right. You hit it right on the head, John. Exactly it. As you said this morning, we are here in Daytona Beach, Florida. Chris Pontius, our photographer. Chris, if you could move it over that way. Over here to my left, you're right at home, John. That is the Daytona 500 Speedway. A little over to the left of that, you've got the Daytona Beach International Airport. Now, the FBI, also Daytona Beach Police, Bomb Squad, all out here in force. They were here on the campus of the Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. They were here, started getting here right around 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon. Why here? Why this specific aviation school? Investigators have apparently intercepted cell phone calls linking yesterday's attacks in New York, also D.C., also Pittsburgh, to what it calls sympathizers in Broward County, Florida, as well as right here in Daytona Beach. Now, here's what we understand has taken place here yesterday. A red Camaro was seized by federal agents. It's believed to be owned by one of the terrorists on one of those 4 planes that were hijacked yesterday. Which one? We're not sure just yet. Of course, all of those suspects, those terrorists, also died in those crashes. Now, why the focus on Embry-Riddle right here in this area? Because this school apparently does indeed recruit and train wannabe pilots from all over the world. Nearly 800 students on this campus alone from Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, Syria, Iraq, Iran, Lebanon, Kuwait, Tunisia. The list goes on and on. Now, investigators say that they have got their hands on a manifest list from all 4 of those planes. That manifest list, or should list clearly, the names of all of the passengers and crew. One manifest does include the name of one person believed to support billionaire terrorist Arab Osama bin Laden. That person believed to have been a student here at Embry-Riddle University. U.S. officials pointing to cell phone calls they intercepted following yesterday's attacks, where supporters apparently, supposedly, congratulated each other on their day's work. Supporters right here in Daytona. Now, bin Laden has been tied to a string of attacks against American overseas, and the 1993 bombing, of course, of the World Trade Center, an underground car bomb in that case. The U.S. intelligence community believes its best information is that bin Laden is living in Afghanistan and is being protected there. Afghanistan's ruling Islamic militia, the Taliban, saying that bin Laden did not do it. They say he doesn't have enough money to pull this sort of thing off. It's just too big. It's too well planned. U.S. officials, of course, don't buy that for a single minute. Now, just as cell phone calls may now link bin Laden to this attack, cell phones also gave some of the victims on those 4 planes yesterday one last chance to speak to their families, in each case just seconds before their planes crashed. Investigators say that this aviation school, Embry-Riddle in Daytona Beach, has highly sophisticated flight simulators, and that they believe the hijackers may have been trained right here on this campus. Also have to tell you, there is another school here in Daytona Beach, and apparently both of these schools do recruit students from overseas. I have to tell you also right now, the FBI, and we understand also more police from Daytona Beach, are on their way to the school this morning. We understand more are on their way here. Also, the school says they may be giving a press conference sometime later on this afternoon. When that happens, John, of course, we'll bring it back to you. John?
Orlando Salinas in Daytona connecting some of the dots for us. A lot of us wondering how it was possible that hijackers could take over the controls of these planes. In the case of 2 of them coming out of Boston, hijacking the planes hundreds of miles from New York City, and yet finding the twin trade towers like needles in the haystack and ramming those planes dead on into the towers. As the tower, in fact, the towers are big, they are huge, but considering the vast airspace around here and considering the distance those planes flew to hit those towers, it obviously was a trained pilot at the yoke. We have heard from people saying you can learn how to do this on a home computer with a flight simulator, but we've heard from other experts saying no, it requires a bit more expertise. And Orlando Salinas now reporting to us what may have been the connection between the hijackers and that expertise, a flight training school in Daytona, Florida. John Scott, back to you in the studio.
Thanks, John. You know, yesterday was the most awful day any of us has ever seen, but it could have been worse. We are learning that the White House may have been one of the targets. James Rosen has more on that now. James?
Well, John, President Bush arrived at work this morning at 7 a.m. Eastern Time inside the Oval Office, as he normally does. But that facade of normalcy cannot obscure the fact that we are all changed people today. And although it suffered no physical damage like the Twin Towers or the Pentagon, the White House is forever a changed place. Now, the president arrived back here at the White House around 7 p.m. last night. Yesterday's heinous attacks came as Mr. Bush was about to speak to school children in Sarasota, Florida. After the full scope of the attacks became known, the president left for an Air Force base in Louisiana, where he made some brief public remarks. The White House by mid-afternoon was still considered too unsafe for the president to return here, so instead Air Force One took Mr. Bush to perhaps the nation's most secure site, the Strategic Air Command Center in Omaha, Nebraska. There, the president, by teleconference, consulted with the National Security Council, and of course at 8:30 Eastern Time, the president formally addressed the nation from the Oval Office. He vowed to punish those responsible for these attacks and those harboring those responsible. And perhaps recognizing the truly biblical scale of devastation suffered yesterday, the president in his speech turned to biblical scripture. As all surely know, the Pentagon was among two of the targets hit yesterday, along with the World Trade Center in New York. I had the chance yesterday to speak with a senior civilian man at the Pentagon. This is someone who is deeply involved in the Pentagon's top-to-bottom review of force structure, etc., something that President Bush and Secretary Donald Rumsfeld have initiated. This individual told me that that review of the military force structure and its capabilities and its spending habits and so on will not be at all affected by yesterday's events. And something of an irony, of course, in Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld the day before the attacks, proclaiming at a major speech at the Pentagon that the enemy is within the Pentagon in the form of bureaucratic waste. Reporting live from the White House, James Rosen, Fox News, back to you in New York.
James, they're talking about the fact that that plane that slammed into the Pentagon actually appeared to be first headed for the White House. Are you hearing anything new about that there on the White House grounds?
Pretty much the same reports that you're hearing, John. A, that plane that wound up slamming into the Pentagon was originally intended for the White House, and B, the plane that crashed in Shanksville, Pennsylvania might have been intended as a second follow-through attack upon the White House, similar to the way we saw two planes attacking at the World Trade Center. This is unconfirmed. The White House is really giving very few details so far about who they think is responsible, what kind of retaliatory measures they expect to take, and also the logistics of which planes were intended to hit where and everything. Right now focused, of course, on rescuing those people who may still be trapped alive beneath the wreckage of both the Pentagon and the World Trade Center. John?
All right, James Rosen at the White House. Thanks. Okay. And back upstairs now to John Gibson.
You know, John Scott, everybody is wondering how these hijackers managed to take over these four planes. Joining us now, Governor Jim Gilmore of Virginia, whose credentials in this area, if I've got it right, Governor, are that you are a former intelligence officer and you are a member of a special commission designed to figure out what we should do about domestic terrorism. So, let me ask you, if you've got hijackers armed with nothing more than the kind of small knife a person is allowed to take on an airplane, or a razor blade, a box cutter, or a plastic knife, in other words, hijackers whose weapons are below the radar of our detection systems, what do we do then?
Well, John, I think we have to simply be mature about this and recognize that terrorism's great strength is that they choose the time and the place and the method of the attack. I chaired this commission on terrorism, weapons of mass destruction, and domestic response. It's a 3-year commission. We've already issued 2 reports. And in our very first year, we assessed the threat and thought that while a nuclear biological attack was possible, it was unlikely, but a conventional attack like this one was highly probable. I think all of us today are really troubled and disturbed and very saddened by this attack upon innocent men and women. But the terrorist does this for the purpose of creating shock and trying to change the nature of the community that they're attacking. And I believe that America is changed. I believe that we will go to a place now where we will be very resolved, that we will recognize that people who are our enemies, who arm and state that they wish to do us injury, place themselves in the positions of being enemies of this nation. And I think that the President is going to be very concerned about that, and his decisive leadership is already beginning to be evident.
Governor Gilmore, you know, we got about a minute until New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani is going to hold a news conference describing the rescue efforts down at the World Trade Center where the 2 towers collapsed. But let me just ask you, before we have to go to that, is it time for America to go back to armed sky marshals on every plane that takes to the air in the United States?
Well, I think that the people of the United States want to see every possible action taken to make us as secure as possible. But the answer is going to be many reforms that we have proposed in our commission. We think that we need to re-empower our intelligence community. Many of the things that they should have been able to do were taken away from them many years ago. We have to have a national strategy that deals with also federal and state and local responders. We have to have a national strategy, and we have to go to work doing that. There are many efforts that we're already making to be secure. We should be unstinting in those efforts. But we have to focus our attention on the people that wish to do us harm and recognize that if they declare themselves to be armed enemies of this country, that we should act decisively to defend the nation as under international law we have the right to do.
Do I hear you supporting in a tacit or oblique way? Pardon me, Governor Gilmore, if you wouldn't mind standing by. Let's go now to a briefing being held by New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani on the rescue efforts down at the World Trade Center. Let's listen to the mayor.
Good morning. We just completed a long meeting with all of the agencies of the city, state, governor, participated in it, and the Port Authority, so that we can work on the things that we have to do today to, first of all, focus our efforts on recovering as many people as we can and save lives. Second, try to begin the removal of debris to that area of the city, which is going to be a task that goes on for at least 2 or 3 weeks. And then focus on the other issues that are of importance to the city. Make sure that food comes into the city, make sure that people are able to go about their lives and are taken care of in the hospitals, and to try to bring the city back to normal as soon as possible. And we're going to aim to try to do that for the rest of Manhattan starting tomorrow. And we'll be focusing on that and trying to accomplish that all day today. We have been successful in recovering at least one other person, Port Authority police officer. We're hopefully going to be able to recover a 4th one, and we're in the process of doing everything we can to try to locate other people, and that'll be the major focus of our attention. We also appeal to people that may have private videos of the occurrence, since some came forward late yesterday and last evening. If they do, please contact the police department and the FBI, because it could be of enormous help in the investigation of the case. We're going to try to open schools tomorrow. We're hopeful that we'll be able to, we certainly will be able to do it in the entire city, and we'll be working on a plan for the maximum number of schools that we can open on the east side of Manhattan, particularly the lower east side of Manhattan. Con Edison is working, I think, as intensely as they possibly can to try to get power restored. It's going to take some time, and we're bringing generators in. The governor made available to us a group of generators that we've moved to Randall's Island, and we will be using them in that area of the east side that needs generator power, because they may need it for quite some time. We were able to move 120 dump trucks out of the city last night, which will give you a sense of the work that was done overnight. So some of the debris has already been removed. More of it is being removed, and it'll be done by barge all throughout the day today. The subway system is operating in all of the city, but below 14th Street, and largely because right now we have that closed. So if you're in any of the other 4 boroughs, public transportation is normal, the subways are normal, the buses are normal. If you're in Manhattan, the subways are going to be working to 14th Street, and then for those that go underneath, they'll just go straight out to Brooklyn. As soon as we can get that area of the city open, however, there will be subway service there, except for the 1, 2, and 3 lines, the West Side IRT below 34th Street, because of the collapse that took place. And again, we ask all New Yorkers to cooperate and to try to help each other. There are going to be a lot of people today who need help and need assistance, either because of the fact that they know people that were lost in this terrible tragedy, or because they're just frightened of what may happen. If you could comfort them and help them and assist them, particularly elderly people, that might be a way in which you can contribute. And we're getting very, very close cooperation from the state, from the federal government. I think people in New York, the best way they can deal with this right now is not only to deal with their own grief, which we all feel and have, but to show that we're not going to be in any way affected by this, that we're not going to be cowed by it, that we're not afraid, that we're going to go about our business and lead normal lives and not let these cowards affect us in any way like they're trying to do, which is to instill fear in us. Governor?
Mayor, thank you. As the mayor indicated, the focus right now is still on search and rescue and the hopes that we can get other people out of the debris and save more lives. We have, at last count, 18 different search and rescue teams down there. And I want to thank my colleagues. We have 8 from Connecticut that Governor Rowland sent in, others from around the country. We have a specialized team coming that Governor Calderon is sending from Puerto Rico. And it's this type of support from around the country that is allowing us to get through this. I have to tell you, I was down at the scene last night, and Mayor, your police and fire not only were heroes at the beginning, but they're still heroes. They're down there under enormous personal strain and risk. I saw them at the ground zero while a high-rise was on fire right across the street that could have collapsed, and they are risking their lives to try to save their friends and their colleagues and the New Yorkers who are still trapped. And we have to thank them, say a prayer for them. This is a time for rescue, it's a time for commitment, but it's also a time to reflect and grieve for those who didn't have their parents come home last night, or for those who still might be lost. And we will get through this because, as the mayor indicated, New Yorkers come together in times of crisis, and we've seen tremendous spirit donating blood, volunteering at hospitals, helping us to get through this. And we have done everything we could to be supportive. We have National Guard troops here now. We are mobilizing fire departments from Westchester and Rockland that are backing up in the Bronx. We're mobilizing fire departments from Nassau and Suffolk that will help in some of the outer boroughs on Long Island. But what we don't need are people just simply coming in to volunteer. We have the hotlines, we have the organization, we have tremendous coordination between the city and the state and the federal government. So people who want to exercise their expertise, whether they're firefighters, they should contact their fire department. If they're EMTs or nurses, they should contact the hotline that we have set up at the state, where we've already had about 10,000 calls. So this is a tragic episode in American history, but New Yorkers will get through this. America will get through this. We will not be intimidated. We will not lose our freedom.
What is the status of the World Trade?
One other thing that we should do. These are the flight recorder boxes that the firefighters and the police officers and the rescuers are looking for. And we're going to we'll give you copies of this. We'd like you to put it out as broadly as possible. We're giving copies to all the rescue people and recovery people so that they can try to find them. Altogether there'll be 4, 2 for each airplane. And that's what they look like, except it'll be obviously covered with soot and dirt. But there are a lot of people involved in the recovery and relief effort who know what they're looking for, and then there'll be some that don't. So if we can give those out, it would be very important. This morning's meeting was devoted to the relief and recovery effort largely, This afternoon, we're going to focus on the economic recovery of the city and work with the hotels, the restaurants, the real estate industry. We're going to rebuild. We're not only going to rebuild, we're going to come out of this stronger than we were before. And in addition to having wonderful people in New York, as the governor indicated, we also have the strongest business community of any place in the world. And we're going to call upon them, and we're going to need their help. But we're going to come out of this emotionally stronger, politically stronger, much closer together as a city, and we're going to come out of this economically stronger too. And we're going to start working on that right away.
What's the status of the World Financial Center? There appears to be a fire burning across the street now, fairly significant.
I believe. Do you want to answer that, Richard, about the FBI?
The smoke from the World Financial Center was from a defective generator that the fire department worked on. There was no major fire at the World Financial Center.
A statement from the FBI. The FBI.
I'll make a brief statement. Obviously, as you all know, this is a pending criminal investigation. I can tell you that it is being coordinated by Director Mueller at FBI headquarters. We have essentially all 56 field offices in the country involved in this. There are primarily a dozen offices where the airplanes were hijacked and left. We're doing a lot of things as far as at those particular airports, checking on the planes, checking with crews, cleaning people. All of that is ongoing as we speak. Probably the major thrust that we are doing right now is we do have the manifest. We're reaching out to all of the families, interviewing them, and the primary purpose of that is obviously to get any information. You have had, and the media has reported, there's been a number of calls made from these various planes. We would like to put out to the people, if they haven't reported that to law enforcement, to call their local law enforcement or FBI so we can get a hold of it. The obvious thrust for us right at this particular point in time is to identify the number and the individuals who were in fact hijackers. So that is the major thrust. We will be doing a crime scene. The primary thing is, as the mayor just pointed out to you, is the black boxes. We're working with the city, but again, that's going to follow the search and rescue, ongoing intensive investigation. That's all I have at this time.
Can you say anything about the arrest in Florida and the seizure of a car in Florida and the seizure of a car?
We have a number of leads that we're running around the country. A number of these, I'm not going to get into specifics other than it's my understanding we did detain some individuals over in New Jersey. Essentially, we are finding out that is not all that relevant at this particular point in time, but I'm going to limit my comments. That is going to any of the investigative news pertaining to this investigation will come out of Washington, D.C.
Is there anyone in custody at this time? Is there anyone in custody at this time?
Other than the ones that I just mentioned to you, there are some over in New Jersey. That's the only.
Mr. Mon, can you explain to us, Mr. Mon, how airports, airlines that have been hijacked could come into the New York area without being detected by radar, without the route that they were taken being questioned by people in Transcon or radar?
I can't really answer that. That would be FAA and NTSB. I'm not going to get in. I don't know the answer to that.
Did you have any warning at all that there were hijacked planes in the air?
No, I can tell you this was a surprise. As the mayor and the governor has pointed out, it was a surprise, a shock. We had no forewarning of this happening.
Mr. Mon, there were reports that the FBI was investigating a hijacked plane just before the first plane hit the World Trade Center. Is that true?
I'm not aware of that.
Do you have any sense at this point of the range potentially of people that were in the World Trade Centers and that are still missing or presumed dead? What is even the conceivable range that there is at this point?
The numbers that we're working on are in the thousands. Obviously, we hope that's not the case, but the estimate would be for both of the buildings that although building number 2 had a chance to clear out. A lot of people probably cleared out of building number 2. Building number 1 had some time to clear out, but there were areas of it that were affected. The best estimate that we can make, relying on the Port Authority and just everyone else that has experience with this, is that there'll be a few thousand people left in each building.
Mr. Mayor, you talked about...
And then our recovery relief efforts and our work with the medical examiner are premised on those kinds of numbers.
Mayor, can you explain, if there are thousands of bodies and there were 120 trucks of debris taken out, where are the bodies if there's only 41 confirmed fatalities? Where are the rest of them?
A lot of the debris that was taken out are structural things that were in the way of the relief effort. I don't know that the debris was actually taken out of the actual buildings that fell. But if some of you haven't been down there, but the area was very constricted by lots of structural damage and things that were in the street. So a lot of the debris that was taken away, I suspect, was the debris that blocks the entry and exit of the vehicles that have to go in and out of there. Altogether, I think so far we account for about 45 bodies.
So are the other ones still buried in the debris?
I imagine that that's the case, yes.
Are there still sounds of life? Are the rescuers hearing with listening devices? Are they still hearing signs that there are people alive?
The rescue workers do have listening devices. They also have dogs with which they're searching. And we're making every effort to get the people out of there.
Are there indications that there are people alive, though? In other words, are they hearing things with the listening devices, or are the dogs hitting on scent?
We can't say at this time.
Is there any way to approach the area through the tunnel? Is the city still on a heightened state of alert today?
Absolutely,
and
yes.
How long will that remain in effect as far as the emergency?
It's going to last until further notice.
Mr. Mayor, you mentioned rebuilding. Do you have any intention of rebuilding the World Trade Center, putting the towers back up as a symbol of anything right now?
There's no question we're going to rebuild. I can't say that we know the exact nature yet of how we're going to do that, and we'd like to meet with lots of people.
Do you believe that the skyline will be whole again?
The skyline will be whole again. Exactly, what will be there, I think we have to leave to giving some people some time to consider it and to think about it. And also, the reality is that the people in New York City are going to be whole again. We're very, very strong.
Is there any sense of the cost at this point, and the state, the city, the federal government who's paying for the relief efforts?
Governor?
In my view, that's the last thing you think about at this point. We're not concerned about who's picking up the tab. We're just doing everything we can to try to make sure the relief efforts are the strongest possible. And we'll sort out the costs and the economic consequences later.
Is there any way to try to approach through a subway tunnel with perhaps people trapped in the areas below? Is that feasible to do? Is that I have no idea. Is that something that could be tried?
Excuse me?
Is it try to approach through a subway tunnel to get perhaps...
And they're looking at every access area to that area, the rescue workers.
Has that been tried as far as you know?
No, specifically, I don't know, but I'm sure they're looking.
Last question.
As the press conference continues in New York City, here in Washington, both houses of Congress are beginning their day's deliberations. They begin first, of course, with a prayer, and then with regular business. We'll listen to the prayer and then more.
Of your presence with us to help us confront and battle the forces of evil, manifested in the infamous, elusive, cowardly acts of terrorism. We turn to you with hearts filled with dismay, anger, and grief over the terrorist attack on the World Trade buildings in New York City and the Pentagon here in Washington. We pray for the thousands of victims.
And we switch also, you see the House of Representatives. House Speaker Denny Hastert is calling the House, and we have prayers in both houses.
Intercede for their loved ones.
Yesterday we were stunned, angry, and violated. Today, Lord, we stand strong and together. Yesterday changed our world. Today we are changed. We have humbly prayed to you, O Lord, God of heaven and earth, yesterday and through the night. Now we turn to you for your guidance and sense of eternal truths. which built this nation, as we begin a new day of building security and peace through justice. We mourn our dead and reach out with prayer and acts of compassion to all those families splattered with blood and exhausted by tears. Heal the wounded. Strengthen all civil servants, medical and religious leaders as they attempt to fill the gaping holes left in the fabric of this nation. Send forth your Holy Spirit upon all the members of Congress, the President, and all government leaders across this nation. Free them of fear, any prejudice whatsoever. Remove all doubt and confusion from their minds. So with clear insight, which comes from you and you alone, reveal all that is unholy and renew the desire of your people to lives of deepening faith, unbounding commitment, and lasting freedom here, where liberty has made her home. We place our trust in you, now and forever. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Chaplain. The Chair has examined the Journal of the last day's proceedings and announces the House's approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the Journal stands approved. The Speaker at this time will lead the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now we see House Speaker Dennis Hastert. The next order of business is going to be a resolution involving yesterday's events. Also, a bit of sobering news before we get there. We heard New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani explaining that they thought that some people may still be alive in the rubble of the World Trade Center buildings. Unfortunately, there's no such happy news to report at the Pentagon. At a briefing earlier this morning, a Pentagon spokesman informed reporters that they expected to find no additional survivors to yesterday's attack upon the Pentagon. Also, in the order of business today, the House is going to close its doors at 12:30, just shortly after noon, in order to discuss matters of security. There will also be meetings at the White House with the President and bipartisan leaders of the House and Senate. So there'll be a great deal of activity here in Washington today. We'll also have, coming up, a series of one-minute speeches where members are going to hold forth on what they think ought to be the next step by the United States, whether it be a declaration of war or whatever. Let's go back to the House of Representatives.
I and the gentleman from Texas wish to be...
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to announce today's schedule.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, as you have directed, the House is convening now. We will stay in session from now until 11 o'clock, where members will have time for 1 minute. At 11 o'clock this morning, we will take a recess until 12:30 while the chamber is cleared. Members of the body will be invited back to the chamber at 12:30, at which time we will have a member briefing on the floor that will last until 2 o'clock. At 2 o'clock, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Gephardt and I will call up by unanimous consent a joint resolution to condemn yesterday's terrorist acts. That resolution will be addressed by this body under that unanimous consent request with an understanding that we will continue to address it until each member of this chamber has had ample time to address this issue as he or she sees fit. I want to thank all the members of this body for their patience, their commitment, their understanding, and their resolve during this trying time. And let me assure you, Mr. Speaker, by the time the 435 members of this body have spoken today, the world will have no doubt about who we are what we will stand for and what we will not stand for. And I yield my time.
What you see is an extraordinarily emotional beginning to the day's deliberations in the House of Representatives, but then again, that's what you'd expect. Dick Armey, the House Majority Leader, referred to a joint resolution, a House-Senate resolution that will be voted on at about 2 o'clock this afternoon. Let me give you a sense of what's going on. There has been a lot of debate about whether this ought to require a declaration of war. I'll very quickly read some language from it that indicates the direction that they're going in. Then we will go to Minority Leader Richard Gephardt.
Mr. Speaker and members of the House,
let's listen to him, and then we'll go to the resolution.
America, our blessed nation, suffers today terribly. Terrorists sought to use fear as a weapon against every person in this nation. They do not know America, and they do not know Americans. They think freedom is our vulnerability. It is our strength. We will need that strength in the days ahead. Throughout our proud history, we have met every challenge, and we will meet this challenge. We're united in mourning for all of our fellow citizens who were injured and died. I've been so moved in watching the television and seeing the heroism, the courage, the patriotism, the bravery, the goodness of our people trying to help one another, save one another, bind up our wounds, and find those who have been lost. Our hearts go out to every person, every family that has been touched by this awful tragedy, and to all the families who at this very moment are enduring an unspeakable, unimaginable horror in their lives. In times of national tragedy, Americans have always come together, strengthened our resolve, and faced adversity squarely while giving aid and comfort to every victim, every family member, every relative, every person affected by the tragedy. On this occasion, we are once again showing the world what it means to be an American. We make a solemn pledge that we will honor all of the victims by committing ourselves to defend our land, our families, and our freedom. Today we go back to work in Washington, New York, and all around the country, and we're determined to show the world that America will not be defeated by anyone. Finally, we will do everything within our power to bring these heinous terrorists to justice, to address this horrible act of despicable cowardice, and to ensure that something like this never, ever happens to our people again. We should also recognize that our public spaces, the heart and soul of American freedom, American ingenuity, and American entrepreneurship, were violated yesterday in the most heinous way. We must, in one voice, work to reassure the American people that they are safe in our streets, in the air, and in all of the buildings, no matter where they live or what they do. This Congress, in a nonpartisan way, will work as hard as humanly possible to make sure that our people have the safety they demand and deserve, and that terror is defeated completely and finally. Are today and will be tomorrow, and in all the tomorrows, totally and completely united in our determination to begin the process of healing and to take swift action to see that the people who committed this horrible crime are properly punished. May God shed His grace on this great and wonderful country and all of our people.
Yesterday's terrorist attack has utterly transformed Washington in the sense that you have just seen. You see House Minority Leader Dick Gephardt, House Majority Leader Dick Armey, both together issuing very strong speeches. Yesterday, there was a spontaneous singing of God Bless America. Even on radio stations in Washington, news broadcasters are encouraging people to fly the American flags and to salute military personnel working in the town. Suddenly, all the old disagreements are being set aside. A couple of important things, though, to recognize about Dick Gephardt's speech. One, he said that this is an act of war, and the resolution that will be voted on later today includes a direct mention of war. That has significant consequences, which we'll discuss later. But here is Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle.
And our support for the President as our Commander-in-Chief. The world should know that the members of both parties in both houses stand united in this. The full resources of our government will be brought to bear in aiding the search and rescue and in hunting down those responsible and those who may have aided or harbored them. Nothing can replace the losses of those that have suffered. I know that there is only the smallest measure of inspiration that can be taken from this devastation. But there is a passage in the Bible from Isaiah that I think speaks to all of us at times like this. The bricks have fallen down, but we will rebuild with dressed stone. The fig trees have been felled, but we will replace them with cedars. That is what we will do. We will rebuild, and we will recover. The people of America will stand strong together because the people of America have always stood together. And those of us privileged to serve this great nation will stand with you. God bless the people of America. I yield the floor.
There you see Senate Leader Pro Tem Robert Byrd. He is now going to let Trent Lott, the Republican leader, have his remarks. Let's listen in.
Mr. President, any expression of sympathy for the suffering today is too weak. Every expression of horror at this outrage is too mild. But we must confront these acts and find a way to come together and make sure that this kind of heinous, vicious action will not happen again in America. This premeditated action against innocent men and women and children and their families, at the symbols of our country, our economic strength, our military strength, and most importantly, our freedoms, is unimaginable. There's no way to understand it, to explain it, defend it. Americans just don't think that way. And so it makes it hard for us to comprehend this very difficult moment and to do what's necessary to deal with it and stop it in the future. Our prayers obviously are going out to the families, the victims, those that have been there, that are suffering in so many ways in New York, in Virginia, and in Pennsylvania, yes, in all of America. I think we have such a debt of appreciation to pay to those that have struggle mightily with these catastrophic events at the Pentagon and at the World Trade Center and in these cities and states. The volunteers, those that gave their lives trying to deal with this terrible moment. To our allies and to those all around the world that see this not just as a strike at America, but at freedom and democracy all over the world. And to those that have already extended their hand of cooperation and understanding and support, I think we should tell them how much we appreciate it on behalf of the American people. And Mr. President, it's so important that we show that even these terrible acts cannot stop America from going forward. We must get on with our important work. But it is important also that we make it clear that this is not business as usual. We're going ahead with our responsibilities. But we are going to act now, tomorrow, and in the weeks and months ahead to make sure that we deal with the people that have taken these actions and all those that have supported them, and that we take whatever action is necessary in the Congress, working with the administration, working with the American people to stop this kind of terrorism. Whatever we call it, we must put ourselves in a war footing. We must make up our minds we're going to fight this scourge of the world. We have come together. There are moments in history when in the past the people in this country have set aside all kinds of other conflicts and prejudices and passions and have come together. We'll do it now. We've already done it. But we must continue to do so, regardless of region, religion, party, philosophy, or anything else. Maybe this is the moment that had to come, as horrible as it is, to make us realize what serious threat we have here. There's much to do. We've got to find out how this happened. Congress has a right and a responsibility to learn what has happened here. We must find out who did it. And we must be prepared to take actions and fight terrorist attacks in the future. This is not a time for timidity. This is not a time for pontification. Yes, we need to be sure of our actions. We need to be committed and determined. We need to be bold. Here in the Congress, I hope we will think about what is the most important thing we should do in the next 2 weeks, in the next 2 months. Are there dramatic actions that we could take in the way we have done our legislative process in the past? What are our responsibilities in making sure we're doing everything we can to fight terrorism, to provide the funds that are necessary in this fight, and to provide the aid that is going to be so necessary for those that have been damaged and have lost so much as a result of these acts? Just in a few hours, we will take up, I presume, the Commerce State Justice Appropriations Bill. In that bill is funding for counterterrorism. Is it enough? Can we do more? What should we do? And so I call on the Senate, as I know it will, to rise to this occasion. Be bold. Let's act together. The American people expect no less of us. I yield the floor.
There was Senate Minority Leader Trent Lott calling somewhat vaguely for boldness, but interestingly enough, as Richard Gephardt, the House Minority Leader, did before him, he used the word war. Let me read very briefly from the resolution that's going to be voted on later today. It says that the Congress declares that these premeditated attacks struck not only at the people of America, but also the symbols and structures of our economic and military strength, and that the United States is entitled to respond under international law. It continues that it is going to ask foreign leaders to continue to stand with the United States in the war against international terrorism. It calls for Congress to commit to support increased resources in the war to eradicate terrorism, and finally declares today a National Day of Unity and Mourning. The use of the word war is significant for a very simple reason. It gives the United States much greater latitude in taking action, whether this is going to constitute a formal declaration of war, something we have not had since the Second World War, remains an open question. But as you see, members of both houses today are calling for the use of force swiftly, boldly, and at this point they want to eradicate, again to use Richard Gephardt's formulation, it was the strongest of the day, to defeat terrorism utterly. I think you're going to hear a lot of comments to that effect today. Here is the Senate whip, or the Senate Assistant Majority Leader, Harry Reid of Nevada.
Moment's notice. I'm very proud of the Capitol Police. We all should be. Every day they put their lives on the line for us. My hearts go out to the police officers and firemen in New York who lost their lives attempting to help other people. Mr. President, I hope we will all join with Senators Durbin and Bennett in making sure.
May we have order in the Senate?
I hope we will join with Senators Durbin and Bennett to make sure that every penny necessary to build a visitor center is completed, and completed this year. We need more than a plaque on a wall for Officers Chestnut and Gibson. In their honor, we need to build a visitor center. Mr. President, we'll do everything in our power to support President Bush in his efforts to ensure that those who've done such
Let me explain briefly what was just going on there. Harry Reid was referring to a shooting in the United States Capitol a couple of years ago that claimed the lives of a couple of Capitol Police as a gunman tried to barge toward the office of House Majority Whip Tom DeLay. In any event, there's been a big debate in Washington about building a secure visitor center where visitors first would have to go and then they'd move through a tunnel or some other structure into the nation's capital after a full security check. That is what he was referring to, is to go ahead and get that done. Again, you'll notice there's a bipartisan reference. Dick Durbin is a Democrat from Illinois. Bob Bennett is a Republican from Utah. And those are the kinds of things that you're going to be seeing a lot of today, and I dare say for the next few weeks, is again a rare state of bipartisanship has begun to flourish in Washington. As Trent Lott said, maybe not under the circumstances people would like, but now under a necessity that every American must respond to.
Attacks against the United States were not just acts of terror. They were acts of war perpetrated by the uncivilized. And in this war against those who would use terror to attack innocent civilians, our democratic values and our freedom, the United States as a leader of the free world and its only remaining superpower, should be prepared to use every diplomatic, economic, and military means at our disposal to defend ourselves and defeat these forces of evil. Of course, we should deploy our best diplomatic efforts to engage our friends and allies around the world in this war against international terrorism. Of course we should do that. Mr. President, I personally appreciate, as I think our nation should and does, the support immediately expressed yesterday by President Putin and the Russian people. As our allies around the world look to us for leadership and protection, we must call upon all nations to provide their friendship and support in this critical time of need. However, while diplomacy will play a central role in this war against terrorism, we must employ the full economic and military might of the United States against those who threaten our citizens, our national security interests, our democracy, and our freedom. As I supported President George Herbert Walker Bush 10 years ago in his decision to use the overwhelming military force of the United States in the Persian Gulf War, I stand with President George W. Bush in his commitment to use every means at our disposal to exterminate the perpetrators of yesterday's acts of terror and war. Those who kill innocent Americans must be held accountable. And Mr. President, make no mistake about it, they will be. Moreover, and I stand firmly with the President on this crucial point, those who aid and harbor perpetrators of terror must also be held accountable. Make no mistake about that. They will be. And while I can assure the American people that we will hunt down those barbarians who committed yesterday's act of terrorism, we must also act to prevent these types of attacks from occurring in the future. International terrorism is perhaps the greatest modern threat to our national security interests, and we must be prepared to act accordingly. General Holland, the United States Air Force Commander-in-Chief of Special Operations Command at MacDill Air Base in Florida, directs our counterterrorism efforts on behalf of the United States military. But he has no civilian counterpart, Mr. President. We need to establish one. The successful fight against terrorism is one that will require the highest level of diplomatic skill in gathering intelligence, as well as the most effective use of our economic and military strength. However, when diplomacy fails, as it regrettably does on occasion, we must be prepared to employ alternatives. Terrorists, especially those who have the capability to plan and execute the kinds of attacks that we witnessed graphically yesterday, require a significant level of financing and protection. We should be prepared to use alternatives such as economic sanctions to deter and prevent nations, organizations, and individuals from aiding and abetting those who engage in terrorism. And when diplomacy and economic sanctions fail, as they do on occasion, our resolve to fight terror must not waver. We must use military force in this war against terrorism, and not just in response to terrorism, but also to prevent future attacks. Our friends, but more importantly, Mr. President, our enemies, will judge us either by our strength and resolve to fight international terrorism or by any perceived weakness and complacency. I want to assure the American people, as well as our friends and allies throughout the world, that we as a nation are ready for this challenge. And I want to make it clear to our enemies and anyone who would consider bringing harm upon Americans, our democratic values and our freedom. We are strong, we're resolved, and Mr. President, we will prevail.
Again, that was Assistant Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid of Nevada. Now, the most significant headline out of that is that he's calling for basically a terrorism czar. He also outlined what he thought might be a proper series of steps. Number one, you try diplomacy in dealing with a problem. Number two, sanctions. And number three, the use of military force. He was speaking there not necessarily of the people who perpetrated yesterday's attack, but the nations that harbor them. Earlier today in a conversation with Secretary of State Colin Powell, I asked about a list of nations: Iran, Iraq, Libya, Syria, Afghanistan, Sudan. Asked him if any of those could be ruled out as harboring terrorists, and he said not a single one could be ruled out. He thought that they were all likely candidates. So as you can see, there's an ambitious docket ahead, not only for the House and Senate, but also the President of the United States. The President's going to be speaking in about 15 minutes to the country. Our Jim Angle is standing by at the White House. He's just attended a briefing on the latest. Jim, first, do we have any sense of what the President's going to be saying when he talks to the nation?
No, I'm sure he'll give us some sense of what he has learned. The President was in the Oval Office at 7:05 this morning. Did not get any updates overnight, Tony, but there was a National Security Team meeting last night that began with a prayer, after which Mr. Bush went over to the residence and was apparently not awakened during the night with any new information. Now, what is happening today, of course, is that they are...
Jim, I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you for a minute. We're going to go to the Senate floor to listen to Senator Chuck Schumer. Hold that thought and we'll be back.
And to our grief and our sadness and our need to move forward. Mr. President, when something this cataclysmic occurs, one's mind works at many, many different levels. It is very difficult to come to grips with such an intense and terrible tragedy, but we must. We have to. We seek as guidance the generations before us who had their tragedies and also rose to the occasion, and rise to the occasion. We must as well. And I would like to discuss my thoughts here. There are many levels, as I say, but at four: the individual level as a New Yorker, level as an American, and at the level of the world. As an individual, our first thought goes to all of those who grieve. Last night, in my city and state, there were thousands of dinner tables with a missing person. There were thousands of families who were waiting for that phone call who dialed their phones endlessly to try and find a loved one. I know a little bit of the angst that they go through. I was in the gym when this occurred, getting ready actually to go address the Supreme Court. And I saw the picture of the first damage to the World Trade Center. At first I said what most said. This must have been an accident, a little propeller plane that happened to crash accidentally into the center. And the fire looked too large, and then we saw the second plane crash in. And immediately it hit me that my daughter attends high school within the shadow of the World Trade Center. Most of the pictures of the conflagration showed her high school in the background. I reached my wife, and for 2 hours we were in virtual panic about trying to locate her and see how she was, and then, praise God, she called, and we were relieved. Those 2 hours of pure misery are now being experienced tenfold, hundredfold, thousandfold other by all of the families in New York and in Washington and in Boston and in California who have lost loved ones to this dastardly and disgusting act. So we first think as individuals how this has affected the lives of all of us. Everyone in New York right now knows somebody who's missing. I know of a call. Someone on the 104th floor worked for the good firm of Cantor and Fitzgerald. We can't find hardly anybody from that firm, who called his parents, told them he loved them, and they haven't heard from him since. On television yesterday was the search of a mother and 2 daughters for their husband who worked in the World Trade Center restaurant. I have 2 daughters. They seemed about the same age, and you saw those little girls, and there was almost nothing we could say. I've subsequently been told they found their father. Let us hope and pray that the others find their fathers and mothers and brothers, sisters, and friends. Let us hope and pray that this tragedy, which is already the largest tragedy we have experienced since World War II, is as minimal as possible. But our hearts go out to all of those who are suffering now. We are with them as one, from one end of this country to the other. As a New Yorker, again, our city is just a beautiful city. We bring people from all over the world. We have for 300 years. And in one generation, we change them into Americans, and they sally forth around the world, around the country, adding vim and vigor and new ideas. And that function of New York will never die. We are an international city, and we love being an international city. And we New Yorkers feel the loss of life as a whole, as a city. Right out my window in Brooklyn, the dominant scene, after you look at the Statue of Liberty, I look over the harbor, living in Park Slope, are those 2 towers. And not seeing them anymore, I feel violated. I feel that some horrible person has come in and taken something away from all of us as a city. But we will survive and we will prevail. We are New Yorkers. And the diligence of the firefighters and police officers, many of whom have now passed, because they run to tragedy, not away from it, because their job is to save, we think of. We think of, last night, was told to me by many people as I was on the phones, the lines to give blood went around block after block. People waited at 9 o'clock, at midnight, at 3 in the morning, standing on line because they knew blood was needed. And this morning, I'm happy to tell my colleagues that the crisis, at least in terms of blood donation, is over, because we have enough blood. I'm told of the story of a merchant whose store was on the path from the World Trade Center north. And he owned a shoe store. And he stood outside and gave the women who were fleeing sneakers, just handing out sneakers, tennis shoes, because he knew they couldn't run and walk away in their high heels. That's a New Yorker. And there are millions of us. We are going to need your help. It's already been offered. I was gratified when the President called me yesterday afternoon and said this nation will do anything it takes to help New York recover. I was gratified when just about every one of you came over to me and to Hillary and offered us the help that we will need. We need help immediately, and the FEMA director, I believe, will be flying up with us to New York early this afternoon to try and give us the help in terms of survival, in terms of the immediate rescue. We will need lots of help after that. We have suffered a huge, huge loss. Our financial industries have to recover the lifeblood of the nation and the world. And I appreciate the offers, and we will be counting on everybody here and in the other body and in the White House to back us up. As an American, make no mistake about it, we did wake up in a new world in America. It's a new era. Since World War II, we had the Cold War. We had a brief respite, an interregnum for 5, 7, 10 years. But we're now in a new era. There are forces who are against us, and they are in many corners of the world. They hate us for our freedom. They are against the very progress that we have made. They want to turn the clock all the way back to the Middle Ages. In the past, there have always been backward forces, but technology has given this group the power to affect our lives in ways we never imagined before. Yes, this was a 21st century Pearl Harbor. A little different because they aim at civilians because they know our military's too strong. They are ultimately cowards and bullies. And because it is not a nation that does this, but it affects us. And I would just say two things in that regard. 3. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent I be given additional 5 minutes to finish my remarks.
Is there objection? There being no objection, the Senator from New York is recognized for an additional 5 minutes.
I thank the President and my colleagues for their grace. First, we are a resilient nation. We don't take anything on our knees. We're not going to take this. I assure the enemies of America, the enemies of freedom, the enemies of progress, of that. Second, we must keep our freedoms as we do this. To constrict ourselves so would give them the victory. And we must keep them. And third, I would say this to all Americans. Let us not respond in a way that is unseemly of America. There are millions of Muslims and Arab Americans in America. They have different views than I do on the Middle East, staunchly different views. But they were not for this. Let us go after those who advocate terrorism and destruction, but not after a whole people or nationality or religion. We have to avoid that, and that is the American thing to do. finally thinking as a world citizen. We are in a new world. Like Pearl Harbor, we are affected directly. Unlike Pearl Harbor, there's no name or zip code or address. But the one common thread is this: if we stay as resolute as we did after Pearl Harbor, we will win this war. We will win this war. We can and we will if we keep our resoluteness. As somebody involved in anti-terrorism, I have seen us go through paroxysms after each incident. 3 months, 6 months of attention, and then business as usual. We cannot go back to business as usual. We will not win this war against those who seek to destroy our very way of life in a day or in a month or even a year. It's going to take several. But if we are resolute, we will succeed. And they have their weaknesses and their pressure points. I was glad the President said we not only go after the terrorists, but those who harbor terrorism. This could not have been done without some help from countries. There are countries that aid terrorists. We know who they are. They're on the terrorist list. They should not remain immune from what happened. In fact, they are the weak pressure point of the groups who seek to hurt us and destroy us. Some of these awful people who did this yesterday knew how to fly 757s. There was no 757 in the mountains of Afghanistan. How did they get access to learn to do this? These are the kinds of questions we have to ask in the next weeks and months ahead if we do find, as all fingers seem to point, that that's where it came from. And we have to do one other thing. We have to have our European allies know that this finger is not just pointed at us, but at them. And this idea that for temporary economic advantage, they can and should continue to have strong economic relations with countries that help and abet and harbor terrorists must go out the window. I was proud to speak to the President yesterday, and I assured him something I think I speak for all of us. Partisanship, divisions are out the window when it comes to this. He will be our leader. He will come up with a plan. We will have advice and offer suggestions, but once that plan is come up with, we will unite. This is a long struggle, my colleagues. It is not an easy struggle. But because of our freedom, because of our American way of life, we will prevail. And so, in conclusion, this event will never leave us the same. Not as individuals, not as New Yorkers, not as Americans, not as residents of the planet Earth. But we can learn from it as we grieve. We can meet the challenge and rise to the next level of civilization. I'm confident we will.
Under the order previously entered, the senior senator for Virginia, Mr. Warner, is recognized for not to exceed 10 minutes.
Senator John Warner of Virginia is about to speak. You've just heard from Chuck Schumer of New York. We are expecting President Bush to give comments at any moment. He's going to give them from the cabinet room. We don't know exactly when, so whatever is going on, we'll break away immediately to get the president's comments. Before we do that, though, let's return to the White House where Jim Angle is standing by. And Jim, before you were giving us a sense of the president's day so far, why don't we pick up where we left off?
Well, that's right. He was in the Oval Office at 7:05 this morning, Tony. Got no additional updates overnight, but did have an intelligence briefing this morning and then began the meeting with his national security team at 9:30, the results of which we're likely to get, at least some of those results from the president shortly, as you indicated. Now, one of the things they're saying, obviously, at this stage, one of the first priorities is to mount the rescue mission for anyone who might have survived that blast, and, of course, to work with those families who have lost loved ones and to try to clear the debris in New York and in Washington. In that regard, the White House press secretary says this morning that money will not be a consideration. Yes, let me throw back to you, Tony.
Okay, Jim, well, we're getting some shaky shots right now from the cabinet room. It appears that the president's about to speak. Let's return to John Scott in New York.
All right, Tony Snow, thank you very much.
5 seconds.
We're going to be taking you to the cabinet room in just a moment. Right now, we want to pause one moment for our Fox stations to join us. This is Fox News coverage of President Bush's meeting with congressional leaders at the White House. The meeting, of course, in reaction to yesterday's strikes against America by terrorists. I'm John Scott in New York. The president will be in the cabinet room. We are being taken there. He is meeting with a number of congressional leaders. There is talk on Capitol Hill of a declaration of war. Let's listen in.
Just completed a meeting with our national security team, and we've received the latest intelligence updates. The deliberate and deadly attacks which were carried out yesterday against our country were more than acts of terror. They were acts of war. This will require our country to unite in steadfast determination and resolve. Freedom and democracy are under attack. The American people need to know we're facing a different enemy than we have ever faced. This enemy hides in shadows and has no regard for human life. This is an enemy who preys on innocent and unsuspecting people, then runs for cover. But it won't be able to run for cover forever. This is an enemy that tries to hide, but it won't be able to hide forever. This is an enemy that thinks its harbors are safe, but they won't be safe forever. This enemy attacked not just our people, but all freedom-loving people everywhere in the world. The United States of America will use all our resources to conquer this enemy. We will rally the world. We will be patient, we'll be focused, and we will be steadfast in our determination. This battle will take time and resolve, but make no mistake about it, we will win. The federal government and all our agencies are conducting business, but it is not business as usual. We are operating on heightened security alert. America is going forward, and as we do so, we must remain keenly aware of the threats to our country. Those in authority should take appropriate precautions to protect our citizens. But we will not allow this enemy to win the war by changing our way of life or restricting our freedoms. This morning I am sending to Congress a request for emergency funding authority so that we are prepared to spend whatever it takes to rescue victims, to help the citizens of New York City and Washington, D.C. respond to this tragedy, and to protect our national security. I want to thank the members of Congress for their unity and support. America is united. The freedom-loving nations of the world stand by our side. This will be a monumental struggle of good versus evil, but good will prevail. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
All right, it appears there will be no more remarks at this time from the president. There is talk of a declaration of war on Capitol Hill. That perhaps will come later in the day. The president says he is requesting emergency funding from Congress to continue the search for victims and begin the fight to find whoever was responsible for this attack. Please stay tuned to Fox News Channel and this Fox station for continuing coverage of this story. I'm John Scott in New York. We will continue to update you now on the latest in the search for victims, both at the Pentagon and also at the World Trade Center. There are no more survivors expected to be located in the Pentagon rubble. About 80 bodies have been retrieved so far at the Pentagon, but the rescue workers there say they don't think they will find anybody else who could have survived. Workers are continuing to dig through the ruins, the death toll expected to be huge at the World Trade Center site. Some people, it is believed, are still trapped alive. There have been miraculous stories so far, and rescuers are hoping they can still find others who have somehow survived. Saudi exile Osama bin Laden is the focus of the terrorist attack probe. The governments of Germany, France, Britain, and Israel have said he is the most likely suspect. The U.S. military is on highest alert following these multiple attacks. So as the search continues for victims down on Wall Street, a lot of people are wondering what is happening with the financial markets in the United States. Our managing business editor, Neil Cavuto, is here with more on that. Neil.
All right, John, thank you very much. Of course, this was the financial capital of the United States, indeed the world. And for a second day running, there is no trading right now on the major stock exchanges, although there is talk, at least, from the Securities and Exchange Commission office that trading will resume tomorrow. The question is when. We've not gotten a confirmation of that from the exchanges themselves, although the SEC is interested in getting things resuming and fast. There are also separate reports, anecdotal at this point, that a lot of people, particularly in that downtown area, were taking money out of banks like bandits. Some, in fact, we're told, even traders who we know and have had on our show in the past, were taking out every bit of money they had. So there's been a run on some accounts. Now, we can say here that in typical times of strife, the Federal Reserve intervenes and starts adding cash to the banking system. This is a routine matter for the Federal Reserve. We do not know the dollar figures involved here, but it is safe to say they go into the billions of dollars. This happened after the '93 World Trade Center bombing. It happened after the 1987 stock market crash. And normally in times of strife, this is something the world's central banks do. Speaking of the world's central banks, they did put out a sort of united statement earlier today that they stand ready to help in anything at all financial on this ongoing crisis, and that is a sign of support for Alan Greenspan, who was in Switzerland attending a bankers conference, and now there is talk as well that he is trying to get back to the United States. Separately, the other great financial leader in this country, the Treasury Secretary of the United States, Paul O'Neill, indicating that he wants to get back to the United States. He's been in Japan meeting with financial authorities, but he, of course, has been telling anyone who will listen that the United States itself is still strong fundamentally, economically, and it's doing a good job. But the concern, at least at this point, is when does business get back to normal? If the intent of these terrorists was to sort of disrupt capitalism, many in the financial community are arguing the better part of valor is to get back to business, as crass as that sounds, so it doesn't look like the United States capitalist society has been ground to a halt. That's an interesting issue that they're going to be following in the next few hours. We'll keep you posted. Separately, right now, we are joined by retired Major General Paul Valle, who has a bit of a perspective on this. General, thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Neil. How are you?
I'm fine, sir. How do we respond to terrorists? We don't know for certain where they are, who they are, what they're about. What do you do?
Well, Neil, we do know who they are. We do know where they are. It's a matter of making the commitment to go after them. When bin Laden bombed our embassies before, we sent in some cruise missiles, as you remember, and then we did nothing thereafter. We have to understand we've been at war for years of Islamic terrorists going after our various installations, the USS Cole, etc., and that we have not reacted in a very positive manner. We've had a lot of rhetoric. As was mentioned on the Senate floor, we need negotiations and sanctions. We've tried that. That has not worked. We're beyond that now. We must go to war against international terrorism and the states that sponsor this.
Right,
it's time to act and not talk.
I understand. Here's the question. The President made it very clear, we'll not only hold those who did this heinous act responsible, but those who housed them. So let's say it is indeed Afghanistan, as you surmised. Yeah. Would you throw in there like the governments of Sudan and Iraq, who in the past have been sympathetic to Osama bin Laden? How do you go after them? Or do you just say, the hell with it, everybody's a target?
Well, you clearly identify who's been responsible for the international terrorism, and you attack their camps their organizations, their people. We have to go after the leaders. We have to get it out of our minds that we cannot assassinate or terminate these bad people in the world. We bomb innocent people, but yet we don't go after the problem people, the bad guys. And so we need to get over that. We need to get beyond that because we're in a new era now. Yesterday changed everything in the world, and we have to go after and terminate and eliminate these people who are the plague to the world, who are murderers, they're cowards, and we now need to take positive action. So I hope Congress this afternoon, Neil, does declare war on international terrorism and states, and then we have to be selective, but we must act. We must act now.
General, thank you very much. I appreciate your taking the time. All right, here is where we now stand. Terrorism, of course, is hitting America. Hillary Clinton speaking on the floor of the Senate right now, her reaction to yesterday's crisis.
You know, yesterday dawned a beautiful day in New York. My daughter told me that it was one of those days that the sky was totally clear, there was a breeze, and people were starting to line up at the polling places to vote because it was primary day, an election day, a continuation of the commitment to democracy and self-government that has set us apart from every society that has ever existed because of the longevity of our democracy and the will of our people to constantly renew ourselves. New Yorkers went from standing in line to vote to standing in line to donate blood in just a few hours. I don't think any of us will ever get out of our minds the images that we saw on television of the plane going into the first tower, the plane going into the second tower, the plane going into the Pentagon. But there were tens of thousands of our fellow Americans, people who live in New York and New Jersey and Connecticut, people literally from every part of our country and indeed the world, for whom this was not an event that they watched in horror on television, but lived through and in too many instances did not survive. We're beginning to find out what that was like. Chuck and I have a lot of friends who worked in those towers, worked in the center, worked nearby. We're hearing the stories of husbands and wives grabbing cell phones and calling home to say, "I love you. Goodbye." We know, and I am sure every person in this body and in the House and many, many of our fellow citizens, when we finally know the names of those killed and injured, will know someone. This was an attack on New York, but it was really an attack on America. I've been very gratified, as I know that Chuck has and all of our colleagues in the House, by the strong support we've received from the President, and I am very grateful. We've expressed our appreciation. Chuck and I will be going to New York this afternoon with FEMA, and we could not ask for more than we've received in the immediate aftermath of this horrific attack. But we are by no means anywhere near the end of what it will take to continue the search and rescue efforts. We are finding people even as we speak. Yet we know that there is a very grim task ahead to do everything we can to find every person, to account for every single person who went to work. That's all they did. They went to work on a beautiful September day in New York. We will also stand united behind our President as he and his advisors plan the necessary actions to demonstrate America's resolve and commitment, not only to seek out and exact punishment on the perpetrators, but to make very clear that not only those who harbor terrorists, but those who in any way, any aid or comfort whatsoever, will now face the wrath of our country. And I hope that message has gotten through to everywhere it needs to be heard, that you are either with America in our time of need or you are not. We also stand united behind our resolve, as this resolution so clearly states, to recover and rebuild in the aftermath of these tragic acts. You know, New York was not an accidental choice for these madmen, these terrorists, these instruments of evil. They deliberately chose to strike at a city which is a global city. It is the city of the 21st century. It epitomizes who we are as Americans. And so this, in a very real sense, was an attack on America, on our values, on our power, on who we are as a people. And I know, because I know America, that America will stand behind New York, that America will offer whatever resources, aid, comfort, support that New Yorkers and New York require. Because the greatest rebuke we can offer to those who attack our way of life is to demonstrate clearly we are not cowed in any way whatsoever. I hope that within a short period of time, Senator Warner, we see scaffolding on the sides of the Pentagon. After we finish the search and rescue and recovery work that is being carried out heroically there, I hope we all see a clear signal that we are rebuilding, that our defenses are more resolute than ever. And I hope, similarly, that Lower Manhattan has the same kind of image to project, because the reality will be that we are rebuilding and reconstructing and making clear that just as our military might is unchallenged and uncowed, so is our economic, our social, our political values epitomized by New York. I have expressed my strong support for the President, not only as the senator from New York, but as someone who for 8 years had some sense of the burdens and responsibilities that fall on the shoulders of the human being we make our President. It is an awesome and an oftentimes awful responsibility for any person. I know we're up to it. I know we're ready for it.
All right, you have been listening to Hillary Clinton speak on the floor of the U.S. Senate following Chuck Schumer, the senior senator from the state of New York. But all of this is coming at a time when they are still digging through the rubble in downtown New York to find out just how many lost their lives. And that rescue effort, of course, a Herculean task. They're at Ground Zero. Joining us now, Eric Shawn. Eric, what can you tell us?
Well, right now, as you can see, they're moving in huge cranes. Some of the heavy equipment has been coming through. You basically have, we're going to move out of the way because the crane is right here. This heavy equipment is being moved in because overnight we have had a meticulous, pinpoint, excruciating, frustrating, detailed, step-by-step hand search of some of the rubble. This gleaming, glorious 110-story twin tower reduced to basically a 5-story mound of rubble, which is in the interior plaza of that building. About 2,000 search and rescue workers, many of them volunteers, government workers who do other jobs, have been in there all night searching meticulously what they call voids. voids are rooms and chambers and small areas where people could be trapped. They yell out for people. They try and find people. The dogs have been brought in. And so far, thankfully, they have been able to find at least 9 people and save at least 9 people from this tragedy. That number includes 5 firefighters, 3 police officers, and another man. So at least 9 people so far have been saved. Of course, so many thousand perhaps still missing, and who have died in this tragedy. The miracle man of this incident, though, of course, has to be Police Officer John McLaughlin of the Port Authority Police Department. He told rescuers when he was rescued a couple of hours ago that he was on the 82nd floor of one of the towers, and he rode that tower down when it imploded on itself. He landed in between the 2 towers in what was a huge ornamental plaza, basically with just a broken leg. At one point, they thought they would have to amputate that leg, but they did not. John McLaughlin, gloriously alive. Certainly that gave the rescuers a great inspiration to keep on going, keep on pushing, and there are 2,000 busily at work searching hand by hand with dogs in these areas. They believe that most of the subterranean part of the World Trade Center, which is a shopping mall, it was basically abandoned by people who ran out. So some of the workers told me that they didn't see anybody there, that the weird juxtapositions, that the Krispy Kreme store is completely fine while other areas are totally and completely destroyed. We have cranes, we have the National Guard here, we have all sorts of units. They took out 120 trailer truckloads of equipment last night. A lot more to go. It's been going to be taken on barges across the river. So that is the intense operation going on right now. And I just want to close by saying at one point, one of the search and rescue officers gave us a photograph. It was a small desk photograph of 2 children in Halloween costumes. One girl appeared to be 6 years old, the little boy maybe 4, dressed in a little leopard costume with the tail holding the plastic jack-o'-lantern trick-or-treat bag. There was a rock embedded in that tore up some of the photograph. You can only imagine if those two children still have a mother or father today, and I think that's part of what this operation clearly is all about. We're live down with the rescue operation in Lower Manhattan. Eric Shawn, Fox News. Back to the studio.
Eric, thank you very much. So many little vignettes like that we're going to be getting over the next few days, indeed weeks, as they say. It will take that long to get a confirmation of the number of fatalities from this calamity. Well, you know, doctors have been working around the clock at New York City's hospitals. Let's go live to Fox's Catherine Harridge in St. Vincent's, one of the hospitals closest to the World Trade Center. Catherine, what do you have?
Yeah, the latest information we have is that 5 firefighters have been brought here. Hospital officials, though, have emphasized to us that they were not pulled from the rubble, but they did tell officials that the activity downtown, the rescue activity, is intensifying. One hospital official pointed out to me that presents other complications when they're using bulldozers, heavy lifting equipment to remove debris and all of the concrete dust. This stirs up the dust and makes the rescue effort very difficult for the workers. They talk a lot here about an injury they're seeing over and over, and that's an abrasion to the eye. And just to describe it to you, you can imagine the fine dust in the air, and your eye is moist. It clings to your eye and gets trapped under the eyelid. So as you blink naturally, it, in essence, abrades the eye, scratches the eye. It's very painful. It makes it very difficult to see. Now, the latest facts that we have for you in terms of the counts: 41 dead, 259 unaccounted for, that's police and firefighters, 1,700 known injuries. Of that total, 365 individuals have been treated here at St. Vincent's, 90 have been admitted, 4 sadly have died. What they're expecting today is to see many people who were injured yesterday, who thought it was only minor. They were able to make it home, perhaps the adrenaline helping to make them home, and when they got there, they realized that they were much worse off, so they expect to see some of those people back here today. But more significantly, they have several mental health officials on hand, mental health workers who can talk to people. They anticipate a real grieving process, and they're going to need to help to get people through that. Now, earlier this morning, New York's Governor Pataki was here. He told us firsthand about his trip down to the disaster zone. He described the rubble. He also said to us that the concrete had been turned to powdered dust. He told me it was surreal. It was like walking on the moon. Yet the government remains optimistic.
Live
It's our hope. There were 2 Port Authority police officers late last night who were taken from the rubble alive and saved, and there are some indications that there might be people who have been able to communicate by cell phone in the rubble. So we have 18 search and rescue teams down there right now from across America and as far away as Puerto Rico, going through trying to save lives, and that's the focus at this point.
Thank you very much. One of the things that they've been overwhelmed with by the hospital officials is that they've had so many volunteers here, 500 doctors, about 150 nurses. They've really been quite overwhelmed by that. But at this point, they're having to consider 2 things. One, the physical exhaustion, many of these people working for 24 hours straight, and then also the mental and emotional exhaustion, seeing the fractures, seeing the blunt trauma, seeing just horrific burns. And one of the officials we spoke to just moments ago said to us that since midnight last night, they've had no survivors at this hospital that have been pulled from the rubble, and that's really a sad indication of the tremendous loss of life that we've had. Back to you.
Catherine, thank you very much. Catherine Harridge, again, close to Ground Zero of the World Trade Center. Just some reminders of that Red Cross hotline, again, 866-322-5663. We were happy to hear from New York Mayor Rudolph Giuliani that the response for emergency supplies and blood has been overwhelming. If you want to get information on anyone missing there on the web, you can go to www.ifccfbi.gov. Or for victims hotline or those you're concerned about, they're trying to keep this open just to relatives of potential victims, 1-800-331-0075. All right, David Schuster is at the Pentagon right now with the update on the calamity in our nation's capital. David.
Neil, apparently the fire and rescue say that there's still 2 small fires that continue to burn on the Pentagon roof, and so this fortress of the defense establishment continues to burn away. You can see some of the smoke still drifting down to the north of the Pentagon building, and so fire crews are still battling some of the flames, some of the embers that continue to burn up there. Meanwhile, fire and rescue officials now say that they have pulled out of the wreckage there some 80 bodies. But that number, that death toll, is expected to go much higher. There are accounts from inside the Pentagon that perhaps several hundred people, mainly those who work for the Army in that particular section where the plane made its impact, that several hundred people remain unaccounted for. When the American Airlines flight slammed into the side of the building, it was carrying a full load of jet fuel, and the fireball was described as intense, caused significant structural damage, even several hundred feet away from the point of impact. And some rescue workers have described the area where they would like to search as an unstable mess.
We're going to have to clear all that debris out to try to find any people that were left in there. We're obviously trying to help the FBI locate the black boxes if there's anything left of that from the aircraft and the like. We have a lot of areas at the impact site where the 5 floors collapsed. They're leaning at about a 45-degree angle, literally like a slide. What makes it even worse is that slide is pointed to this other area that's unsupported. So we have to be very careful. It's almost the analogy I use is like a game of pickup sticks. You've got all these members there, and if you pull out the wrong one, they can all come crashing down.
But again, search and rescue, because of the instability of the building, have been unable to go and actually go as far as they would like. This morning, some fire crews draped an American flag from the roof of the Pentagon. This is the side of the building where the rescue crews hope to be able to remove some of this wreckage and try to recover some more of the bodies. Meanwhile, counterterrorism sources tell Fox News that the intelligence establishment in Washington has made significant progress in pinpointing which terrorist cells were responsible for this. More information is expected to come out later today. But again, the National Security Agency in Virginia going through literally millions of electronic phone calls and electronic intercepts to try to isolate some of these messages, some of the contacts, to try to determine exactly who was responsible. Plans already being drawn up for the Pentagon for a number of different scenarios if and when the president decides that military action is the appropriate response. Neil?
All right, thank you very much, David Schuster. Just a quick financial market update as well. We are also waiting to hear from Morgan Stanley. Dean Witter, the chairman and CEO of the company. Both gentlemen are expected to be talking to financial reporters. That is probably the best known financial name that was involved in the World Trade Center bombing yesterday. There is no status in death here, so it really doesn't matter. But there are reports that Morgan Stanley might have lost a good many executives, one of the premier brokerage names on the planet. We'll keep you posted on that. that. In the meantime, I want to go to my buddy John Scott, who's upstairs, with a bird's eye view of what's going on about 40 blocks down.
That's right. Thanks very much, Neil. We are keeping an eye on the situation down at the Battery, down at southern Manhattan, where the World Trade Center continues to smolder, but also keeping an eye on the investigation. Orlando Salinas is in Daytona Beach, Florida, with the latest on what FBI and other police authorities are learning there. Orlando?
Good morning, John. The FBI, as you said, Daytona Beach Police, also bomb squads, all here right now, all searching certainly for one, possibly two people right now, two former students of the place where we are at right now, which is Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. That is here in Daytona Beach, Florida. Let's show you now some pictures of this school that were shot just a short while ago, just a few hours ago this morning. Federal investigators say cell phone calls they intercepted yesterday, apparently, following the attacks in New York and D.C. as well as PA. Some of those calls were traced to Daytona Beach, what they call sympathizers. We've seen a good chunk of local police here today. We understand that yesterday police did seize a car, confiscated a red 1994 Camaro. They believe it belongs to one man that we now have confirmed his name. He is Ali Mohammed Al-Darmaki. He is a 20-year-old student here. Police report says that Al-Darmaki last attended school here at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University in June. We also understand that Al-Darmaki never took any flying or pilot classes here at this school. He is, we're told, from the United Arab Emirates. Police say his car had a Palestinian flag as well as a picture of the billionaire terrorist Osama bin Laden, had a picture of him somewhere on his car. That car, we understand, has been towed, taken away out of here. It is under lock and key, kept away from the view of all of the cameras, but indeed it is here. We also understand that as we speak right now, Chris, if you could, guys, if you could move out of the way. Chris, if you could sort of pan off a little bit. I'm catching you off guard. But over here to my left, you're right at home, is the Daytona Beach International Airport. We understand at this point right now, there is a Continental plane on the ground there that has been surrounded by federal agents as well as the FBI, as well as local police here. They have brought out their bomb-sniffing squad and dogs, and they are searching right now for what they say could be a bomb. They may have received a bomb threat. We're not really sure exactly how that transpired, but that certainly is what's taking place here right now. Let me also tell you this much right now. Police are here. They are at this university because, as I said earlier, they did intercept some cell phone calls yesterday here at this school. Now, Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University is listed by many people, is considered as one of the most prestigious training schools in the United States. They apparently do have an exchange program, and they bring in students from all around the world to train here. Now, we do understand sources are quoting U.S. Attorney General John Ashcroft as saying that he believes it's possible that the terrorists that were involved in yesterday's attacks did receive training at some superior aviation schools here in the country, and that is why some of these federal agents are here right now. Now, he does believe, and he has said already, that they have got some fantastic flight simulators here on the campus of Embry-Riddle Aeronautical School, and he believes that somehow these terrorists must have received some superior training to be able to pull off what they did yesterday. We understand it's very possible that officials at this school, who we have already asked for statements to give some sort of comment, but they have certainly backed off completely, saying they're not going to speak to the media. They say that this is a federal investigation, and if you want any information, you just better walk on over to the feds and ask them, because they are keeping their mouths shut. Now, after a little bit of talking, now they're backing off a little bit here at the school and saying, look, we may have a press conference a little bit later on this afternoon where we certainly will give a full statement and tell you as much as we possibly can. John?
All right, Orlando Salinas reporting live from Daytona Beach. Thank you. One of the things we are still not seeing here from our bird's eye vantage point is any air traffic. The cap on air traffic remains in place, although there were reports as recently as an hour ago that the FAA was hoping to lift that cap about half an hour from now, noon Eastern time. We'll keep an eye on that. We'll let you know what is the latest. Neil, back to you.
All right, in that regard, John, we're also hearing reports from United Airlines that it is looking at a small number of flights today. It did not indicate where or when, but that is the first airline that I can see that has indicated it is looking to fly again later today. Again, United Airlines not indicating from what airports those flights will resume or when they will resume, but we'll be keeping you posted. Separately, we are expecting word from one or several of the major exchanges as to when they will reopen. The chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission has indicated it could come as early as tomorrow, whether that would be the traditional 9:30 open. Anyone's guess. This, of course, a symbolic move to say that the capitalist community is back in business, and the terrorists hoping to shut it down will be disappointed. So it's as much for symbolism, even though trading would likely be very, very light. On to some other issues now. For some insight into the Islamic terrorists, we're joined by Mark Juergensmeyer. He's the author of a book looking at the terrorists behind the last World Trade Center bombing. He's done extensive research on the terror mastermind, Osama bin Laden. And we've also got with us a fellow who knows a thing or two about terrorism, General George Julwan, the former NATO Supreme Commander. Mark, if I can begin with you. How do you catch a guy who's had a good deal of time now to run and to hide?
You don't catch it very easily. And you have to remember that if this is a war, first of all, it's a war that's proclaimed by Osama bin Laden and by the Islamic activists, a small crew of transnational activists. That's their war, the one that they proclaimed, and they would love for us to be sucked into their image of a global cosmic war. It's not. It's a very specific war with a very specific group. And we should beware of getting involved with a war with all Arab states, for example, and certainly not all Muslims. We should target our attacks very specifically against this one network and this one group of people.
But haven't we tried that already, and to little avail?
And that's the problem, because they are a very small network, but it's not going to help to widen this war to a broader group of Arab states. I think if we do that, then we're sucked into their image of a global war. I've talked with many people associated with the Osama bin Laden's movement. I've talked with people who tried to bomb the World Trade Center in 1993, who did bomb it, of course. And the only difference from their point of view of what happened in 1993 and what happened yesterday is that yesterday they were successful. In 1993, they were trying to bring down the whole of the World Trade Center. And when I talked with Mahmoud Abu Lima in prison, one of the people who was involved in the conspiracy to bomb the World Trade Center in '93, and I said, look, if you had been successful and you had brought down the whole of the World Trade Center, you might have killed as many as 200,000 people. And he said that's exactly the number of people that the United States killed in their act of terrorism in Hiroshima. So from his point of view, there was a moral equation between what he regarded as America's terrorism in the world and what they were trying to do.
I guess it's just hard to relate to this kind of nuttiness. But General Julwan, maybe you can help me. There are reports, of course, that the Afghan government has or can get a hold of Osama bin Laden, but then you wonder whether it goes back to what President Bush said in his remarks to the nation last night, that we will hold not only the terrorists themselves responsible, but I'm paraphrasing here, those who house them. So would that essentially be the green light, and should it be the green light, to go after nations that just might let them reside within their borders?
But first of all, you have to get the facts, and I think the previous speaker was talking about getting the facts right here, and there's an enormous effort going on now, going through all kinds of intelligence reports to try to get the sort of information we need. We think we know where the finger is pointing. We have to be sure that it must be a focused effort in order to make sure that what we do is targeted at the right individual and right state if we determine that it is state-sponsored.
But see, and Mark, maybe you can always this, we never do. We never do know unequivocally that by going after, let's say, in Afghanistan, or if you wanted to expand it to Sudan, or any one of a host of enemy countries, whether you're doing more harm than good, that the knee-jerk response, and quite justifiably so, is to go after all of the SOBs. But in so doing, do you not deepen the crisis, or maybe is that what we're looking at?
Well, that's exactly the problem. The problem is to go in like gangbusters and overreact might, in fact, provoke more violence from Osama bin Laden's cadres, but also suck in state activists, to suck in Arab states into being involved in a war with us that they're not involved in right now.
So you fear, in other words, a constant tit for tat, like Ronald Reagan attacks Libya, you know, after the Beirut bombings, they go after one of our planes and shoot them down, and on and on and on it goes, right?
But this is not a state. Remember, this is the difference between this and Pearl Harbor. This is not Pearl Harbor. We're not attacked by a country.
General, what do you think of that?
We're attacked by one guy in Afghanistan.
We have got to change the way we're doing business here, and that is we've got to institutionalize, not just have
an attack against for one day or 1 week. We've got to change the way that we're looking at this. This is a long-term operation. You're dealing with a very small cell. They've probably gone to ground. We've got to change the way we look at things. It isn't just fighting two major theater wars somewhere. We have got to organize ourselves. That's military, police, ambassadors, political, all to understand that this has to be an interagency with our allies response to try to understand how do we prevent one of these from occurring.
Yeah, but I got to tell you, General, I got to tell you, from some of those allies, even in their editorials today, they're saying we can understand and sympathize with you, USA, but you got to check with us before you go after anyone.
Well, I don't think that's. We have the right to respond to this horrific attack against our people, but let us not. We need to try to work with our allies. But we do have the right to respond. But let us get institutionally correct here. We're not there yet.
And the General was right. We're in a new era. The transnational actors and a new kind of war.
All right, guys. Thank you both very much, General
Thank you.
and Mark. Welcome back, everybody, to Fox News' continuing coverage of the terrorism that hit America yesterday and is changing everyone's lives ever since. Some of the updated figures we have for you, you've probably heard maybe up to 800 casualties at the Pentagon, about 266 on those 4 planes that were hijacked, 3 of which were used in essentially kamikaze air raids on some of the most well-known structures in the United States, the World Trade Center, of course, the Pentagon. 300 firemen are missing, presumed dead. 78 policemen missing, presumed dead. The count could go up by a staggering sum. We now join Tony Snow in Washington with the latest from the nation's capital. Hey, Tony.
Hey, Neil. A couple of things. Even though the President of the United States and key members of both the House and Senate have used the term war today to describe the attacks yesterday on American targets in New York and in Washington, D.C., I've been assured by a senior leadership official in the House of Representatives that there is no contemplation, at least today, of considering a declaration of war. Instead, what the House is probably going to do is offer tomorrow what they call a permanent supplemental. It basically means a blank check to the President of the United States to use however he wishes in trying to wage, you call it war, call it a response to yesterday's attacks. That means in terms of intelligence expenditures, military expenditures, you name it. And it sounds as if members of both parties are on board with that. In addition, NATO, evidently, Rick Boucher, in a briefing just a few minutes ago with reporters, hinted that NATO is likely to pass a resolution, a so-called Article 5 resolution, that not only would express solidarity with the United States, but also pave the way for some form of military cooperation should we figure out exactly what it is we want to do. You just alluded to the fact that some foreign newspapers are saying, okay, you need to deal with us and foreign ministers. It looks as if NATO ministers are at this point willing to start working on military cooperation. I spoke earlier today with Secretary of State Colin Powell. He said something very much like that is underway. Rick Boucher also noted that 25% of our embassies and missions overseas, that is, our embassies and consulates overseas, that's 50 to 60 of them, have closed, at least for now. That's subject to the call of the counselor or the consular general or the ambassador at the site. They can determine whether they've got security needs that require closing the facility. That has happened. We are expecting the Department of Transportation to issue at noon today, in less than half an hour, on the internet a statement presumably regarding the nation's airports, which will let us know what's going to be open today, what's not going to be open. And finally, members of Congress are agreeing on a great deal today. Also in the House of Representatives, evidently they're going to hold a prayer vigil at about 8 o'clock tonight. The time isn't firm yet. A prayer vigil in the rotunda of the United States Capitol. That will be open to the press and obviously produce a lot of pictures. So there's a great deal of activity. Also, Colin Powell, the Secretary of State, is expected to brief the press 2:30. They're trying to figure out the exact time today. And the President and his advisors are playing phone tag, or at least they're getting in touch by phone with leaders all over the country. It is pretty obvious that the United States is preparing some sort of military option. The timeline unknown. When Secretary of State Colin Powell was on TV today earlier, he made it pretty clear that they think that they're narrowing in very rapidly on the people responsible, and they think they're going to be ready to move. Neil?
All right, Tony, thank you very, very much. Tony Snow in Washington. Of course, we will be going to Tony throughout the day to get the latest developments in Washington. Of course, the Pentagon bombing, as we told you about, we have close to 100 known casualties right now, but it could rapidly exceed that, maybe as many as 800. We do want to hear from you about these events over the last 24 hours, and I want to bring my buddy David Asman in here to sort of pick apart developments as well. David, some fast and furious movements today.
Indeed there are. Great to be with you here, though, Neil. What are your thoughts? We want to know what you think about all this. How are you feeling about this? Does it give you pause? Does it make you afraid of America, or does it give you the resolve to fight back? Give us a call, 1-888-TEL-FOX. We're going to be taking those calls very soon.
All right. In the meantime, Dave, we're going to go to Jeff Goldblatt, who's live in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, where one of those 4 planes went down, and there might have been a little heroism involved there, Jeff, huh?
Yes, indeed, there may have, Neil. Unlike the terrorism targets at the Pentagon and in New York, where there is still hope today of finding survivors, here in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, where United Flight 93 went down, that hope, it is long gone. The flight en route from Newark to San Francisco, and the focus today is on recovery of debris and also what happened. The flight left Newark yesterday shortly after 8 o'clock and made it as far west as the Cleveland area before taking a turn to the south and then the southeast in the direction of the nation's capital before going down here in Shanksville, which is about 80 miles to the southeast of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Why this plane went down here and not perhaps a more high-profile target, as some are now speculating, could be the result of heroics from either the crew or some passenger who made it into the cockpit and decided that if I'm going to die, I'm going to take this plane down here in a rural area and not in some high-profile target area. This morning, investigators from the NTSB, the FBI, and also the ATF are on site treating this as a crime scene. They've set up 2 perimeters, one an inner perimeter and also an outer perimeter, about 4 miles in radius, and they're scouring the site. But they say it's going to be a long investigation, Neil, because there's very little there that's any bigger than a telephone book. What they're going to go after immediately, though, the in-flight voice recorder and also the data recorder, which are of vital importance.
All right, Jeff, thank you very, very much. That's an amazing story, Jeff. If you could still hear me, that some of those guys on the plane had the wherewithal to know they were going to die, but to avoid an even bigger catastrophe, they forced these hijackers down.
Yeah, Neil, I can still hear you. We heard from Congressman Murtha, Democrat in the 12th District this morning here in Pennsylvania, and that was his speculation as to why the plane went down here. He also talked about why this scene is critical to this investigation as to all the terrorism targets that were hit yesterday, and the reason being the likelihood that these black boxes might be found. Unlike in New York and also at the Pentagon, where it could be a long time before the black boxes are found, if they are ever found, here the crater is about 35 feet deep. And it doesn't, investigators do not believe, at least preliminarily, that the black boxes would have been compromised, even though this was a violent crash, and so that some data might be retrievable, perhaps later this week, and perhaps getting some preliminary information as early as early next week, Neil.
All right, Jeff Goldblatt, thank you very, very much. Jeff Goldblatt at the scene of what might have been a heroic effort outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, on the part of the people doomed on that flight to make sure the damage wasn't even more severe. Dave?
And joining us now, former NTSB board member and Fox News contributor Dr. Vernon Gross. Dr. Gross, if it is conceivable that they find that black box somewhere in that deep pit, that crater that was created by that plane crash out in rural Pennsylvania, are they going to be able to retrieve any data from it?
I think it depends on 2 things, Neil. First of all, they have to make sure that the terrorists themselves did not disable the recorders. They already disabled the transponder. The transponder allowed air traffic control on the ground to track the aircraft, and in the case of the other 3 aircraft, the terrorists disabled the transponder. If they also did that to the cockpit voice recorder and the flight data recorder, then there would be nothing on them, even if you found them.
Dr. Gross, could you just hold your thoughts for a moment, please? We've got a breaking development.
Indeed we do, Dave. At Logan International Airport outside of Boston, where 2, of course, of the doomed hijacked flights took off. They're having a presser right now. Let's listen in.
We ready, everyone? Is the microphone on? Yep.
Good morning. My name, again, is Virginia Buckingham, Executive Director and CEO of the Massachusetts Port Authority. I'm joined here this morning by Massachusetts U.S. Attorney Jim Farmer, by FBI Special Agent in Charge Charlie Prouty, by State Police Colonel John DeFava, Massport Director of Aviation Tom Kitten, and Massport Director of Public Safety Joe Lawless. This morning, I instructed Massport staff to focus on 3 priorities. Number 1 is to continue to assist law enforcement with the ongoing investigation. Number 2 is to work with the airline's family assistance teams to transition the Family Assistance Center at the Hilton to them and to continue to aid the numerous family members who are currently at the airport. Number 3 is to begin to focus on reopening the airport, including full compliance with the new security requirements being imposed on all U.S. airports. We received specific guidance on these measures from the FAA a short time ago, and I'm proud to say that many of these measures have been in place at Logan for many years. In addition, I spoke with Governor Swift this morning, and she has instructed us to go beyond these FAA requirements by placing state police at all security checkpoints at Logan Airport. With the new FAA requirements and the additional security at Logan, we are confident that when the airport is reopened, the safety of the traveling public will be ensured. I'm going to turn this over to our other speakers. Let me just say that due to the ongoing investigation and for the sake of public safety, the law enforcement officials who are here with us today are limited in the questions that they can answer and the facts that they can confirm. Let me first ask Tom Kinton, the Director of Aviation for Logan Airport, to speak.
Good morning. As Ginny mentioned, we are focused on a reopening of this airport, and I cannot tell you what time that will occur. I'm going to go through a number of issues, summarizing the guidance that we have been given by FAA, both the airlines and the airport operator, that has to be done and has to be in place before this airport can open. A lot of it, as you will see, will take a lot of time, and we are going to take our time. And if we have to delay the reopening of this airport, as others open around the country, we will delay the reopening to get it done and get it right. First of all, let me reemphasize that the guidance is for all U.S. airports. It will begin with immediately evacuation of all terminals and sweeping of canine teams, explosive canine teams. Increased presence of uniformed personnel, plainclothes security personnel, and others in all areas of the airport. And as you heard mentioned, we will be staffing the security checkpoints with uniformed state police, which goes beyond the guidance given to us by FAA. Be increasing the frequency of random ID checks in the secured areas of Logan Airport. We will secure, we already have them in place, bomb detection teams for quick response here at Logan Airport. We will be reducing the number of operational access points into the airport. We will also discontinue curbside check-in and remove unauthorized vehicles that are within 300 feet of any terminal building. And that point there is probably one of the most time-consuming things we have to accomplish, because presently there are over 9,000 vehicles parked at Logan Airport. One of the garages, Terminal B, has almost 2,500 vehicles, and it needs to be emptied. We are in the process of doing that and relocating those cars to Suffolk Downs, and we will not reopen that terminal, certainly, and perhaps not the airport, until that task is completed. There is FAA is prohibiting the sale or use of knives regardless of any size in any sterile areas of the airport. That includes concession operators, food, beverage, as well as any retail operators that may sell such items. That means anything metal or plastic. Airport operators will develop an awareness plan to keep all airport employees informed about security, and the airport operators and the FAA shall review and reevaluate these contingency plans for ongoing airport security threats that may develop. Airlines will not be accepting cargo or mail, and prior to passenger boarding of any airplanes, those aircraft must undergo a comprehensive search. That's each and every flight before they are boarded by passengers. And as I said at the beginning, we do not have an estimate on when this airport will reopen. Possibly it could be for some relocation of flights that are on the ground, ferrying empty airplanes back into position later today. And again, no estimate on reopening the airport for commercial flights until we have a better handle on both the airline responsibility here and the airport operator responsibilities being fulfilled. We've already had an air carrier meeting. We held it this morning. This work is underway, and we'll be meeting with the air carriers later this afternoon to update and keep the traveling public updated relative to the reopening of Logan Airport. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. The next speaker is Colonel John DeFava, Massachusetts State Police.
Thank you, Director. Good morning. The Massachusetts State Police is prepared to provide all necessary resources to assist the Massport Authority in reaching and surpassing those new security measures as mandated by the FAA. These resources will include additional personnel, special and tactical units such as explosive ordnance disposal personnel, and canines that are capable of sniffing out explosives. These measures will stay in place indefinitely to ensure the safety of the public at the airport. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Charlie Prouty, FBI Special Agent in Charge, Boston.
Thank you, Director. I want to reassure all New England citizens that your law enforcement is aggressively investigating this horrific event. First of all, my heart goes out to the victims and the families in this tragedy. Because this appears to be a terrorist attack, the FBI will be taking lead investigative status in this. We set up a command post in the FBI office in Boston yesterday as soon as we received notice of the hijacking. This is a joint command post with State Department, ATF, Customs, the Massachusetts State Police, OSI, Boston Police Department, Department of Transportation, U.S. Secret Service, and the U.S. Marshals represented. We're also involved in Massport's command post at Logan Airport. We'll continue to man these command posts and continue our joint investigations around the clock until all investigations have been completed. We are coordinating our investigation with FBI headquarters and with other federal agencies. A website and a toll-free tip line has been established. For this case, we're using the Internet Fraud Complaint Center website, which is www.ifccfbi.gov, because it's an existing site designed to receive information from the public. The toll-free number is 1-866-483-5137, and we've had these two lines up for the last day, and we have been getting some good information and some good tips. At this time, the White House is coordinating all public information at the national level. As this is an ongoing case, I'll not be discussing the case or taking any questions, but I can assure you that absolutely everything will be done to identify and bring the perpetrators to justice. Thank you. Sorry.
We have one more speaker, Massachusetts U.S. Attorney Jim Farmer.
Thank you, Director Buckingham. I'm really here to second the comments of Mr. Prouty. I'm here first to doubly ensure the public that the prosecutive resources of the Department of Justice, and specifically the United States Attorney Office in Massachusetts, are working round the clock in the closest possible coordination with all federal, state, and local law enforcement investigative agencies. I will be making no statement and taking no questions as well. It is and will be remaining our highest priority to conduct a successful criminal investigation of these critical events. I would ask your indulgence and your understanding that at this time we are simply unable to make any further comment.
Are there any other questions not pertaining to the investigation?
Wraps up the initial part of some introductory remarks at Logan International Airport, where two of the doomed flights yesterday left. The two, of course, that were involved in yesterday's big calamities at the World Trade Center. We should emphasize here that if I heard some of these guys right, they're going to do a full sweep of the airport. They're not going to allow any cargo or mail on any of the planes. So if I'm just thinking on the top of my head, that's going to be next to impossible to get back to business as usual or flights normally scheduled anytime soon today. I guess it's possible later today, but if we're to take them at face value, it's going to be a few hours away. So, Dave, I just don't see it happening anytime soon.
And Neil, you and I were talking about how despite all the security precautions, who is going to want to fly in the near future unless they absolutely have to? This has got to hit the airline industry, in addition to many others we've talked about, insurance industries, et cetera.
Sure.
Very, very hard.
Well, they've been losing a lot of money lately, and higher fuel prices haven't helped. A soft economy certainly is just, hurting them all the more. And now you got a lot of people quite panic-stricken about this.
All right. We've covered events in New York, in Boston. We're going to go down to Washington now. Of course, the Pentagon was hit yesterday. The disaster there unfolding in a very, very much worse way than we had initially thought. Our James Rosen is following that situation from the White House lawn. James?
Well, David, according to a well-informed source who is close to the Bush administration, the hijackers, at least of United Flight 93, that's the one that went down in Pennsylvania, have already been identified by name. This source tells me that the key to finding the perpetrators of all of the attacks is, quote, what we're finding in Pennsylvania at that wreck site. The source added much there at that site has not burned and much has been salvaged. And according to this source, the hijackers, at least of United Flight 93, the one that went down in Pennsylvania, have been identified by name. And this source added that it looks like what all the papers are saying as well, that these hijackers are indeed tied in with Osama bin Laden, the famed terrorist who has been linked to a series of terrorist attacks against the United States over the past decade. But to recap, according to a well-informed source close to the Bush administration, the hijackers, at least of United Flight 93, the one that went down in Pennsylvania, have already been identified by name based on some of the wreckage out at that site in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. David?
All right. James Rosen, we thank you very much. Well, in this time of tragedy, many people, of course, are turning to religion for guidance and comfort. With us to talk about that, Liberty University Chancellor, the Reverend Jerry Falwell. Jerry Falwell, thanks very much for coming here today. How do we confront this as a nation?
Well, obviously, first with prayer, and I don't know in my ministry of 50 years when more Americans have been praying. 6,000 to 7,000 people came together here in one place in our little Lynchburg, Virginia, on the campus of Liberty University to pray for America, pray for the president. That certainly is first and foremost. Secondly, I think the president has on him the burden to act decisively and swiftly. We are at war, as he himself said, and that means, as FDR in 1941, December 7, called this a day of infamy, and the Congress declared war the day later, spent 4 years of its maximum resources stamping out Nazism. I think our president can do no less. We've got to decide this is war. Osama bin Laden, I mean, everybody wants to talk about it, but we know what he has done, and what he's done in the past is enough to annihilate him. I think we have to find him, spend the resources, do whatever it takes, and rid the earth of him, of this man.
Reverend Falwell, you mentioned, of course, prayer, and the power of prayer should not be underestimated. Nevertheless, I hate to say this, but I'm sure those terrorists who hijacked the planes were praying to their own God. And the question is, how do we distinguish between the peaceful followers of Islam and the supporters of terrorists?
Well, all Muslims, of course, are not murderers and barbarians.
So, Reverend, I'm sorry to interrupt you here. New York Mayor Giuliani is speaking in New York. Let's listen to him.
We have more volunteers than we know what to do with right now. But please continue to volunteer, because we're going to need you tomorrow and the next day and the day after. And, you know, our firefighters and police officers are going to get pretty exhausted after a period of time. So the outpouring of volunteers has been tremendous, and we're very, very thankful for that. And the city, the people of the city, their spirit is tremendous. And I said that yesterday, and I'll say it again. This city is the greatest city in the world. It has the greatest people, and a bunch of cowardly terrorists can't make us fearful. We're stronger than they are. We're better than they are. And people of the city proved it yesterday. They're going to prove it today. And they're going to be a great example of what Americans are like. Thank you.
Yes. All right, in New York, Mayor Giuliani, he's been the #1 cheerleader for the city of New York right now, indicating, well, there is, at least at this point, no way to determine how many died in this disaster. New York's finest are doing their best, including just the general residents of New York. Dave Asman's certainly one of those. And it has been unusual, just the camaraderie and the sense of togetherness
But
out of this city that gets a bad rap.
The one thing that everybody appears to agree on at this point is that Mayor Giuliani has done a fabulous job taking all kinds of questions, all times of night, following his people wherever they go.
And he doesn't sleep. This guy has not
sleep,
slept.
and yet he still maintains his calm, maintains his determination. He's not weak-kneed one bit. He stands firm and strong and committed.
And I think it goes back to his DA days, district attorney days.
Yeah.
I mean, he has a fine legal mind, and he just has that deliberate style that is just tailor-made for a disaster.
We're glad we have him for the moment. We want to go back to Reverend Jerry Falwell. Reverend, I cut you off in mid-sentence.
Yes.
The question distinguishing between the terroristic followers of Islam and the peaceful followers of Islam. It's going to be hard to do in the coming weeks and months.
It is, and we must be careful not to generalize. Most Muslims are peace-loving people who are just trying to live and let live. But the fundamentalist Muslims, I'm talking about the bin Ladens, I'm talking about also the crazed extremists like Yasser Arafat and Saddam Hussein. The only cure for these people is the one that Ronald Reagan imposed upon Muammar Gaddafi 20 years ago. He put a missile down his chimney, killed some of his family, unfortunately. But Mr. Gaddafi decided to get out of the terrorism business, and in 20 years, we've hardly heard of him.
Understood. Reverend Falwell, again, we have breaking news all over the place. I hope you understand we have to break in once again.
All right, Tony Snow in Washington. What have you got, Tony?
Neil, very quickly, one of our producers out at the Pentagon is reporting that the Pentagon is being evacuated. The people are running out of the building. As you no doubt know, that the fire was never completely stopped, and the way fires work is that they tend to work quite often within the framework of building, dancing through air ducts and so on. Evidently, the fire has gotten worse. We do not have any video. We don't have any correspondence at the site at the moment, but as soon as we do, obviously we'll be bringing that news to you. But again, to repeat, one of our producers has informed us that people are evacuating the Pentagon. There's a shot of the Pentagon. You don't see much that would indicate that sense of urgency, but that's the report we have, and obviously we'll get back to you with more as soon as we have confirmation.
And Tony, if I'm to understand it, this would have been even worse had this particular portion of the Pentagon not been recently reinforced. Hard to imagine how it could have been much worse, but that it actually could have been.
Not only was it being reinforced, but also it was being renovated. So a lot of the offices in that particular portion of the Pentagon were vacant. Nevertheless, yesterday we had cheery reports that they thought that there might be a fairly low casualty estimate, and indeed, if you take that particular slice of the Pentagon, certainly a couple of thousand people should have been there. We've heard estimates today ranging from 100 to 800 may have died in yesterday's attack, and furthermore, that they don't expect any more survivors. I have a feeling that the structural and interior damage is far worse than we originally were led to believe, but on the other hand, when you have fires with that kind of intensity and that kind of heat, it takes a very long time for people to put it out sufficiently even to be able to examine it. Firefighters were all over the roof of the Pentagon last night punching holes in it, trying to provide air for the flames to come through so they could simply figure out where the flames were and where the fire had traveled. And that's the kind of challenge that they're going to be facing until they get this thing taken care of.
All right, Tony, thank you very, very much. Before I turn over to Dave here, I just want to update you on Keith Brett Woods. You're going to start hearing more talk of this. Those who had offices in one of the two World Trade Centers yesterday confirming that they cannot account for 172 of their workers. Neither can Morgan Stanley Dean Witter, that it has limited information on the safety of its workers. Separately, Senator Chuck Schumer says, regardless, it's a good time that the market should open as soon as possible. Dave?
And we want to go back down to Washington, where our David Schuster, who has been following events very carefully in the Pentagon, has more information. Once again, we want to say, while it's being evacuated, this is not another terrorist attack of any kind. We're just talking about a fire that is very difficult to put out, very difficult to control, sprouting out in places where they are unprepared to deal with it. That appears to be the reason why the Pentagon is now being evacuated. But David Schuster, back to you. David Schuster? David Schuster, can you hear us? All right, apparently our connection...
Are you able to hear me?
There we go. David Schuster, we can hear you now. Go ahead. David Schuster, you're on the air.
David,
go ahead.
Can you hear me? Well, David, if you can hear me, I'm going to just let you know that there have been 3 fires that apparently broke out this morning underneath the Pentagon roof that have spread significantly beyond the point of impact that we're all familiar with, that big gaping hole on the south side of the building. The smoke was apparently getting fairly thick towards the center, towards the A and the B rings that are closest to the center courtyard, and that is some of the areas where they had hoped that the fire would not spread. So that has caused certain sections of the Pentagon where they had hoped some employees would be able to go back in. That has caused them now to tell those people, no, you're going to have to go back out and leave. It's not the sort of mass chaotic confusion with the evacuation yesterday when the American Airlines jetliner smashed into the side, but nonetheless, this is sort of another sign of the frustration that the firefighters have had in battling the blaze at the Pentagon. It's a huge structure, 23,000 employees. It's some 500,000 square feet, and one of the problems that they have had is that the fire is spreading not just up through the roof, but is going through each of the different wedges within the Pentagon. Starting, of course, on the south side, it has apparently now turned the corner to some of the other concentric sides of the Pentagon. 5 sides of the Pentagon. You have the southwest side that you're looking at here. Apparently the fire in a couple spots has now turned the corners, making its way office by office down the hallway. For much of the night, for much of the morning, we've seen firefighters dumping hundreds of gallons of water a minute on the roof. The problem that they're having, though, is they're not always essentially getting on the flames. Some of the flames are sprouting up in places where the firefighters on top of the roof cannot see them. And again, this is causing a lot of confusion, a lot of angst within the Pentagon in a lot of the offices where they thought that some employees would be able to return today. This has been a very orderly process at the Pentagon. This has not been described as very chaotic or a lot of confusion. It's just frustration that the firefighters are not able to control the fire to the degree that they wish they would have been able to now, some 27 hours after the jetliner crashed in the south side of the Pentagon. Back to you.
David, what is the very latest on casualty figures?
In case you're asking me any questions, I've lost IFB, so I'm going to leave it at that.
All right. David Schuster is reporting from the Pentagon. Once again, the fire situation there continues to be hazardous. There are evacuations being made right now, not because of another terrorist attack. This is not because of another terrorist attack. This is related to yesterday's attack. The fires are extraordinarily difficult to put out, primarily because the casings of the Pentagon, as you would imagine, were so thick that it's difficult for the firefighters to get their rescue efforts, the water inside the Pentagon, and these fires keep spurting out in all kinds of different directions. So the evacuation is taking place. As you can see, it's very orderly. There does not appear to be any type of panic whatsoever. You're looking down at the bottom of your screen at recent estimates, the top of which have come in much higher than we originally believed they would. We had thought, because this particular area of the Pentagon, which was hit hardest by the plane crash, by the terrorist act, was being renovated, that perhaps it would be devoid of a lot of the personnel that was normally there. That may have been true, but still, upward estimates are that perhaps as many as 800 people, in addition to those in the plane itself, died as a result of this terrorist act on our military headquarters of the United States. There is a news conference happening now in Pennsylvania about the crash of the airline there. Let's listen in.
FBI Pittsburgh office, 412-471-2000.
Stay with us, please. We're holding on. We may still have the audio portion of that press conference on the plane that went down in Pennsylvania. Let's see if we do. No, unfortunately, we lost both the video and the audio. But our Eric Shawn, I believe, is at Ground Zero, and there is a press conference happening there in New York. Let's see if we can get any audio from that one.
And many of you were here last night when Governor Ridge addressed the group. Obviously, we take our responsibility very seriously, and the prime responsibility of the Pennsylvania State Police is scene security and to assist the FBI in any way that we can with this investigation. To that end, we have approximately 130 troopers working a day shift and approximately 150 troopers working a night shift to ensure that only authorized personnel are allowed at the crime scene. In addition to that, we also have the mounted unit, our helicopter units, and other personnel from the Pennsylvania State Police to ensure security as well as to assist the FBI with their forensic search. As Agent Covington said, we expect to be here several weeks, and our commitment is to make sure that the sanctity of this place where 45 souls were lost, as well as the possibility of gaining critical evidence to solve crimes too heinous to even discuss or think about, is accomplished. Agent.
Any questions?
Worthington, are people actually out there right now collecting evidence? Or are you still mapping?
Still mapping and gridding.
Any evidence, sir, of a bomb on board at this point?
We have nothing at this point with respect to that issue. Again, we're mapping, we are mapping and gridding. We haven't collected anything yet.
How about telephone calls made aboard that plane to family and 911 centers describing that there was 3 people aboard the plane, they had hijacked the plane, and they knew they were going down?
I would ask that you direct that question to Jeff Colleen, the Pittsburgh office, at 412-471-2000.
Sir, do you have any reason to think that those calls were real? We should be doubting those reports?
Quite frankly, our efforts have been focused, as you can imagine, here at this location. Again, I can only direct you to contact Jeff Colleen at our Pittsburgh office.
We heard that a fire started overnight. What ignited that? Did any additional evidence possibly burn?
I'll defer to the Lieutenant Colonel.
Are you searching for the black box right now?
Let me answer the fire question first, and then we'll move. The airplane crash resulted in a fire initially with the jet fuel. Aspects of that fire involved the tires of the aircraft. It's very difficult for the fire crew to put those out, and there were some hot spots that were still there that ignited sometime after dark, and we brought the fire department back in just to knock down the hot spots.
Did any other pieces of possible debris get burned up in that second fire?
No, they did not.
Are you searching for the black box right now while you're mapping?
We are doing so.
All right, once again, this is a presser related to that crash that occurred in Pennsylvania, south of Pittsburgh by about 80 miles. It is assumed by many that that plane might have been aimed at Camp David. Perhaps no coincidence. Yesterday was an anniversary of one of the anniversaries of the Camp David Peace Accord. Perhaps that was a destination. We may never know for sure, but they are searching now for the black box inside a ditch that may be 35 feet deep. Such as the crater that was left by this plane smashing into the ground with almost a full load of fuel. We will give you more details of that press conference as they become available. In the meantime, I want to go back to my colleague Tony Snow in Washington. Tony?
David, there has been a lot of talk in the last couple of days of the role of Osama bin Laden in yesterday's attacks on American targets. As a matter of fact, earlier today we've received reports from James Rosen that officials say they have identified people aboard the flight that crashed in Pittsburgh, outside of Pittsburgh, that's United Airlines Flight 93, that evidently the contents of the plane did not burn up, and as a consequence, they think they may have evidence that will point fingers maybe not only toward the people involved in that particular attack, but the others as well. Furthermore, Osama bin Laden has been saying he didn't have anything to do with it, but on the other hand, he's perfectly pleased with the situation, and he's happy that it happened. The Taliban government of Afghanistan at the same time has said that it is not willing at this point to hand Osama bin Laden over. Osama bin Laden is the commander-in-chief of the forces within Afghanistan. That is one of the things that the administration obviously is looking at when it is trying to figure out what to do with nations that may be, quote, harboring known terrorists. In addition, we have just received word from the Pentagon that employees there have gotten the all clear, so the evacuation is now going to be reversed, so people are now going to be able to go back into the Pentagon. So that's the very latest.
All right, Tony Snow, we thank you very much. Once again, we want to remind folks that that evacuation of the Pentagon was a result of the stubborn fires that continue to spurt out at various places because the infrastructure of the Pentagon is so thick, it's difficult for firefighters to know where all the nooks and crannies are that those fires may be hiding out, and sometimes they burst out and it becomes very dangerous for all those thousands of workers still going to the Pentagon. As you can see, 50 embassies and consulates have been closed around the world. Various U.S. installations are hunkering down. There's no telling about how long this hunkering down is going to take or whether, in fact, we go into a full war mode. They are now debating that issue on Capitol Hill, both in the Senate and the House. Various speeches being made by senators and congressmen about war, using the word war. No single declaration of war yet. And the president, in a press conference earlier this morning, very brief press conference surrounded by his cabinet in the cabinet room, not going as far as to saying a declaration of war, but again, the question is how close we become. Well, the fire continues to burn at the Pentagon, as we've just been telling you. Our own David Schuster is at the Pentagon. He's been reporting on this fire, and as we just heard from Tony Snow, it may be that the evacuation is complete, and they may actually be moving folks back into the Pentagon. David, can you see anything from your stance there?
Well, David, from our perch here on the south side of the Pentagon, we're on the side of the Pentagon where the jetliner smashed into it. The fire has apparently spread to the sort of the northwest side of the Pentagon. If you imagine this particular side and then you go over one concentric side, that is where the fire in apparently 3 spots has turned the corner. One of the firefighters this morning described the problem, and I'm going to run the risk of seeing if we have this particular soundbite, and he describes it better than I could, so let's see if we've got that.
It looked like the roof was put out last night. It's very difficult to get water under the shingles to the wood members that are still burning, so that would flare back up. It's a very challenging type of firefighting operation that they're trying to conduct in a very unstable building.
And given that it is unstable, there's some areas, some floors of the Pentagon where obviously they're very concerned about having employees back in, and apparently as this fire spreads through the Pentagon, sometimes not going up through the roof, that is the reason for the concern, where just a few minutes ago they evacuated essentially one of the media wings, a correspondence quarter of the Pentagon. This is an area that's been pretty smoke-filled ever since this incident happened yesterday, but again, great concerns that the fire seems to spread and that they have not been able to fully gain control of it. Some of the walls and beams in the Pentagon have apparently become so precarious at the impact point and in the area on this side of the Pentagon that rescue crews have been reluctant to go very far in searching for victims. We have been told that so far the rescue crews have pulled out 80 bodies, but they are not expecting to find any survivors, any people being pulled out alive. One of the reasons is because apparently late last night and again early this morning, they dropped in some listening devices to try to check for signs that there may be some sort of life in this side of the building, and that they have heard absolutely nothing. As far as the numbers of fatalities, it is expected to go much higher than 80. There are some reports inside the Pentagon that perhaps several hundred people remain unaccounted for. It seems that the Army took the brunt of the jetliner smashing into the Pentagon yesterday. The Army had a set of offices, particularly on the second floor on the south side of the Pentagon, that were completely obliterated. Meanwhile, while the Pentagon tries to control the fire and remove some of the debris, a number of intelligence sources say that the counterterrorism community has made significant progress in the last 24 hours in identifying the terrorism cell responsible. The National Security Agency, which is several miles away from here, has been going through millions of electronic intercepts, trying to piece together the puzzle of how all this came together. And again, here at the Pentagon, there is widespread anticipation that some military options will be presented to the president as the intelligence community gets more information as to exactly who is responsible for this attack and for the ones at the World Trade Center. Back to you.
All right, David Schuster reporting from the Pentagon. Of course, the other rescue effort that's taking place today down in lower Manhattan. John Scott has a perch from high atop our own headquarters, the News Corp headquarters here in Manhattan. He can look down all the way to lower Manhattan, and the sight is an awesome one, particularly on a clear day like today. John?
It is, David, and it is a clear day, as you say, a beautiful blue sky day in Manhattan. Absolutely nothing in the air. We've had one helicopter fly over, that presumably related to the rescue mission still going on behind me. Airport traffic is still very much stalled. The cap on air flights has not yet been lifted. As the smoke column continues to flare up behind me, we are being showered here some 5 miles to the north of the actual fire site. We are being showered with fine bits of little gray ash. It's the same kind of stuff, I imagine, that is piled up so deeply there in the immediate neighborhood of the World Trade Center, 2 and 3 and even 5 inches deep in some places. But that ash is now coating our equipment, coating our chairs up here on the roof of the News Corp building. Wanted to go back to something that David Schuster was just talking about in Washington, D.C., this having to do with the Pentagon and the fire they're in and the troubles they are having putting it out. I took a tour of the place a couple of years ago with a close friend of mine who was at the time an Army major. And he said that despite the fact that the Pentagon looks like this impregnable fortress, the building, he said, and I can only attribute this to my friend, the building was not particularly well built. It was put up, it was completed, as we have noted, in 1943, smack in the middle of World War II. It was built in a rather hurried fashion at a time when construction materials and other things essential to put up a building of that type were needed elsewhere, as the United States military tried to fight an enormous war on several fronts. And so in his view, the Pentagon building itself was put together in a rather slapdash fashion. He pointed out to me places where doors could not be opened because the foundation was settling, entire huge cracks in entire sections of walls. And I imagine that as firefighters try to put together or try to put out a fire in a building that was put together very quickly, they are running into some significant problems, and that may be just part of why this fire is proving to be so stubborn there. David?
All right, our own John Scott from his perch up on top of the News Corp headquarters. John, we'll get back to you. Joining us now, the chairman of the National Commission on Terrorism. It all comes down to terrorism. Paul Bremer is familiar with the subject. He's been dealing with it for a long time now. Mr. Bremer, for years now, for decades, we've made attempts as peacemakers in the Middle East, and now we're drawn into what appears to be a war.
Well, there are people in that part of the world and other parts of the world who hate us. The prime suspect in this case, Osama bin Laden, declared war on us in 1997, and he's never made a secret that he means to carry out warlike attacks on us as he's done in the past. The question, of course, is not so much bin Laden as it is those who lend him aid and support and comfort. Some people say that while certainly the Taliban and the folks in Afghanistan have done so, they've admitted so, even countries like Egypt have made backhanded support of him. Saudi Arabia, from which he drew so much of his money. Even perhaps Yasser Arafat, who we've gone so far to placate in the past few years of the peace process. Is it time now to change our relationships with these so-called moderates? Yes, it is. I think some of those people, Mr. Arafat in particular, have a lot to answer for those disgusting scenes we saw last night of 8- and 9-year-old kids in Gaza dancing in the streets at the news of the American tragedies.
Well, he, of course, plays a different tune. He comes out and says that this is a tragedy. He watches events unfold with as much shock and dismay and horror as any of us. You don't believe him?
I'm sure he meant what he said, but he has created an environment.
Wait a minute, let me just stop you there. Why are you sure he meant what he said?
He has created an environment of hatred of America over the last 15 years, as have some of our moderate friends, including the press in Egypt. That is not, however, the immediate problem. The immediate problem is to find out who conducted this attack and then to go out and crush them.
But if we are on a war footing and
responsible anybody else, states or groups, which help them. And if it's Osama bin Laden, then it's the Taliban. Secondly,
let me just stop you on your first section and say, if we do not get the support of the Europeans, and in the past they've even denied us flyover rights in order to retaliate against terrorist acts, should we act unilaterally?
Absolutely. The President has a responsibility under the Constitution for the safety of Americans. He has the right under the United Nations Declaration to conduct acts of self-defense under Article 51. There's absolutely no question that if necessary we act unilaterally. We'd prefer to act with friends. We will know after our retaliation who our friends really are. We will see who's willing to stand up and be with us. But the second point is we have to go after the states which support terrorism. We have given them pretty much a free pass, really, in the last decade.
Name names if you can, sir.
Well, for example, Syria. Syria is the host of about a dozen terrorist groups and has been for 20 years. Some of those groups have been active very recently in Israel, killing Israelis. They still operate in the Syrian-controlled Bekaa Valley. Lebanon, for example, allows these groups to operate there, and Hezbollah. There are plenty of opportunities here to put a lot more pressure on some of these states which are peripheral perhaps to this act, but which contribute to the environment. And then thirdly, we need to make the point I was making, that Mr. Arafat and his colleagues and the other moderate, so-called moderate Arabs, people like the government of Qatar, which allows the most heinous anti-Israeli and anti-American stuff to be pumped out over its media, that has to stop. Those people are receiving American taxpayer dollars.
And if it doesn't stop?
Well, at a minimum, they're not going to get, I hope, any more American taxpayer aid, just at a minimum.
It is amazing. We should emphasize that the Palestinian Authority, which at least has not been completely unilateral in their condemnation of this act, gets about $75 million a year from U.S. taxpayers, correct?
And Egypt is the second largest recipient of American aid.
All right. Mr. Bremer, we thank you very much for coming on from the National Commission on Terrorism. We appreciate it. We want to take it back up now to our live witness of these goings-ons, the work to try to dismantle, to try to get underneath that tremendous amount of rubble. Just to give you a perspective, right in the middle of your screen, you can see a man walking on top of the rubble. You can see a couple of men right under that live bug on the upper left-hand side of your screen. That gives you a sense of the enormity of the task. This is all the rubble of 110 stories collapsing in on themselves. Close up, it's an amazing, frightening view, and it's even amazing and frightening from our perspective here in Midtown Manhattan. John Scott has a bird's-eye view. He's up on the top of the News Corp building. John, what do you see from there?
That's right, David. Yeah, when you think about it, those two towers stuck nearly a quarter of a mile into the air, and they have now been reduced to a rubble pile about 5 stories high. The task of trying to evacuate any survivors is enormous. We have a phone report now from a Pentagon worker about the evacuation underway there. We don't have this person's name, but go ahead. You are live on Fox. Can you tell us what's happening at the Pentagon right now?
We're all still here. Actually, I think some people were told to evacuate, and I heard that now they're not letting people back in the building. But we're 2 levels underground, and we haven't heard anything. So we're checking email and phone calls, and we haven't heard anything. But it is smoky as heck inside the building all throughout.
Can you tell us your name and which part of the building you're located in?
Well, we're 2 levels underground. We're under one of the entrances.
And would that be the west side of the building?
It's actually on the north parking side, which is on the same side as the river entrance.
And who would normally give you the evacuation order? Would it come through email?
Probably so. They usually do, the global messages that hits everyone, but it'll probably have a phone call to our director. But we haven't had anything as far as evacuating yet.
Do you feel that you're in danger?
Yeah. No, they were just saying they just had a call to evacuate, so we started powering down all the computers, and then they got a call all clear. So now they're telling us not to. But we know the building is still on fire. They're talking about taking quarters down on either side of where the fire is to try to stop it. But it's still on fire, and it's still smoking. So
Tell me your name one more time, please.
I'd rather not.
Okay. Thanks very much. Calling there from a basement level of the Pentagon, 2 floors underground. Thanks very much for that update. David Asman, back to you.
All right. Thanks very much. Well, the government is still in working. Of course, we've seen from the president earlier this morning. We saw from both houses of Congress, and various federal agencies are active in trying to figure out what exactly happened, who's responsible, and how to prevent something like this from happening again. Our Tony Snow has information on one of those federal agencies. Tony?
Well, David, the Department of Transportation was scheduled to have a 10 o'clock press conference this morning. It was postponed, or actually canceled, and now we know the reason why. The Federal Aviation Administration has canceled, is going to carry on indefinitely the ban on flights in the United States. We had expected there to be a light amount of air traffic today. That's simply not going to be the case, and there's no word on when it's going to resume. However, FAA spokespersons have said that when flights do resume, it's going to be under considerably enhanced security, and people ought to count on arriving at airports at least 2 hours early if they want to make their flights. So obviously what is going on here is that people are revisiting security measures at airports all over the country. That may involve new equipment, new personnel. We don't know yet. What we do know is that if you had flight plans this week, don't count on going anywhere. David?
Snow. Don't count on many people going anywhere for quite some time. And of course, as Neil Kabuta was saying, the way this is going to hit one industry alone, the airline industry, we can only begin to fathom whether all, in fact, airlines will be able to survive what undoubtedly will be very hard times to come. We want to go now, speaking of hard times, to Catherine Herridge. She's been monitoring the situation as this city, New York City, tries to deal with a catastrophe the likes of which we never even imagined. Nevertheless, they are in gear, they are prepared. She is at St. Vincent's Hospital, one of those in charge of coordinating the rescue attempt. Catherine?
David, it's a very sad situation here. In the last half hour, we've had New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani, who has come to express his gratitude and thanks to all of the hospital workers here at St. Vincent's. And he's also expressed his hope that there are people who are still alive who will be survivors of this tragedy. Now, what we've had in the last 90 minutes is 5 firefighters have been brought here. They've been brought here for exhaustion. Hospital officials really going out of their way to emphasize that they were not rescued from the rubble. We understand from the hospital that there's more activity at the scene to try and rescue more people, and of course this is very good news, but it also brings with it complications. When you take in that heavy equipment, the bulldozers, to try and take out the debris, you also stir up the dust. And one of the injuries they're very concerned about for police officers and firefighters that they have seen here countlessly are abrasions to the eye. And in essence, with that concrete dust in the air that's flying, it adheres to the moist part of your eye, it gets trapped under the eyelid, so as your eyelid blinks, it abrades the eye, it scratches the eye, it's very painful, and it makes it very difficult to see. Really, the numbers here have been virtually unchanged since late last night. 269 patients have been treated, 95 admitted, 4 sadly have died. They have 68 firefighters and police officers who are being treated. The injuries they expect to see today are what we might call the walking wounded from yesterday, people who were hurt, who happened to make it home, but now realize they're in a much more serious condition. They also have mental health professionals on hand because the grieving process for many has begun. We've seen a number of overwhelming stories here. Just one I want to share with you. We've had family members just walking the area, some of them almost with blank stares, and they brought with them photographs of their loved ones, brothers, fathers. And in this case, a very young woman who worked on the 101st floor of Tower 1. They're saying to anyone who is here, the media, the hospital, if you've seen this woman, to call this number. This is how desperate people are for information. We've also had stories from paramedics who, trying to save lives, nearly lost their own lives. Paramedics telling us earlier today that when they were down at the scene yesterday, they picked up one woman just as the buildings collapsed, and they just made it out of there, trying to take her to a burn center. And they said to us, if she hadn't been so badly burned with 2nd and 3rd degree burns, and we hadn't to take her out immediately, we probably would not be here talking to you today. The hospital has really been overwhelmed by the generosity of New Yorkers. They've had 500 doctors volunteer, 150 nurses, and they've really got 2 things to consider now. First, the physical exhaustion of these people. Many of them have been working for more than 24 hours, and then also the mental and emotional exhaustion from the carnage they have seen, the fractures, the blunt trauma injuries, the severe burns. And just earlier, New York's mayor urged people to continue to volunteer because there will be more activity, more help that will be needed in the days and weeks ahead. And I think there was really one sad piece of information that we had from the hospital. Since midnight last night, they have not taken any injured civilians from the disaster zone downtown, David.
All right, Catherine Harridge from St. Vincent's Hospital. They are doing a heroic effort. And the Red Cross hotline, the number to call is 866-322-5663. They'll tell you what, if anything, you can do to help. There are still great needs. You can also get more information from ifccfbi.gov, ifccfbi.gov, or contact information if you fear that one of your friends or loved ones has been a victim of this awful crime. You can call those numbers. All right, we are going to be talking now to Bill Belmont. He did survive. He somehow managed to walk out of that rubble, or at least walk among it to try to save those after he was injured. Bill, how did you get out alive?
I don't know, actually, how we ended up getting out. We just running. Initially, my office is on 30 Wall Street.
For those who don't know, tell us how far that is from the wreckage we see there on the right.
The 30 Wall Street is probably, distance-wise, less than a quarter mile. It's to the, let me give you some sense of the direction. It was to the eastern end of the World Trade Center. I got to my office, got out of the subway around 9:15, and already at that point the two planes had hit. There was debris, there was cell phones, there were memos just floating in the air. I'm with Pinkerton Investigations. We do crisis management. Told the secretary where I was going, tried to look for the command center. At that point, about 9:30, when I got into the World Trade Center, there had been a perimeter set up already at that point, and there weren't people running out of the building.
How soon was this before the Trade Center collapsed? Before the first tower collapsed?
I got on scene probably 25 minutes before that.
25 minutes before, and how far inside did you get?
I started on the eastern end, walked all the way to the western end. That's where the command center was set up on the West Side Highway, to see whatever assistance we can provide. And at that point, we were maybe 150 yards from the building.
Now, the one startling, frightening thing about this, and it may be signs of hope, it may be signs of the devastation of this, is how few people are going into that hospital, St. Vincent's, that we just had a report from. The doctors, the hospitals are ready to receive them. They're not coming in, which leads people to believe, one, either a lot of people just simply died and are buried under that collapsed building, or perhaps a lot of people did stream out safely. How many people were getting out, taking the firewells?
When I had gotten there, about 25 minutes before the building came down, there weren't people evacuating the building.
You didn't see people streaming out of
From the time I got there, I came from the eastern end to the southern end along Liberty to the western end of the West Side Highway, where we didn't have a buffer, which became an issue because we were only a couple hundred yards from the water. And there was no one. The only personnel that were there, and which I think hampered some efforts, was the emergency personnel.
How did they hamper the efforts?
What happened was the police, fire, and emergency personnel was set up on the West Side Highway. When that building came down, those were the guys that I was caught up with. That's who got thrown around with me. There was ambulance, ESU personnel, fire personnel, that vehicles were destroyed, that were thrown. I mean, we were so close when it first fell. You have some footage I saw earlier that shows the smoke billowing down 2 blocks, and it's a gray smoke. But from the area we were at was so close, it was completely black.
We see the smoke. There's some pictures on the right.
This footage here shows you where it's still at the further end of it. We were about 100 yards from the building. So when we first got covered in the black soot, which was total black for 5-8 minutes, we thought we were underground.
You thought that the building had actually collapsed on top of it?
Was on top of us. I mean, the injuries I suffered were from the debris from the building that was hitting us.
Describe the debris, where you mentioned cell phones, papers, and pencils. For instance, there must have been chunks of concrete as well.
There was concrete. There was.
Did you see people injured as a result of the larger debris?
Yeah. There was, like I said, the West Side Highway was lined with the emergency vehicles set up to go inside. 10 minutes before this happened, 10 minutes before, ESU, ambulance, fire department, they were heading into the building. I mean, it makes you realize that in situations like that, there's just 2 types of people.
You had mentioned to me before we went on that as a member of Pinkerton Security, your boss had a meeting scheduled for next week.
Right.
Describe what that meeting was about.
With the company. That was a separate division from Pinkerton Security.
Yeah.
I'm with investigation. But Jeff Craighead, who's the vice president of high-rise security, which is obviously specializes in these type of buildings, was scheduled to meet with the security personnel at the World Trade Center next week to go over their policies and procedures. And
did you think that there were problems with those policies and procedures?
No, nothing of that nature. I would.
So considering what happened, which is as devastating as anything you could imagine, they did the best job they could.
I think so. I mean, I'm not going to say I'm not an expert on terrorism, but
at least in terms of evacuation efforts,
I don't know what the World Trade Center could have done to prevent an airplane from driving into the top of the World Trade Center.
Yeah.
I mean, it hit the Pentagon.
Yeah.
I mean, how much did they do?
Well, Bill Belmont, we're very happy to have you with us. Thank you very much for coming. We've been telling you all morning that the Pentagon went through another evacuation, not because of another terrorist event, but because there are these stubborn fires that keep popping up all over the place. One of our producers, Chris Wright, joins us now from the Pentagon to tell us more about what apparently has turned around. Apparently, Chris, the evacuation has stopped and people are going back?
Yes, they're pretty much all back in now, or most of the way there. It was a false alarm. It was a rumor, basically, that whipped around the building. Slightly less than half of the building, if you look at it from the top, is occupied today, and people started leaving from those areas, including the military police who thought it was a real evacuation. They've got automatic weapons patrolling the halls of the Pentagon, and they all moved out smartly, but then they came back quickly and said that it was all clear. There had never been an evacuation order. We still do have some small, stubborn fires burning, mainly under the old wooden roof structure of the Pentagon on both to the clockwise and counterclockwise of where the impact point was, and those are very hard to get to and put out. There was also earlier, some of the unburned jet fuel from the airliner had actually puddled in the lower part of the building, and that had reignited. They seem to have gotten that under control with foam from Reagan National Airport nearby. But it's pretty jittery here.
I can imagine. So just to put things in context, we heard earlier that they may, in fact, have to quadrant off an area around which the fire is located. There are still personnel that they may have to take out of the building just to really completely isolate this building in which these stubborn little fires keep finding potholes of air.
Well, that's right. It's obviously it's made in rings, and the fire is under the roof, and it's a continuous roof that runs around the whole building, and we are sort of on the opposite side where the Secretary of Defense is, and although the one corridor over from us is dark and not smoky like it was yesterday, but the power is off in a lot of that building. But, I've got to say that in the main important parts of the building where the Secretary of Defense and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs and so on and the National Military Command Center are, things are going on pretty normally. The cafeteria is open. You can get your Starbucks coffee. It's a little jittery, but, life goes on.
Life does go on, and our nation goes on. Chris Wright, a producer for Fox News Channel. We thank you, Chris. Appreciate it. Eric Shawn is in the midst of that battle right there. Now, just take a look at this picture for a while, ladies and gentlemen. Underneath the live bug, that red live bug on the upper left-hand side of your screen, just go down and you'll see an ambulance in the midst of all that. Now, just as a perspective, to give you some sense of the size, the magnitude, of course, we all knew that 110 stories collapsing in itself would create a hell of a pile, and that underneath those thousands and thousands of tons of steel and concrete is where these workers are hoping to go to find any signs of life. Our man Eric Shawn is pretty much at ground zero in Lower Manhattan. Eric, what do you see there?
Well, David, right you are. They are going in there, and they are in there. Several teams of search and rescue inside, down under those tons of debris and twisted metal and iron and steel, right inside there, searching for any survivors that they could possibly find. And amid all this horror and this horrific scene, there is hope. Even though thousands are believed to be dead, thousands buried deep within the former gleaming and glorious structure that the World Trade Center was, all 110 stories, now reduced to basically a 5-story hump and clump of concrete. 9 people have survived. They were pulled out overnight. 5 New York City firefighters, 2 or 3 police officers, and 1 man. And of course, the miracle story of one police officer, John McFarland, who rode this building down. He was on the 82nd floor of the building. When he rode it down to the bottom, he was found pinned under some concrete. They thought he would have to amputate his leg. They did not. Right now, the fire has increased. The smoke has increased because the firefighters have been dampening down the smoke and the small stubborn fires that have continued to burn as they try and enter some of the area down there. They have been through the night hand-picking piece by piece some of the concrete and have now been moving in some of the heavier machinery and cranes as they get up to the bigger ton slabs. With me now are 2 brave New York City detectives, Detectives Gonzalez and Suarez. You were here at 6 in the morning yesterday morning, so we're going past 24 hours for you folks. What was it like in there? What did you do as you were handing all this rubble out over the past 24 hours?
We were handing to each other piece by piece. We made like a row, and it's just horrible, a horrible scene. It looks like a war zone down there. It's unbelievable this could happen in New York City, really.
And Detective Gonzalez?
It's hard to add any more to that. It is horrible. We are working hard. There's people here from all over the place, we're grateful for it, thank God. We're just carrying out the debris as much as possible by hand and try to go in as quickly as possible to remove any possible survivors. But it is really total devastation.
Did you see any bodies while you were in there?
Unfortunately, we did, but it's just too horrible to describe, really.
But no survivors?
No, I haven't witnessed any survivors as of yet.
Clearly, there was a big cheer that went up when the one police officer was rescued, because that really gave a lot of everybody inspiration. Were you there for that?
No, we weren't there for that. You know, we showed up later.
Well, thank you for joining us and doing a terrific job. Get some rest, and I'm sure, like all of us, we'll be back. If this had not happened, David, yesterday, we would likely be reporting to you from 2 blocks to the right of me, the federal courthouse, where today one of Osama bin Laden's alleged associates, who was convicted in the East African embassy bombings, was to be sentenced. Was this attack connected to that? Was this attack connected to this? This is the so-called bin Laden terror manual. Look at that sword smashing, crashing through the earth. This was entered into evidence in the World Trade Center bombing trial from the bombing here in 1993 and the embassy bombing trial that occurred here with convictions just 2 blocks from here. And among the translated issues in this report are military aims of attacking vital economic centers. And one other page here says that candidates for recruitment are workers at airports. And I may just add that since we have reports down from Florida that a couple says that they think 2 young suspects in one of the crashes were students at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical Aviation Unit. Bin Laden has in the past had, in the embassy trial, had 3 of those alleged assailants. They had gone to aviation school in Oklahoma. So this seems to fit bin Laden's profile, at least as far as it concerns that angle. We're live in Lower Manhattan. Eric Shawn, Fox News.
In just a moment, we are going to be going to our own Orlando Salinas, who's joining us from Daytona Beach, where one of those flight schools apparently did train suspects in this awful act of terrorism. But before we do, we want to get another bird's-eye view from on top of the News Corp headquarters right here in Midtown Manhattan from our own John Scott. John?
David, the cloud of smoke and steam and debris is still billowing up behind me, starting to fill much of the horizon now. It's not centrally located in a column as it was before. The skies are clear. It would otherwise be a beautiful late summer day over Manhattan, and they are still clear of aircraft. The FAA has not yet lifted that cap on air travel. The only flying machines we're seeing are military helicopters at this point. The FAA, as we said, still imposing that cap, but there is some updated information on that. Let's get that from our chief Washington correspondent, Jim Angle. Jim?
Hello, John. Well, the FAA has sent a security directive to the airlines calling for increased security, of course, which we expected. It will give you some sense of what kinds of difficulties Americans are now going to face with air travel. But first, let me tell you, from what I understand about this directive, there is language to the airlines that warn them of follow-on attacks. I'm told that this says the FAA is warning U.S. air carriers of the potential for follow-on terrorist attacks. Anti-U.S. terrorist levels during the past several months suggest that extremist groups with a history of targeting civil aviation are actively targeting U.S. interests, particularly in the Middle East. And the security directive tells airlines that the terrorists retain a capability to conduct airline bombings, hijackings, suicide attacks, and that they possess surface-to-air missiles. Now, as part of the stepped-up security, as expected, they will end curbside check-in and any check-in of baggage from remote locations. There will also stop allowing people to take on knife blades of less than 4 inches, and there will be all sorts of other searches of airport personnel, of flight personnel, and of airplanes. We don't want to go into any more details because you don't want to give too much of a heads up to people who might be caught up in such a web, but the fact is security will be greatly increased at all of the airlines, at the airports for passengers, as well as for personnel who work at the airports and those who fly those aircraft. That is in a security directive from the FAA going to the airlines today. John?
All right, Jim Engel in Washington, thanks very much. So we will continue to monitor the situation here from about 50 blocks away from the spot where the World Trade Center stood until yesterday. David Asman, back to you.
John, we'll be coming back to you frequently. It's hard to imagine as you look at that carnage that it could have been caused by just 4 groups of men from 3 to 5 in each group with nothing more than perhaps razor blades attached to plastic combs. But it appears that that's exactly what was done as the carnage took place first in the airplane itself. Apparently, individual passengers and flight attendants were herded to the back of the plane where cutting or perhaps even killing of flight attendants led to the captains opening the doors into which the terrorists then jumped. One or more of whom may have been able to fly those planes. We do not believe in any way that it was the pilots, the original pilots who flew those planes into the Twin Towers or into the Pentagon, that indeed these terrorists were trained. They had flight instruction. The question is from where, from whom? Our own Orlando Salinas is on that story, and he joins us from Daytona Beach, Florida, where there is such a school and where these terrorists may indeed have been trained. Orlando, what have you got?
David, at this moment here on the campus of Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University, as you said, that's here in Daytona Beach, Florida. Now, this is a flight training school, one of the elite flight training schools in the country, we're told. This is a place where wannabe pilots come and learn whatever they can. At this moment, we're told there are a series of search warrants being executed either on this campus or in homes and or apartments nearby. That's what we're being told. Also, let me tell you this. A short while ago, federal agents, along with bomb squad cops here in Daytona Beach, surrounded a 737, a Continental, on the runway at the Daytona Beach International Airport. After a few minutes, the feds told the photographer to leave, but we understand now that that's certainly what he captured on video is something that's taking place at airports all around the country. There was no real reason for them to suspect anything on that plane. They just felt that that is what they needed to do in light of what happened yesterday. There's been a good chunk of activity here at Embry-Riddle in Daytona Beach since yesterday's attacks. Investigators intercepted a series of cell phone calls immediately following the attacks, calls that they say were made by terrorist sympathizers here in Daytona Beach as well as in Broward County. Calls they say were made to congratulate each other after the attacks. The feds have seized a red Camaro with a Palestinian flag and what may have been a picture of billionaire terrorist Osama bin Laden. Also, David, word now coming that police may have interviewed that one student on the campus, this campus, the man who owns that red car. We're waiting to hear right now what actually transpired out of that interview. Investigators believe right now the terrorists must have had incredible training to pull off yesterday's attacks, training that would include superior flight simulator classes like the ones that are given here at Embry-Riddle University as well as other training schools around the country. Also learning that the FBI has been going door to door in Vero Beach, Florida, about 2 hours hours south of here. They're searching for two Middle Eastern families, two dads who were students at the Embry-Riddle campus right there in Vero Beach. 2 weeks ago, we're told, the dads sent their families back to their own respective Middle Eastern countries. Since then, no word of those two dads, no sighting at all of those two dads. Back here at the Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University in Daytona Beach, we're told right now that it's possible school officials here may be holding a press conference sometime later on this afternoon. They've been sort of sketchy about what it is that they wanted to say, but they're saying it's possible to hold something, say something publicly a little bit later on this afternoon. David? All right, Orlando Salinas reporting from Florida, from one of the flight training schools that may, and we emphasize, may have been used to trade one of the terrorists who carried out these dastardly deeds. Rita Cosby's been following all this for us in Washington. Rita, what have you got for us?
Well, David, as we just heard from Jim Mangle, there are going to be some new security measures put in place at all the airports, all the airlines across the country. This in light of the new ground stop that was issued yesterday, minutes after the attack. Well, now Fox News has learned that there's a combination of things that will actually allow the airports and the airlines to start operating again. I mean, first and foremost, these security measures have to be put in place. The very first thing, though, however, is Secretary of Transportation Norman Mineta will have to make an announcement at some point today, sort of giving the airlines the all clear. Now, a number of airlines and airports have been given this list of new security measures, which include a discontinuation of curbside check-in, also no knives, period. We're told that they will not even be sold in the airport, not just able to now not be carried on planes. Before, the adherence from the FAA was that you could have blades 4 inches or less, and now we're hearing the new standard is no knives, period, whatsoever in the airport, even being sold in the airport. But what is happening now is airports and airlines, some of them, not all of them we're told, but some of them already have this list of new security measures that must be in place, administered by the FAA, carried out by the airlines and also the airports. Therefore, when Secretary of Transportation Norm Mineta makes an announcement at some point this afternoon, and that's either going to be in a press conference or a written statement, at that point the airlines and the airports that are up to those standards will be able to open almost immediately. Now, FAA officials are saying that some of these airlines and airports may be able to get up to standards almost immediately, that some of them could do it within hours. Others may take days, so some airports may not be able to be open almost immediately. It may take some time till they can adhere to these standards. In addition to this, it's not quite clear if these standards are going to be temporary, if they're going to be permanent. At this point, they want to make sure that they get them in the most immediate because of the heightened state of alert, but they may also be something that may become permanent. In addition to this, the FAA is saying that they're not quite sure if we'll see a mass exodus. They don't believe that this will be something that will happen all at once, that all airports and airlines will open all at once. Individually, airlines that get up to the standard will then begin opening. In addition to that, some of these planes are now in different airports than they were intended to be. So some of the planes have to be rerouted, have to be repositioned, so it could take some time. But the first thing is to hear from Secretary of Transportation Norm Mineta that it is okay, and then those airlines and airports that are up to those standards will be able to function almost immediately.
Rita Cosby reporting from Washington. It is absolutely clear that all of our lives are going to change dramatically as a result of what happened yesterday. Joining us now to explain how, retired Vice Admiral J.D. Williams of the U.S. Navy and security expert retired Colonel David Hunt. We welcome to you both, gentlemen. Admiral Williams, first to you, if I could. Question is, if we are close to a state of war, if not in a state of war, how will our lives change?
Well, first, I think we have been in an undeclared state of war, and certainly, hopefully, Congress would declare a state of war. American people have to be in for a long drawn-out war, and I hope Congress and the Senate will be up to closing all the gates to our country. It's kind of like a walled city. There's a lot of gates.
Admiral Williams, I'm sorry to interrupt you. We have some breaking developments. Please hang with us. Dennis Hastert is speaking now. Let's listen in.
Workers, the rescue workers, and all those folks that are around the clock doing their very, very best. And, of course, our sympathies with the families and all those who have been the victims of this terrible, terrible act. But now is the time for government to move forward. We're in complete agreement that we will work together, that we want to share information, that we will be ready to move on whatever the President suggests, and we will go through the debate and the actions of Congress in a bipartisan way to make that happen. But as we said last night, when somebody takes this country for granted, when it violates the people of this nation and the sovereignty and the freedom of this nation, this Congress stands united shoulder to shoulder to do the right thing, to stand up for America, and do the legislative work and process that we need to do. And we confirm that with the President today.
On a bipartisan basis, I think it is accurate to say that we literally and figuratively stand shoulder to shoulder in our appreciation of the job ahead. It is to help the victims, to care for the families, and to punish those responsible. With a single-mindedness of that appreciation, we begin our work this afternoon. On a united, bipartisan, bicameral basis, we will be passing a strongly worded resolution this afternoon. We will work with the administration to allocate the resources and to dedicate whatever strategy may be required to fulfill our obligations. It is our strong desire to do this not as Republicans or Democrats, but as Americans. And we will continue to demonstrate that desire as we consider whatever other actions may be required in days ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That is the head of the House and the head of the Senate, Dennis Hastert and Tom Daschle, respectively, speaking out about how we as a nation must prepare for what is to come. And their preparations are being made. The question is, are we ready? We continue now with Admiral J.D. Williams and Colonel David Hunt. Colonel Hunt, let me just come to you and ask you a simple question. Are we ready?
I think clearly we're ready from a national intelligence standpoint. I think we're ready militarily. The question still remains whether we have the will, the sand, the stomach to do what's necessary once we define, locate, pinpoint not only the organization that did this, but the country or countries that housed, supported, paid, were involved in any way with this.
Well, Admiral Williams, we still haven't attacked. We haven't actually chosen a target and gone into attack. The longer we wait, isn't it likely that the deeper Osama bin Laden and others will dig in and the more difficult it will be to weed them out?
No, I don't think so. I think it's important first to find them. I think that'll eventually be done when we do that. That's not an easy part, but our military capability has the capabilities to do that when we decide to strike. But I think what the House and Senate leaders just said, if we can come together and prepare for that long, really long, prolonged war, and I was saying it's kind of like a walled city. There are a lot of gates. There's bombs in suitcases, hijacked planes, cruise missiles, ballistic missiles. And quite frankly, in the last few months, there's not been a bipartisan support to close all the gates. They argue about one thing or another, but right now the Senate doesn't want to build a ballistic missile defense. You've got to close all the gates, and hopefully this wake-up call will get us along the way.
Well, it appears that at least the rhetoric is going in that direction, but specifics, Colonel Hunt, how do we go about redeploying our troops? Is this a war that's going to be fought on U.S. soil as it was yesterday?
No, I hope not. I think we ought to be very concerned. I don't think you need to see the 82nd Airborne Division, David, outside your door. I think what we have to do is take care of business where this came from. I think we will find out who did it. We will find out who supported it. We've known about who did the Lebanon bombing with the Marines. We've known what happened in Dar es Salaam. We've known what happened with the Air Force guys in Saudi Arabia. We've got a good idea with the coal. We know where war criminals are in Bosnia. The issue is, do we have the will? We clearly have the capability. I guarantee you that we have the finest soldiers, Navy, Marines in the world. The Joint Special Operations Command, Special Forces Command. We've got the best. The issue is whether we have the will to commit them.
Well, Colonel Hunt, I can tell you that from the streets of Manhattan, everybody who went through what happened yesterday has the will to carry on whatever it takes.
Yeah, I don't doubt that the people who have suffered this tragedy and are connected with the, unfortunately, everyone's predicting the thousands of casualties that are probably involved. The issue is with the people who just appeared on television and others are willing to let the national intelligence community, the investigative community, led by the FBI, to do what's necessary. The ugly truth of this is you have to deal with very bad people to get at bad people. You have to put a lot of money on the street. You have to involve yourself with nasty enemies.
Understood.
And as of today, we have not been willing to do this. We've been looking for bin Laden for 10 years. 10 years and have not located him.
All right, Colonel Hunt, Admiral J.D. Williams, I'm sorry I had to interrupt you for the press conference from the Speaker of the House and the head of the Senate, but we thank you both for coming on. Appreciate it. Jeff Goldblatt, meanwhile, joins us from Shanksville, Pennsylvania. That, of course, is the location of that huge ditch into which one of the 4 planes that was hijacked plummeted. Jeff, what's the latest from there?
Hi, David. Did this plane, United Airlines Flight 93, go down perhaps because of the heroics of someone, one passenger or perhaps a member of the crew, that perhaps this plane was en route to a more high-profile target and that someone decided, you know what, if this plane's going down, I'm going to take it down here in a rural area? That is the hypothesis that is surmised right now by Representative Congressman John Murtha. He's an area congressman here. He held a press conference earlier in the day saying that this investigative scene, this crime scene, is perhaps the key to the entire investigation. That point underscored by information that Fox News has received this morning from high-ranking, well-placed sources within the government. And I want to quote this source here as saying, quote, "The key is what we're finding in Pennsylvania at the wreck site. There's much there that didn't burn and has been salvaged." The source added that based on materials already found in Shanksville, the hijackers have been identified by name. The source specified these individuals are indeed linked to Osama bin Laden. Again, that information coming from a high-ranked source within the government. I placed that very question to the FBI. There was a press conference held here just about a half an hour ago, and I asked them, have these hijackers been identified by name? That was a question they didn't want to answer, but they did talk about the investigation and some of the scouring and sweeping of this scene that's going on this morning. We have 200 members of the FBI and also of ATF and NTSB. This law enforcement entourage just sweeping the scene this morning. They started out by mapping and gridding this area of some 3 miles in acreage, and they've already begun the daunting and arduous task of evidence collection, saying that they've been able to retrieve things like some plastics and insulation, and that the largest piece of records they've been able to find so far was a piece of engine. But what we're hearing here at ground level is that most of what is out there is not any larger than a telephone book. The FBI wants to conduct most of this investigation and most of this recovery by daylight, emphasizing that that's where most of this constructive work is going to take place.
Blatt, we had heard a report that perhaps there was a heroic effort on the part of the people in that plane to try to guide this plane away from a more populated area, and that may be why it ended up in that old coal ditch. How close is the area where you are to a more populated area?
We're about 80 miles from Pittsburgh, but this plane, what we know from Cleveland Air Traffic Control, who reported here to the Johnstown Air Traffic Control Tower, which is just about 20 miles away from here, that this plane made it as far west as Cleveland before turning to the south and then the southeast, traveling in the direction, I want to stress, in the direction of Camp David and also the Washington, D.C. area. That is why Congressman Murtha surmises that this plane was headed for a more high-profile target. David, one other thing I want to talk about here is the black boxes. Unlike some of those other terrorism targets, the black boxes here, investigators believe that they will have more likelihood of finding them, perhaps shedding some light on who these people are, what they were after, and perhaps giving investigators an edge in both New York and at the Pentagon. That's the latest now from Shanksville, Pennsylvania. David, now back to you.
Jeff Goldblatt, thanks very much.
Hello, everyone. It is 1 p.m. Eastern Time, 10 Pacific. I'm Linda Vester.
And I am David Asman, and you are watching Fox News Channel's continuing live coverage, Terrorism Hits America.
And this is the day after. The day after forces of evil rocked this nation and wrecked the lives of thousands of people. So many questions today, beginning with who is the mastermind of this kind of horror? At this point, a lot of fingers pointing to Osama bin Laden, but we do not have confirmation of that right now.
Still, according to Palestinian reports, bin Laden is thrilled to see the U.S. reeling in pain, perhaps as those people on the West Bank were yesterday, although he says he had nothing to do with the attacks.
We do have team coverage today from coast to coast all day, actually all 24 hours of this day, starting with an update of what happened yesterday, the day America came under attack.
Sammy.
All right, need to just clarify here. We're going to correspondent Catherine Herridge. She's at St. Vincent Hospital.
I'm Catherine Herridge at St. Vincent's Hospital, where they're treating the wounded and hoping beyond hope that there will be more survivors. I'll have those details coming up.
All right.
And I'm David Schuster on the south side of the Pentagon. The FBI investigation here has clearly begun. We'll show you some of the pictures coming up next.
I'm Trace Gallagher live in Los Angeles. 3 of the 4 hijacked planes were bound for L.A. We'll tell you what's being done for the families of the victims coming up.
I'm Shepard Smith live high atop our headquarters in Midtown Manhattan. The building's still burning behind me. Much of Midtown locked down. IDs only. A city under siege. Our live coverage continues in just a moment, but first, breaking news now on Fox News Channel. Let's go straight to WBZ, our NNS network news service affiliate, with the latest on breaking news there.
Suspects who eventually were on those hijacked planes and who took those planes into the World Trade Center tower. So you're looking at pictures from the Westin Hotel in the Copley Square area of downtown Boston, where police activity is at an incredibly heightened state. Police are apparently inside the hotel. We're not told which rooms they're in. We don't know specifically how the investigation there is continuing, but we do know that police are in there with a canine unit. We have been told that an armored truck was brought to the scene, and there is a lot of activity. So whatever is going on is suspected to be connected to the terrorist attack in New York and in Washington, D.C. Of course, all of this as federal authorities are investigating whether these suspected hijackers who started here in the Boston area are connected to Osama bin Laden. So all of this activity that's going on right here in the Boston area could be connected to Osama bin Laden. We're going to take you right now to WBZ's Ted Wayman, who is on the scene at the Westin Copley Hotel. Ted, what can you tell us?
Liz, I'll tell you that the surreal images continue, this time from Copley Plaza. I'm going to have photographer Michael Bennett just pan over. What you're looking at is the entryway, the horseshoe, if you will, of the Westin Hotel. When we got here about 15 minutes ago, photographer Ted Brogy arrived just as about 20 to 25 Boston police officers, and I think there were some federal officers there as well, with full armor shields going inside. Law enforcement source telling me they were headed to the 16th floor to make an arrest in connection with yesterday's events. At that point, I also saw battering rams that they were having difficulty making entry to whatever floor or rooms they were. But as that same law enforcement source said, they had full metal jacket, they had high-powered weapons as they were going in, and this at a lunchtime crowd just before 1 o'clock, and there are literally hundreds of people stuffing in at that horseshoe entrance of the Westin Copley Hotel, trying to figure out what is actually happening. But there's probably, I'd say, anywhere between 50 and 60 law enforcement, media, and now the public milling around to see what has happened. From what I can tell, no one has been brought out yet, but I will reiterate, probably anywhere between 30 and 50 heavily armed police officers went in as we arrived at that scene. It is unclear who they're bringing out, why they went in. Clearly they went in with search warrants. But at this point, we're waiting for somebody to be brought out, or it could be several people brought out. But they went in heavily prepared, heavily armed for whatever situation they may face. If you can possibly see, I don't know if Michael can look, just to the right of that EMS flashing lights, if you pan over, you see a very kind of plain-looking silver van. That's where all the heavily armed personnel piled out of as soon as it pulled in front of the Westin Hotel. If we want to pan up, you can see this is a skyscraper. One of Boston's bigger hotels in Copley Place, obviously, but it is a vortex of activity. State, local, and federal law enforcement officials continue to swarm this area. But more importantly, they have actually shut down one of the entrances that surrounds the Westin Copley Hotel, so they can't have any traffic in that area. Traffic leading on to that westbound Pike entrance is completely jammed up. Now I'm seeing Boston EMS vehicles trying to get into this area, but it's still unclear if there were any arrests made and who that law enforcement may have been looking for when they stormed that hotel probably just a little less than 15 minutes ago. Liz?
Ted, I don't know if you can hear me, but a quick question. Have they evacuated that hotel, or do we know if guests are in the midst of this incredible search?
Liz, I don't know how they would have evacuated by the time all that heavy artillery arrived at the entrance. That's a hotel that literally can hold thousands of people. That would have, I think, would have been next to impossible. But clearly a lot of news organizations, including WBZ, got a heads up that this was happening momentarily, and we were lucky enough to get there before the heavy artillery, if you will, went inside. The second part, they started to break out battering rams, for clearly they were trying to get in parts of the hotel that were either locked or blocked. But at this point, we have not seen anybody come out. I am back across the street right in front of the Boston Public Library. Now, we have crews there. We should be able to get some more information now, but this is certainly a great vantage point for viewers to at least see as these surreal images continue, this time in downtown Boston, opposed to the skyscrapers of New York City. But this is where this investigation could be one of the key locations where the Justice Department is now focusing their investigation in wake of yesterday's events.
We're looking at live coverage from WBZ of an incident taking place in Boston's Back Bay. Apparently, police and FBI have stormed a room inside of the hotel. This may be related to the terrorism incidents of yesterday. Earlier, we saw police charging in with, well, they were hardly charging, but they were moving in with battering rams. They had full gear on. They all piled out of a silver van that's parked nearby. We haven't heard from them since they went in, but they've got a lot of equipment. There are the pictures earlier.
Let us go back once again to WBZ's local coverage as they cover this unfolding story.
But the way they piled out of that gray van, I didn't know who was going to come out when they opened those doors, but 25 to 30 heavily armed officers went straight into the hotel carrying battering rams and shields for whatever they were going to get into. So this is clearly something very serious, and the Justice Department obviously executing search warrants across the country. We're hearing reports not only in Massachusetts now, but also in the state of Florida. They're executing search warrants. Justice Department clear orders from the White House, not wasting any time continuing this investigation into yesterday's horrific incidents.
Something. All right, once again, these are live shots. We just showed you briefly a tape of the police and FBI moving in earlier. They had full riot gear on. They had battering rams. They also had fiber optic equipment, which allowed them to sneak little cameras underneath the doors so they could see what was in there. There may be something about to happen in that hotel. Perhaps an arrest is imminent. We don't know if, in fact, the people they're looking for are still there. If they are, there may be a confrontation, so we're going to be staying on this story.
Now, you might be wondering how it is that all the television networks seem to have advance word that the cops are going in here. Apparently, somebody inside the hotel tipped off a local station. The word spread, and then the media crews surrounded the place, as did the police, followed by the public. We have with us senior correspondent Rita Cosby. She is with us to explain a little bit more of the background on what is going on in Boston. Rita?
Well, law enforcement sources are telling Fox News, Linda, that there are already some people in custody that were seized from that Boston hotel and also from a number of other locations in Boston. In addition to that, we're also told that several arrests were made in South Florida also, and we're told that these happened in the last few hours. In addition to that, we're told that they are also serving some search warrants as we speak in some other locations around the United States. Now, I was told by a senior law enforcement official just a few moments ago that some of the individuals that are in custody as we speak have ties to Osama bin Laden. And the senior law enforcement source is telling Fox News that they are almost certain, he said he would not say certain, but he did say almost certain, that people with links to Osama bin Laden are responsible for the attacks that took place yesterday all over the United States. And he says that that's not 100%, but we are almost there. He is saying that indeed the individuals who have been taken into custody do appear to have ties, some of them loose ties, but some of them more clear ties to Osama bin Laden, who of course is the mastermind believed to be behind the other attacks, the East Africa attacks and a number of other attacks on U.S. interests throughout the world in the past few years. Now, we're told in addition to that, one of the things that they're looking at here is other pieces of evidence that they were able to get a couple individuals in custody, but they're also trying to see if this may have been a location, possibly one of the planning locations, some of the rooms at this Westin hotel where they may have actually been doing some of the planning to carry out these attacks.
Rita, if I could just jump in real quickly.
Of course,
do we have any information information as to whether in the apprehension of some of these suspects there was any kind of firefight or confrontation?
I am not aware of that. I have not been told on that. And in fact, in one case, I do know that somebody was apparently taken in the wee hours of the morning, as someone described it to me. So that may have been more of a surprise arrest in that case, but I do not know about the other case.
Rita, some of the early information is probably bound to be confusing. We're also getting something from law enforcement that perhaps there were no arrests made at this Westin Hotel in Boston that our viewers are seeing on the screen, but that a room believed to have belonged to at least some of the suspected hijackers has been searched. It's believed, apparently what we're learning now, is that they believe at least some of the hijackers may have been staying at this hotel. I want to bring in Shepard Smith, who is anchoring our coverage from the roof here of the Fox News Channel headquarters. Shepard?
Rita, I was just curious how they might have landed on these particular places. Was talking with a photographer friend this morning in Venice, Florida, who says that they did some searching there, did some arrest warrants over in Volusia County as well, something down in Daytona, now Boston. It sounds as if this thing is pretty widespread.
Yeah, very widespread, Shep, and this is pretty typical for Osama bin Laden. He has tentacles all over the world, and in the United States is typical. When they were planning the Millennium Strikes, and we covered that very, very extensively, he had individuals all over the country. Remember, somebody was coming in through Washington State, but then he had close ties to someone in Chicago, had ties to other people in Florida, and this is sort of typical of the way he controls his network and has individuals all over the country. And we're told that some of the things that may have led is one of the things that we first reported last night about the cell phone calls, that the law enforcement sources were able to intercept 2 particular cell phone calls from bin Laden followers. And in one of them they were saying basically, hey, thank goodness we were able to hit at least 2 of the targets, sort of congratulating each other. And when they were able to intercept that phone call, they were able to also obviously identify who was basically speaking, who controlled that cell phone call, and where that call was going to. And we're told that one of the calls at least was going to an individual in Florida, and that seemed to be obviously how it led them to Florida. And as we know, they were looking at one of the flight schools down there and a number of other locations.
Yeah,
but that seemed to be the tie to Florida and how they initially got that, Shep. And then in terms of Boston, also I'm told that something in one of the cell phone calls indicated Boston. I'm not sure if it was one of the callers or something that was said in one of the calls, but something pointed towards Boston.
Okay, Rita, just a question about some of the other people that the FBI may be wanting to talk to. We are getting some word that the FBI is also trying to speak to people like catering staff, maintenance workers, airport security, anybody who might have come into contact with anyone who got on those planes, those 4 planes that were hijacked. What are your sources telling you?
Yeah, we're telling that indeed, because the question right now is, were these individuals who came in from the outside who were simply passengers that were able to get through? And again, remember, FAA standards did allow for blades 4 inches or less, so it is quite possible that they could have just been passengers listed on the manifest, as we understand at least one of them was. But the other question is, this was so sophisticated. How could they be so successful with 4 separate airliners? And the sense is that there may have been some sort of inside movement, some sort of inside job, where possibly people who worked for the airlines may have been complicit and active in this. And that's one of the things that they're looking at. Was it someone who was in the catering service? Was it someone who was in charge of airport security? Was it someone at check-in? There are a lot of different ways that they could facilitate these type of individuals getting through.
Rita, it looks like there's some activity as the camera gets a close-up. There are local cameras closer by. You can see the police there. We're not sure whether they're surrounding a suspect or whether they're just leaving the hotel. Once again, this is in Back Bay, Boston. WBZ providing us with pictures here as police went into a Westin hotel there in search of suspects. Apparently, according to the AP wires, anyway, there have been no arrests. Let's listen into local coverage for a second.
Someone in the back of that or preparing to, but there are still full resources on the scene here. Just at the Westin Hotel in Copley Plaza, EMS still on board, as well as heavily armed local, state, and federal law enforcement agents. You can see some in the special operations uniform in the full black fatigue. You may or may not, because the crowd at this place continues to swell. People standing on the entrance ramp of the Massachusetts Turnpike here at Copley Place to get a better view. At this point, it seems that police priority is what is happening inside and not crowd control at this area. Just want to reassure people, this is not the site of any type of, at least at this point, any type of terrorist activity such as a plane or a bomb or a car bomb. This looks to be like law enforcement coming in to make first of all, to execute a search warrant and then a possibly arrest. I can still see Boston police. Clearly, that may be the #1 law enforcement agency as far as numbers on the scene, but this crowd and law enforcement numbers continue to swell right at the Westin Hotel in Boston at 1:19 on a Wednesday afternoon. Normally crowded, but this event has maybe doubled or tripled the crowd that would be on here on a late summer afternoon. Normally people enjoying lunch. Now this is a full-fledged operation.
All right, once again, WBZ coverage of unfolding events in Boston. This is the Westin Hotel in Copley Place. Police dressed in full riot gear with ramming batons and other devices, including fiber optic devices, to check underneath doors, went in there looking for suspects that may be related to yesterday's terrorist events. We saw the police come out just moments ago. It looked as though they were surrounding somebody, but we couldn't see clearly, nor could the reporter on site see whether, in fact, they had a suspect in hand. The numbers of people there, the crowd, as you can imagine, as all Americans are furious with events yesterday. When they got wind of the fact that something was happening that may involve terrorist suspects, the crowd began to swell. And as you can see, it continues to grow in numbers. But we have a lot of police involved. Apparently, the FBI is there as well. Once again, we see some activity right next to that emergency vehicle there. Let's see if we can spot what it is.
Little piece of information coming in from the Associated Press reporting that it appears that the authorities who went into the Boston Hotel that you see on your screen, that they had gotten word that perhaps some of the hijackers that were on board one of those planes that was hijacked, one of the 2 planes hijacked out of Boston yesterday, may have stayed at this hotel. As you might imagine, in the hours, minutes immediately after those crashes, they began searching the passenger manifest. Then they started trying to match those the names on the manifest with hotel rooms. It appears they matched it to the Westin Copley Hotel in the Back Bay of Boston. Let's go back to WBZ's local coverage.
Push back in order to hook up with our live remote truck so we could bring you this report. There are police filing through now. What may be happening now is that they are dispersing the crowd, or they are wrapping up whatever they have, the operation that they panned out here. Traffic is still flowing, literally bumper to bumper. The Mass Pike entrance has been blocked off by Boston police, but as you can see, people standing on the ramp to the Mass Pike, which is kind of bizarre in effect, only because the speeds of traffic that people were driving by before they cut it off. But now it looks like that crowd, now I see police tape being put up. Clearly that's a crime scene investigation, and those crowds are being pushed back. What is unclear, I can still see people in the windows of the Copley Plaza, the Westin Hotel in Copley Plaza, looking down. That must be a little bizarre to see that. They would probably be a little bit fearful of, obviously, some of the images that we saw yesterday. But I am here to reassure you there has been no explosions, no terrorist attack at this present moment. But it is amazing how people will stand around and watch something like this on the heels of what we saw happen on the lower end of Manhattan Island yesterday.
Okay. We've got some background information on why this is happening right now in Boston. It relates to an incident actually in Miami, Florida, where a Florida man says FBI agents told him that 2 men who stayed with him while getting flight training last year were involved in Tuesday's attacks on the World Trade Center. The guy's Charlie Voss. He's a former employee at Huffman Aviation in Venice. He said FBI agents who interviewed him at his home told him that authorities found a car at Boston's Logan Airport registered to the 2 men.
All right, this Mohammed Atta is one of the names, and it appears 33 years old. He previously had a driver's license in Egypt. They're just trying to piece together pieces of information. Obviously, there's going to be a much wider group of people in Boston connected because, obviously, it couldn't have been one single person on each hijacked flight out of there. In fact, authorities are saying that, according to some of the frantic phone calls they got from the aircraft that were hijacked, the people were telling them there were groups of 3 to 5 hijackers on board. That, of course, would mean that they had other people with them on the ground. That's why they're trying to sort of search every location from Boston to Florida and beyond that might have been connected with any of these individuals, some of whom authorities already know are Osama bin Laden supporters.
All right, we want to go back up to the top of our headquarters here in Midtown Manhattan, where Shepard Smith has been watching events unfold from above. Shepard, what do you got for us?
David, 28 hours later, the building behind me is still burning, and over the past hour since the sun came up this morning, there are reports that there have been no survivors pulled out of that building, despite the feverish rescue efforts of literally hundreds upon hundreds of people, not just from the New York City area, but folks who have been flown in or brought in, but in some way from around the country. The task is grim, and it will be a long and difficult one, and certainly all are watching as I hear yet another fighter jet flying overhead. One of the most amazing things about the last 24 hours has been the change in the landscape of this city. We are used to this ongoing series of noise, planes landing over at LaGuardia and over here at Newark, and you hear it all the time, and the sirens and the cabs honking and the people screaming and the hustle and bustle. It is gone, and it's dead silence here until a fighter jet flies overhead. Ollie North has been watching all of this as well. Ollie, it certainly feels like a war zone.
Shepard, it certainly does, and just further to that report we just got from Boston, there were reports yesterday, as you know, that many of us got, that there were as many as 50 terrorists deployed to the United States. Well, if indeed there were 4 to 6 on each one of these 4 flights, there is a reason why these flights have not been reactivated in the United States, and that's concerns that some of the flights that had terrorists aboard them yesterday were thwarted by the president's immediate decision to ground all aircraft, and that's why they have not started up again today. Number 2, the entire reason why we've got problems is in large respect because of this airport security problem that we've got. When I boarded my flight yesterday in Detroit en route back to National Airport, Reagan National, we were of course diverted to Dulles. I had in my bag that had passed through security this Leatherman tool that I carry with me for sailing.
Been taking those on planes for years and years.
Indeed they have, and of course that's part of the problem because we now have belief that some of the terrorists used this kind of a device to kill some of the flight attendants aboard and maybe even kill the pilots.
Does that lead you to believe, as John Gibson has been questioning over the past 24 hours, that it's time to go back to armed guards on flights?
Well, you know, Shepard, back in the 1970s, there were a bunch of us Marines who were called in when the Cubans were hijacking aircraft along the eastern seaboard. And the Marines posted the security on those aircraft, lieutenants and warrant officers, until the Federal Aviation Administration trained their air marshals. And of course, we don't have enough air marshals. If you look at what we've got for security in this country, it is now time for Americans to gird up to the fact that it's going to be just like getting on a flight to an El Al flight to Israel. Security is going to have to be enhanced dramatically.
For just a moment, we have additional law enforcement activity outside of Boston. You've already seen police officers enter the Westin Hotel there on your screen in the Back Bay, but it appears that police officers have converged on another hotel, the Park Inn at Chestnut Hill in Newton, Massachusetts. That's a suburb of Boston. We have with us once again senior correspondent Rita Cosby, who has been working with her sources on this. Rita, what do you know?
Well, Linda, we were told that they were in the process of trying to serve some search warrants on other locations in addition to the Westin Hotel and in Florida. So this certainly is coinciding with what we were hearing in terms of what you're hearing now in terms of the search possibly at that hotel in Newton, Massachusetts, which is not too far from Boston. Incidentally, it's just a few miles out. The other thing that was interesting, we were talking before about Mohammed Atta. That is the Egyptian who apparently the car that was found at Logan Airport is tied to, and he's someone who lives in Florida. It's interesting because my law enforcement sources are all saying that some of the individuals who are now in custody, and they're saying that these individuals seem to be tied somehow to the hijacking, and they're saying that they have some pretty strong evidence that these individuals have ties to Osama bin Laden. Typically, many of the members of his Al-QAEDA network, which is basically his stronghold, his network there in Afghanistan, many of them are Egyptians and Algerians, which is sort of the pattern we saw in the Millennium attacks. And this is interesting because Mohammed Atta, who's one of the individuals they're looking for, is an Egyptian, so it sort of coincides with everything.
Rita, just to interrupt you for a second, I just want to explain to viewers that what you're seeing on your screen there in Boston is the police bomb squad arriving at the Westin Hotel. Unclear why it's been called. Back to you, Rita.
Well, and one of the big concerns I can tell you is that because these individuals, there's been a lot of publicity, and I'm talking to a law enforcement source, they were telling me they were very nervous about serving some of these search warrants, and evidence of seeing the bomb squad now and some of the other things that we were seeing, riot gear and so forth before, is evidence of that, because there obviously has been a bit of publicity in the last 12, particularly 15 hours or so, about these suspects tied to Boston, tied to Florida. So many of them may have suspected that maybe their hotel rooms and some of their locations may be searched and maybe booby-trapped them or did some other things expecting that there would be law enforcement coming in and storming and checking. You know, it's interesting, too, that these individuals are not the type that wanted to be caught. What's interesting, a lot of other terrorist organizations, they send out these signals saying, we want a claim of responsibility. They want the publicity. They want the world to know that they acted. And what's unusual about bin Laden's network and what makes it particularly difficult for law enforcement sources is that they do not claim responsibility. And indeed, the first lead that law enforcement sources tell me that they got was intercepting these 2 cell phone calls that now led them to all these different locations, led them to Boston Logan Airport, led them to a number of locations in South Florida, and now it sounds like a hotel in Newton, Massachusetts, not too far from there. But with the word getting out that they were indeed being looked at, and indeed we started reporting that in the press just hours after the attack, very much they had the heads up, possibly anticipating that law enforcement officials will be going in.
Senior correspondent Rita Cosby. Rita, we'll check back in with you in just a moment.
As events transpire in Boston for the search for the suspects, it looks like they may, in fact, be cornering at least some of them. The questions are larger. If they get these suspects, will Congress follow through with their threats to really create a war on terrorism, even if it's an undeclared one? Our man, Britt Hume, managing editor of our Washington Bureau, the man who really created that bureau, joins us now to tell us, Britt, if they find these suspects, will that be enough? Will Congress step back and suddenly go into a more peaceful mode, or will we stay on a war footing?
Well, it's impossible to say right now, David, and a lot of that depends on what the president asks for and what the president does. At a moment like this, a president has even more than usual the opportunity to lead and to take command of a situation and to get the things that he says he wants. It is not clear what the president will do, but he can act unilaterally. If he wanted to carry out strikes, for example, of some kind against a perceived enemy or against a terrorist cell or even against a country, he could do it and make it happen. If it didn't go down well, there might be objections in Congress. So the president has a lot of freedom of movement. I should tell you, David, that we have just heard reports, and we're checking them now, sirens in the streets, emergency vehicles headed toward Union Station, which, as you know, is just up the street from the Capitol, where there have been seen some signs of smoke. So no one yet knows. There's going to be a lot of this kind of thing, and no one yet knows whether this is anything we need to be worried about or not. But obviously, as much on alert as this city is, we're watching for every single sign of possible further trouble that might emerge, and particularly when it comes from a transportation facility. Union Station, of course, that is the railroad terminal of the Washington, D.C. area. So when there's more on that, we'll try to bring it to you. We're aiming a camera in that direction. It appears now that it may be a truck fire, which could be something quite harmless, but we'll keep you posted.
Indeed.
Britt, been reading on the wires now that it seems at least that one of the avenues that investigators are taking is that some of these hijackers may have come across the border of Canada through a checkpoint. They caution that this is still developing information, but it seems to be the avenue down which they're traveling. I remember back around the turn of the millennium, Britt, and they caught this guy who'd come into Canada and made his way into the Seattle area. Are there concerns now about the Canadian border?
There are, and as you know, the Canadian border has been closed overnight. So at this point, I think there's concerns from here in Washington, Shep, about all borders and all possible avenues, because obviously what the administration and the government is worried about is whether there will be follow-on attacks. You heard the warning that Jim Angle reported on just a short time ago that's been issued to the airlines that says that the United States government is concerned about the prospect of possible further attacks. And obviously no one knows whether that will occur, whether this was about all that a terrorist group could pull off, astonishing as it was at one time. But that's obviously a concern, and you know that had to be part of the concern of security agents around the president yesterday when the decision was made to keep him in the air aboard Air Force One, and at one point the intention that they had to take him not back to the White House or any such place, but to the North American Air Defense Command in the mountains in Colorado. So we have... So you can sense what they're worried about. Possible future attacks are very much on everyone's mind.
All right, we jump in on this conversation, Britt Hume, Shepard Smith, and take you back to Boston. which is truly the hub of activity right now. This is the Westin Hotel in the Back Bay of Boston. It has been learned, this is coming from the Associated Press, that it's believed that some of the hijackers on board those two flights hijacked out of Boston yesterday were staying at this hotel. The police officers swarmed this hotel a short while ago. They're also apparently searching another hotel in a suburb of Boston known as Newton. Let's go back to WBZ's local coverage.
Evidence that may have been left behind as they stayed here. It's unclear if that's confirmed had they stayed here, but this looks to be one of the central points of this Boston investigation, other than Logan Airport and some of the evidence that was left behind over there. But it appears at this hour, maybe 45 minutes since those police personnel got here, that this is starting to thin out. It's unclear whether they found what they were looking for, but this was a location where heavily armed law enforcement showed up about 45 minutes ago with battering rams and full metal jacket. Another saying is that they had heavy armor going on into those rooms. It's unclear if any arrests were made. I did not see anybody brought out by law enforcement, but there's so many different entrances and exits to this hotel, you wouldn't know if somebody was arrested if they brought them out the other side. But now, which we are left with motorcycle crews, special operation crews, bomb squad crews, but it looks as if the bulk of that law enforcement is starting to pull out, and crowd control also being pushed back into Copley Square. Just a few minutes ago, that whole crowd was pushed up to where you see the ambulances, and it's a bit surreal. I don't know if Michael Bennett can see, but just to the left of those ambulances are an American and Commonwealth of Massachusetts flag that are at half-mast today in memory of those who died and suffered in yesterday's bombings. So just as these flags fly at half-staff around the country, one of the investigations continue to be centered here in Copley Plaza. We should get some confirmation, we hope to this afternoon, that a search warrant was executed here at the Westin Copley Plaza Hotel, but it's unclear if any arrests were made.
All right, we're going to continue stepping into WBZ's local coverage there. It appears that it's quieting down a little bit at the Westin Hotel. There is still conflicting information as to whether anyone was arrested at this scene. Eyewitness reports have said yes. The Associated Press has said no. Senior correspondent Rita Cosby has been talking to her law enforcement sources, trying to get updated information, even as the FBI apparently has now gone to a hotel in Newton, Mass. That's just a short while outside the city of Boston. It's a suburb. Rita, what do you have?
Well, we're told from law enforcement sources that there are a number of suspects and individuals in custody in Boston and Florida. And we're told that, in fact, this hotel in particular, I don't know about the one in Newton, but I can tell you this hotel, that it does believe that one of the hijackers, or one of the people they presume to be one of the hijackers, was staying there. And we're told that possibly several of them were staying there. So they were trying to see if there was any vital information in terms of planning for the attack, any sort of pieces of paper that they may have left behind, any phone calls they may have made from there. There are a number of different things that they could check when going into that hotel, and we're not quite clear if they were able to arrest anyone in this particular hotel. We are told there are several people in custody from locations in Boston and also in Florida. We're also told that those individuals are being questioned as we speak, and that some of them may prove to be material witnesses, not necessarily someone that they will arrest, but someone that could provide helpful information in the case. And we're also told, however, that some may turn into being individuals who may be directly tied to the hijacking. We're told that some of them do appear to have very strong links to Osama bin Laden, that some of them have some loose ties, some of them have some very clear ties, according to a law enforcement source. And we are also told from a senior law enforcement official that they are almost certain that Osama bin Laden was behind this attack, and that typically, as we know from covering him from a long time, that a number of the individuals that he hires are sort of 2 or 3, sometimes 4 or 5 layers away from him, that he often has a number of surrogates carry out the attack, and that's sort of the way he does it. He doesn't want to have it directly sort of come back to him. So he may do several different layers removed, a number of different organizations that he might recruit. And in the case of, say, the USS Cole, where U.S. officials believe privately that he was strongly behind that attack, he's not been indicted in that, but they strongly believe he is behind that attack, it looks like he may have recruited some Yemenis, some local officials, and also possibly some Egyptians there. In this case, they're saying that they believe that his tentacles were quite wide to carry out such a sophisticated attack. And indeed, we do know that one of the individuals that they're looking for, at least in Florida, and we don't believe this individual is in custody, is a man by Mohammed Atta. We also heard a Mohammed Akka. We've heard two different spellings, and he is Egyptian and apparently has some ties to Osama bin Laden. And another thing here in Washington, we're hearing some sirens at Union Station, which is not too far. It's literally about a block away from where we are here. We're told a couple different things. We're trying to check it out. One thing, we're hearing that there may be a car on fire, but at this point it's not clear if it's related at all to what's going on.
Rita Cosby in Washington. As we take it back to the New York coverage, just a piece of information. Massachusetts State Police and Boston FBI are now waiting for a search warrant to be executed at the Park Inn in Newton, Massachusetts. We will keep you updated as we get more information. Now to Shepard Smith, monitoring the cleanup operation in New York City. Shepard.
Yeah, this is certainly affecting the lives of Americans from coast to coast, and certainly people from around the world. This just in, baseball has postponed all Thursday games, the third straight day that the whole schedule has been postponed. That's never happened in America. We are now sort of in a city that's changed its complexion over the last day or so. You can get out of New York, but you can't come back in. That's been the case for the past day or so, which leaves the streets feeling like a Christmas morning or a New Year's Day morning, largely empty, largely clean, as if the street folks had come in and swept up all of our mess from a big celebration the night before. This morning on a gorgeous day, a perfect fall day in New York, you walk out of the apartment building and down to the subway, as every day, and stop by the newsstand to get the morning papers, the New York Post, the Daily News, the Times. They had none of those today. They were all gone. Some of them hadn't made it there. Only the USA Today and picked it up and, you know, talked about war on the front. You can't get around on the streets because there are no cabs, there are no black cabs, there are no yellow cabs, there's none of that. They're using all of those vehicles to get emergency personnel around, and there's no way to travel except by subway. So even if you're one of the probably millions of people who need some privacy right now and needs to figure out if it's your turn to grieve, your only mode of transportation is the subway. And it was a very pointed moment today, getting on the 6 train to head south, and a young woman, probably 30 years old, sitting directly across from me, most of the seats empty. She has the paper in front of her and just breaks down in tears, and another man follows suit, and another man follows suit. And their hugs on the 6 train southbound today as people made their way toward Midtown. This city is deeply affected, rocked to its soul, and looking for some degree of solace. And in a city where we routinely bump into each other in our hustle and bustle to get to the next stop as we move from box to box to box, there's a new atmosphere, David.
Shep, in addition to the sadness, which of course is everywhere, and you mentioned the silence, which is almost it's just unnerving. It's so unusual for a city like New York, the hub of all this attention and excitement. But there's also, I noticed, a sense of true resolve among New Yorkers. And New Yorkers come out with that sense when they're in times of crisis, whether it's a strike or a snowstorm, whatever. And particularly in a terrorist event like this, the likes of which we've never seen, there is, in addition to the sadness, tremendous resolve, perhaps best epitomized by the mayor himself, Rudy Giuliani, who's just been absolutely steadfast in his commitment to stay with this thing and to see New Yorkers land on their feet. So the resolve is there.
All right, as we continue to look into the rescue efforts in New York City, just a new piece of information about Boston. Law enforcement telling the Associated Press that at this Westin Hotel in the Back Bay of Boston, a hotel room is believed to have belonged to at least one of the hijackers, if not more. Officials say that the room was vacant when they got in there, but it did include some information linking it to a name that was on the manifest of one of the hijacked flights that left out of Boston Logan Airport. They have not identified this individual. We take it back to Catherine Herod. She is at St. Vincent's Hospital, the closest facility to the World Trade Center. Catherine.
Linda, the latest information we have is that they've taken on 5 more firefighters at the hospital this morning. They were brought here because of exhaustion. They had been working for over 24 hours. Hospital officials emphasizing to us that they were not pulled from the rubble, but they have learned that the activity in downtown Manhattan is intensifying. Of course, that is good news because they're hoping beyond hope that there will be more survivors here. But that, of course, brings other complications. Taking in heavy equipment, trying to remove the debris to get at those who may be alive and trapped. stirs up the dust. And one of the injuries that they've seen over and over here with the firefighters and with the police officers are abrasions to the eye. Essentially, your eye is moist, and when you have that concrete dust in the air, it sticks to the eye and gets trapped under the eyelid, so that when you naturally blink, you are scratching, you're abrading the eye. It's very painful and, of course, makes it very difficult to see. The latest statistics that we have for you are virtually unchanged in the last few hours. 369 patients have been treated here, 95 have been admitted, 4 sadly have died. Amongst that total, 68 are firefighters and police officers. Today they told us earlier that what they were expecting were what I call the walking wounded, people who were hurt yesterday but were able to get home. Once they got home, they realized that they needed medical attention, so they are seeing some of that here today. They have scores of mental health professionals on hand, because what they're saying is, as families come here searching for information, searching for those who they've had no contact with, it's starting to sink in that perhaps they have died, and they're trying to help them through that grieving process. Overwhelming stories really from all of the medical professionals here. We had one earlier from 2 medics, paramedics, who are trying to save lives and in the process nearly lost their own.
I had one patient, we grabbed her, put her in the ambulance. She was full of soot. She was covered from head to toe with ashes, and basically dropped her off to a site and then went back to the command center.
I think if it wasn't for the first patient I took out, Jenny, who we took to Cornell, I would probably not be here right now.
They've had countless volunteers here, 500 doctors, 150 nurses, and what the mayor has emphasized to people is that if they wish to volunteer, there is still a need. Many of these people, they have to consider 2 points now. They are physically exhausted. They have been working for over 24 hours, and they're also mentally and emotionally exhausted from what they've seen. The trauma injuries, the blunt trauma injuries, severe burns, 2nd and 3rd degree burns, and severe lacerations. So these people perhaps are unable to cope, and there will need to be replacements in the days and, of course, weeks ahead. Back to you.
All right. We heard earlier, Catherine Herridge, some very disturbing news that while the facilities exist and while doctors are on hand and everybody's lining up to give blood, there aren't too many victims being brought into hospitals, which leads a lot of people to believe that the death toll will be in the thousands.
It's absolutely right, David. Actually, earlier today I confirmed with a senior hospital official that since midnight they have not taken any casualties from ground zero, from the disaster scene. They have only taken emergency workers, the police officers, and some of the firefighters I mentioned. And what they keep telling us is that they are hopeful and they are determined to help. But of course, with every passing hour, that hope, of course, has to fade. Back to you.
Catherine Herridge, we were talking earlier about some smoke that Britt Hume saw and some other people adjacent to the Union Station. We should mention that our Washington headquarters for Fox News is just a stone's throw from Union Station. That smoke apparently unrelated to any of these incidences. So we are very happy to report, in fact, what happened at Union Station. There you see a picture of the fountain in front of Union Station. You can't see any signs of smoke. May simply have been unrelated. We've heard reports of a truck fire and other things as well.
All right, we go now to my colleague, Shepard Smith. Back once again on the roof of the Fox News Channel headquarters. Shepard?
Linda, we've been watching over the building down lower Manhattan, probably 70, 80 blocks down there, and certainly those rescue efforts, which Catherine Herridge was describing, are underway. I understand they're moving some of the perimeters, and our senior correspondent Eric Shawn is there. Eric, are they kicking you out of there?
Removed to an area a little further north. Basically, one situation is that the wind has changed all day since we've been here since 3 in the morning. The wind had been heading south, taking that plume south and over the Hudson River. Now it is turned around and it is, excuse me, it's been coming up north. So making it a little difficult, plus communications here are difficult with our cell phone service. You talk about the lack of victims, sadly, in the sense that more people will not be able to be treated at the hospital, indicating they could be dead. You wouldn't think that anyone could survive this 2 110-story buildings and the 48 number 7 World Trade Center, but in fact at least 9 people have survived. They were miraculously plucked from in that debris. 4 New York City firefighters, 3 cops, 1 man, one of those police officers, Port Authority officer John McLaughlin, the miracle man of this day here. He, according to the rescuers, rode that building down from the 82nd floor. When he was rescued and pulled out from underneath the debris, he said he was on the 82nd floor when that building imploded, and he rode that building all the way down to what is left of the World Trade Center, just a 5-story hunk of twisted metal and concrete and burnt out, crushed cars here in the street of New York. We're now with Peter Kirklis, who's helped work with the removal of some of the material. Is it orderly? What are they looking for? Is it focused?
We came to work this morning and we decided what are we going to do today? We're an independent metal shop, and we said, well, why don't we give it a chance and try to go to the Williamsburg Bridge and see if we can go and volunteer. We had no preconceived ideas of what we were going to do when we arrived.
What did you do when you were here?
We were most effective untangling the oxygen and acetylene hoses that seemed like there were a lot of iron workers very focused doing their job, and my team, four co-workers, found that we were most effective untangling the oxygen and acetylene hose.
So you're talking about people doing very specialized jobs, yes, from pulling people out, and iron workers taking care of the iron, maybe other people, yes, breaking apart concrete, and then moving the cranes.
There was crane people and the fire department. I was really impressed with the fire department, and they're all working in unison because they were moving from small pieces, moving up to larger pieces, and then there was a 100-foot crane that was the last objective. We found that we needed to leave because they were at a point where it was getting kind of dangerous, where they were getting to some of the larger structural pieces that I felt we would kind of be in their way.
Well, Peter, that is one element that, because they worked all night, took out about 120 trailer trucks worth of debris, going on barges, leaving the area, and they have a lot more to go. They are now moving toward the larger sections, the big cranes, heavy equipment moving in here to try and move some of these big sections to hopefully get to some of the people who they believe are trapped in pockets called voids underneath the World Trade Center, specifically in some of the areas of the shopping arcade and perhaps even the basement. People who were in the basement who were able to survive and are basically still alive, who have been in contact with authorities and family members through the cell phone, and have been able to withstand this thing because of the superstructure of the World Trade Center still enabling them to survive. So for right now, that's where the situation here stands. 2,000 emergency workers busy at work in high gear, hoping that they can get more people, more than just the 9 that have already been saved. We're live in Lower Manhattan at the site. Eric Shaw, Fox News. Back
Eric, thanks. Let's hope and pray. He was mentioning this plume of smoke over the past 24 hours. It has drifted east over toward Brooklyn and left a lot of ash there, and left toward North Jersey. But the smoke has never come north toward the rest of Manhattan. So above 14th Street into Midtown, the Upper East and West sides of town, you never even smelled the smoke, never saw it. The soot never came here. But now the wind has certainly shifted, and this reality of South Manhattan or Lower Manhattan is making its way to the rest of New York City. It's hard to miss. Linda Vester, back down to you.
All right, Shepard, thank you very much. A little more information coming in as we take you back to Boston, which seems to be the hub of activity in the FBI investigation. You're looking at the Westin Hotel in Boston. This is where police and FBI swarmed in a little bit earlier today with shields and battering rams, going into, it appears, at least one room that is believed to have belonged to one of the suspects, one of the hijackers. Let's listen to WBZ local coverage.
Of yesterday, but this scene does look like it at least starting to slow down. Still a crime scene, but I think what may come out of here, we understand that one person was brought into custody and that they executed a search warrant on the 13th and quite possibly the 16th floors of this hotel. What they got out of there may help them in this investigation.
Okay, we are going to continue keeping an eye on Boston because we mentioned a little bit earlier, we've gotten word that apparently law enforcement is also waiting to execute a search warrant in a suburb of Boston. It's called Newton. It's not very far from downtown Boston. There is a hotel called the Park Inn at Chestnut Hill. Apparently FBI and local police are there on the scene. They have a search warrant. They're waiting to execute it. We're going to keep you updated on that. In the meantime, we take it now to the White House. Correspondent James Rosen is there on the North Lawn. James.
Belinda, a well-informed source close to the Bush administration tells Fox News that authorities have already identified by name the hijackers of at least United Airlines flight number 93. This was the flight that left Newark, New Jersey, bound for Los Angeles, and of course met its tragic end in Pennsylvania. According to this source, the key to solving the entire investigation is, and I quote, what we're finding in Pennsylvania at the wreck site, located 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. Quote, there is much there that didn't burn and has been salvaged, the source said, and based on materials already found in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, the source says, and I quote, the hijackers have been identified by name, unquote. Now, the source also specified that these individuals, these named individuals, are indeed linked to Osama bin Laden, the Islamic militant who has served on the FBI's 10 most wanted list and who has been linked to various terror attacks against Americans over the past decade. Meantime, President Bush convened a meeting of his national security team this morning and made brief remarks beforehand. Mr. Bush saying yesterday's attacks were more than acts of terror, but acts of war. But the president reminded Americans that we face what he called a different enemy than we have faced before.
This enemy hides in shadows and has no regard for human life. This is an enemy who preys on innocent and unsuspecting people, then runs for cover. But it won't be able to run for cover forever. This is an enemy that tries to hide, but it won't be able to hide forever. This is an enemy that thinks its harbors are safe, but they won't be safe forever.
Now, President Bush this morning met with a bipartisan, bicameral group of congressional leaders. What that means, if you don't speak Washingtonese, is that the leaders came from both the House and the Senate and from both the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. A key agenda item in that meeting was an emergency supplemental funding request. Capitol Hill sources say this will amount to a blank check to be used to help with the search and rescue operations and also to help rebuild Lower Manhattan and the damaged section of the Pentagon. After this meeting, those leaders approached microphones outside the White House and said they stand figuratively and literally shoulder to shoulder with the president, ready to help him do whatever he decides to do to retaliate for these attacks. But to recap, authorities have identified by name the hijackers of at least United Airlines Flight 93, the Newark to Los Angeles flight that crashed in Pennsylvania. This according to a source well-informed and close to the Bush administration. We take it back to our colleagues in New York.
James Rosen on the North Lawn of the White House. James, thanks very much for that. Also, a little piece of information coming in about the airlines and how they are responding to the grieving families of those who are on board those 4 hijacked doomed flights. American Airlines has now joined United Airlines in offering $25,000 to each family of each victim on board those planes, this to help them meet immediate needs. American Airlines going also a little bit further, asking its employees not to react with anger toward Arab Americans and have a knee-jerk response. Perhaps a difficult order to carry out, but American Airlines asking its staffers not to react with anger specifically toward American Airlines, even though it does appear now that there may be a link here to Osama bin Laden.
There is also, of course, curiosity about what the after effects might be in a legal sense from what happened yesterday, whether or not there are going to be lawsuits that ensue not only against the airlines, but whether against the authorities involved in the World Trade Center, which used to be a part of Port Authority. Now it's privately owned, and that there are questions about exactly who might be sued by whom and how much. A lot of economic repercussions, of course, this happening in an economic downturn, if not a recession or if not in the beginning of a recession. The question is, how will the markets react? Of course, Lower Manhattan is trying to dig out from underneath all the rubble, and that means that the exchanges have been closed. There are some inklings that perhaps before the end of the week they will be reopened. What happens when they do reopen? A huge question in an economic downturn. Already our own Neil Cavuto is reporting that some people he's been contacting are pulling their money out any way they can. Of course, it's difficult to find a play to do that in an environment in which only European and foreign Asian markets are open, but they are trying to do that.
David, as you well know, overnight the Nikkei was down to a level unprecedented, or unseen at least in 17 years. So much of the money going into gold and going into oil, which is you know, a classic place that people, when they can't figure out where to put their money, end up putting it. There are fears about the markets here, but Neil seems confident that we'll be able to rebound from this. Midway Airlines, one which will not rebound, citing concerns regarding yesterday's attack. Midway Airlines has shut down all operations, will not reopen. 1,700 employees without jobs now, and the hope is that that is not just the tip of the iceberg. It is going to be a daunting challenge for President George W. Bush, not only to manage the emotions of the nation as the leader of us all, but also to handle whatever repercussions are necessary. It's worthwhile to look at history to learn a little bit about what our future may bring us. Hugh Sidey is a presidential historian and friend of the channel who's joined us often. Hugh, good to see you. Hugh, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm there, or I think I'm there.
The president, with so much on his plate this day and so much to do in the days to come, to what president's activities might he look for some degree of guidance? What's worked and what hasn't?
Well, I think you can go all the way back. Of course, we've had Pearl Harbor mentioned, the assassination of John Kennedy, the responses of Lyndon Johnson. I think you go to Ronald Reagan and his responses to terrorism.
Excuse me for the interruption. We have breaking news in Washington. Straight to Britt Hume now. Britt?
Shep, it's worth noting what's happening on the Senate floor right now. The Majority Leader, Senator Daschle, asked that all members take their seats for a roll call vote on the resolution. It is a sense of the Congress resolution that will clear both houses, supporting the president and condemning what has happened. It speaks, before the resolution is over, of support for what is called a war to eradicate terrorism. There had been some debate about whether the word war would be used, but on a bipartisan basis we understood that there was willingness to do that. This is likely to pass unanimously. It is unusual to see all members sitting in their seats voting. And let's listen to a little of it.
Mr. Corzine, aye. Mr. Craig. Mr. Craig, aye. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Daschle. Mr. Daschle, aye.
Well, there you heard the vote by the Majority Leader himself. The voice you hear is that of the clerk, whose job it is to call the roll. And on a vote of this kind, what you're seeing is the customary repetition after each member casts his or her vote of the nature of that vote for the benefit of people like ourselves who are listening or who may be watching from the gallery. So this is the first legislative response that we've had to this. This is a resolution which was devised in the House and the Senate. This was not something that the president had asked for, obviously, although it expresses support for him. It is, as I said, a sense of the Congress, in this case a sense of the Senate resolution. It will also pass the House, has also passed the House, that is support for him and the other things that you would expect. It is not possible to gauge from this, Shep, what else Congress might be willing to do, but the sense one has in this town at this point is that whatever additional efforts the president may wish to make, military, relief, rescue, rebuilding, he is very likely to get, and that the money, the $160 billion of surplus Social Security revenues, which for perhaps one of the first times in American history was declared off limits for general spending, will now be on limits.
Britt, you mentioned this word war. I wonder about the significance of that and would be interested to hear your take on it, given that we have a war on drugs that many might argue we don't really seem to be in the business of wanting to win.
Well, in this context, of course, this is a sense of the Congress resolution. It is non-binding. It has none of the effect that a declaration of war would have. The president has not asked for a declaration of war. If he were to do so, of course, at this point it is unclear against whom and what the declaration would be declared, so it would be made. So that obviously is a legislative and legal question of considerable consequence. But the issue that all of us who are political observers have been watching in this town the last couple of days is to see what kind of tone and language is set. If there appears to be a shrinking from calling this event by words that are the starkest, from using military terminology, that would tip us off that perhaps something less than a full and muscular response would be in prospect. So far, we haven't had that. The president was relatively mild in his early responses. His statement this morning seems stronger. Make no mistake, he said an act of war, mirroring the comments of a number of senators senators and House members made yesterday. So we appear to be edging into a situation in which very strong action can be sought if the president wants it, And the feeling we're getting from Congress, from what we can tell, is if he asks for it, he will get it. That means money. That means authorization for missions and operations. That means if he finds a way to do it, possibly a declaration of war.
Britt, recent history would suggest that swift retaliation is something that the American public tends to demand, and in a matter of hours more often than a matter of weeks. I know President Clinton made a couple of attacks, or there was a decision to make a couple of attacks after Kenya and Tanzania. The success thereof up for debate, but certainly it did seem to quiet the populace. Would it be your sense that something could happen, and soon?
Well, Shep, I wouldn't rule it out, but I think in this case, this president strikes me, and this administration, composed as it is of seasoned hands who have been around before. Colin Powell, for example, Dick Cheney. These were people who saw the first President Bush through the Gulf War. And that was a situation in which something happened. The president announced, as this president did, that it would not stand. And it was a matter of many weeks and months before there was any actual aggressive military action by the United States. There then came a long period of buildup and work diplomatically to forge a coalition. There was then an arduous effort to get permission from a resolution from the UN to authorize it, and then a resolution from the U.S. Congress to authorize it. That was a little different from this, because that was not a direct attack on the United States. What we had yesterday very much was. So my sense is that this president could act without quite as much time, if he needed it, for gathering coalitions and putting together congressional authorizations, which I think would come very quickly. The question is, how ready would he be? Would he have the forces in place to do whatever it is he decided was appropriate and necessary to do? Would the intelligence be there to tell him where to strike if he decided to strike? But the sense you have now is that we are in a political atmosphere in which the president, if he leads, has a Congress that is likely to follow him.
Britt, Hugh Sidey's with us as well, and I just wonder if there's any historical context to place all of this in. Thought maybe you might have some questions for him, the producers are suggesting.
Shep, I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear that.
Producers were suggesting that maybe you had some questions for Hugh Sidey, our political historian, presidential historian who's with us.
Yeah, I'm very delighted that Hugh is with us. Hugh, you probably heard this last babble from me. What is your sense of it? Do you read the political atmosphere as I do?
Well, I was going to congratulate you. I think you hit it pretty much on the head. And I do believe it's a delicate mixture of both restraint and then also some active events. I think possibly politics requires something here fairly soon, but then the long haul, I think, is quite different. I would assume that George Senior Bush is probably being called up by his son because, as you pointed out, that was a marvelous kind of orchestration of allies, coalitions, the gathering of force, and that's what we need. I would also point out that Ronald Reagan, on 2 instances, the bombing of our embassy in Beirut and the killing of the Marines in Guatemala, he did not strike because he could not find the perpetrators. And he said, I will not kill innocent people. But when he found some link with terrorists in West Germany when GIs were killed, he hit Libya. So it's this kind of orchestration that we're going to have to go through, I think.
And Hugh, that was a time when the populace was demanding some sort of strike.
Yes, indeed.
My reading of the history book suggests that all of America was looking for a place to put this pent-up rage and could not find it.
Yes, and I think that's probably one of the dangers now. As a matter of fact, before I walked into the studio, somebody suggested to me that indeed Afghanistan would be a parking lot by the end of the month. Well, I'm not a bit sure about that, and I certainly am not sure unless there's information that requires something like that.
And I think it's probably worth reminding viewers here that we're also keeping an eye on the events unfolding in and around Boston, Massachusetts this afternoon, where at a minimum search warrants appear to have been executed at the Copley Plaza, the Westin Copley Plaza Hotel. And there are also been additional reports of arrests having been made. And, of course, Fox's James Rosen has been reporting from the White House, where sources are there. You see a shot of that hotel right there in the middle of downtown Boston. Has been reporting that the crash scene at near Pittsburgh has yielded considerable information that enables authorities to believe that they now know the identities, at least of the terrorists who hijacked the plane that went down there outside Pittsburgh, and perhaps quite a bit more information. So we also have this investigation moving forward on a number of fronts. At least search warrants executed at that hotel there in Boston. Station WBZ has been on the air with that live picture and reporting from there, and we're also keeping an eye on a hotel outside Boston in the town of Newton, Massachusetts. So investigation moving forward here. All of this, of course, feeds into the funnel of information that will come to the President of the United States as he contemplates what sort of immediate and long-term, as Husadi was suggesting, and long-term action that he might want to take. He has, of course, the political atmosphere in which he can probably get the Congress to give him pretty much what he wants, and he also has a public, as we've been talking about, with a strong appetite for action. As we speak, the Senate is concluding its vote on this sense of the Congress resolution to support the President, to condemn the terrorists, and to declare support for what was called the war to eradicate terrorism.
Yeah, Britt, you mentioned these contacts in Boston. We also now know, preliminary reports are, that some of these people who have done this attacking, preliminarily at least, may have actually been trained on American soil at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical Institute in Florida, a world-renowned place for training, and folks who are going to be attacking America, at least preliminarily, were trained right here.
Well, that's right. That obviously is an area of the investigation that will be watched with great interest. We just saw, just before the picture went away, that was Senator Debbie Stabenow of the state of Michigan, who was in the chair as this vote unfolded. You saw her pick up that little gavel. It looks like the head of a gavel, and tap it. The vote in the Senate was 100-0. The majority leader now has the floor. Let's see what he's moving on to now.
After 3:30 this afternoon, we would invite senators to come back to the floor to express themselves if they have not yet had the opportunity to do so. I yield the floor.
Madam President. All right, there you saw a customary courtesy that senators, the Senate leadership often asks be extended to members after a vote so that they might, as they say, revise and extend their remarks, so that when the congressional record is published and members want to have had themselves on the record in support or opposition to a particular measure, that those remarks will be included. In this case, of course, there is no opposition. The measure passed 100-0. Husadi, of course, that's just a sense of the Congress resolution, but one does sense that it could be the forerunner of other resolutions that would rather quickly pass if the President asked for them, for money and authorization to take further action.
I think that's right. I think the way he handles all of these things, the sense of the Congress, the United Nations, when and if it meets again, our allies, all of that sort of thing is the test of this president. And his father in the Desert Storm did it so magnificently. At least there is that precedent. And he's got the same team there. But I also, Britt, the test is, as you mentioned, the long-range war. I go clear back to Allen Dulles, and virtually every head of the CIA has always lamented our tendency, once these convulsions happen, to declare war. Well, not quite that.
Hugh, let me just interrupt you. Hugh, let me interrupt you for a second while we listen just briefly to Trent Lott, who's outside the Senate chamber.
The Senate and the House is moving. This is not Democrat or Republican. This is American. It's a serious problem. We've got to deal with it in a dramatic way. We have got to cooperate with our commander-in-chief. We've got to be prepared to trust each other as to how we proceed. We need to also identify new, important, bold moves that we can make to deal with this problem in an appropriate way.
All right. You get a sense of what Senator Lott is saying there, just reiterating what I think is the sentiment expressed in the resolution that just passed by a vote of 100-0 in the Senate. With thanks to Husadi for joining us with these observations, I want to pass it back to Linda Vester in New York. Linda?
We want to take you back to the hub of activity investigatively, so to speak. Boston, downtown Boston. You're looking at the Back Bay, and that is where the Westin Hotel is, near a major mall called Copley Place. Earlier this morning, FBI teams and police SWAT teams moved in. They had their shields up. They had battering rams. One of them pulled up in a completely unmarked silver van, and a number of police officers just came pouring out. What they did is they went inside. According to a hotel employee who tipped off local media, they were going to at least the 16th floor. It is believed, as is being pieced together right now through law enforcement sources, it's believed that the 16th floor may have had one of the rooms that belonged to one or more of the hijackers of those two Boston flights hijacked yesterday afternoon. They don't, apparently, the latest word from law enforcement is that there was no one that they arrested there. Conflicting reports. Some eyewitnesses said they did come out and put someone in a van. It's still a very fluid situation. But the word that we have gotten from law enforcement is that at least they were able to search the room, and apparently, according to an anonymous source, they did not find anyone in that particular room. They did, however, find materials that linked this individual with Osama bin Laden. Now, apparently, there were also FBI agents and other law enforcement at a hotel near downtown Boston. It's a suburb called Newton, waiting to execute a search warrant at a hotel called the Park Inn at Chestnut Hill. We want to go now to WBZ's local coverage there in Boston. Let's take it live.
From law enforcement to find out exactly what's happening with the situation.
There may be some pauses here in the local coverage because clearly it's fluid. You can still see law enforcement carting things out of there. One would only presume that this is evidence they're taking away. We did see a bomb squad there earlier. There was no incident, but you can imagine that once they got this information, this tip that appeared to link somebody in that hotel with somebody on the passenger manifest of one of those hijacked planes, they had to react with utmost caution. They had to have a maximum number of law enforcement. They had to be prepared for anything in case they went into one of the rooms and that perhaps one of the hijackers may have left a booby trap. Apparently the coast was clear, but it does look like they're going in to get to at least remove some evidence from the scene at the Westin Hotel in the Back Bay of Boston, Massachusetts. Back now to Shepard Smith.
Linda, you mentioned the bomb squad arriving there in Boston, certainly one of the first to arrive to any sort of scene like this. Yesterday morning, just after 9 o'clock, a 5-alarm fire was reported in the southern end of Manhattan. That brings about 200 firefighters in a matter of about 5 minutes to a location, and it also brings New York City's proud and famed bomb squad. And it's now believed that the World Trade Center collapsed on the heads of those brave men and women, and that the entire bomb squad of New York City Police Department may be gone, and that as many as 200 of New York City's bravest may be gone as well. Fox News correspondent Catherine Herridge is at St. Vincent's Hospital, where they are praying that more victims will be brought in alive to treat. Catherine, how's it looking?
Shep, I have to say that one thing that we've heard over and over are really stories of heroics and extraordinary risks that people have taken to go down to Ground Zero to try and help those who may be alive and trapped. And I have one of those individuals here with me, Dr. Andrew Feldman. He's an orthopedic surgeon at St. Vincent's and head of their sports injury unit. Can you tell me what you saw down there?
I would say total devastation. It's much worse than maybe the people at home can see on their TVs when you're actually there. The amount of the destruction of not only obviously the buildings that were problematic, but of all the collateral buildings. So many of them are burnt out, windows gone, a lot of buildings that they don't show on TV are gone, and up in 3-4 blocks away the area is covered with thick soot and asbestos.
How many buildings did you see completely destroyed, and how many are still on fire?
I think there's about 2 or 3 that are still on fire, but I happen to have my office across the street from there, and thank God I wasn't there yesterday, but I was surveying the area just to see if I'd ever be able to be down there again, and I'd say there are probably 20 buildings that are affected.
Were you able to reach any people who were still alive and trapped?
I'm sorry to say, you know, as heroic as the rescue workers have been, and I just commend them on how meticulous they've been and calm. The fact that, you know, we don't have a lot of people coming in here right now is not the best sign, obviously. I think that we remain hopeful, but nonetheless, it's a difficult task, and there's just so much debris, so much fire and gas and everything else down there. And I mean, it's like a war zone. It really is.
You said to me it looked like something out of Beirut.
Well, it looks like something from a movie, and that's for sure. And when you see somebody driving around in a Humvee with a machine gun, you know, blazing, it's a little bit scary.
For those people who are still alive and trapped, how much time would you give them now, given the conditions there?
I can't really answer that, but I can pose the question to you. If somebody's been trapped under a building for 24 hours with smoke and gas, I mean, not a good sign.
Thank you, Dr. Feldman. So we've had an eyewitness account. He just returned in the last hour, and the scene there does not sound very good for those who may be alive and still trapped. send it back to you.
All right, Catherine Harridge, live with us down there. Let's go straight to Eric Shawn, our senior correspondent, who's been on scene there at the site of it all. Eric, getting these reports from the police and fire departments that are just so disturbing that so many of them may have been lost there.
Yeah, we have learned and have been talking to some of the fire department folks and saying that when they go in there, they are actually walking on top of fire trucks. The rescuers, when they go in there, are walking in rubble on top of fire trucks. It is a tremendous scene inside, largely volunteer. There are 2,000, at least 2,000 search and rescue folks digging with their hands, with some machinery, getting the massive contorted ironworks and cement and concrete out, searching for victims. So far, at least 9 that we have learned have been rescued, have been saved. We have some astonishing video, which I think we have taken inside the search area, right up inside the search area, which shows you exactly what's happening. This human condition, this human, superhuman effort to try and save people and to try and get people out from under what they call voids, which are hidden areas deep underneath this twisted rubble where people could still be alive, could still be breathing. Some of those people had made phone calls to their families and to authorities from the cell phones. So far, 9 have survived at least. 4 New York City firefighters, 3 cops, a businessman, we understand. One of those police officers, the miracle man of this story, he went down about 82 stories or so and rode the whole World Trade Center down and survived with leg injuries. With me now is Chris Invortson, who has been helping out with the rescue. Chris, just describe, you've been there inside. What have you been doing and what is the mood?
Well, I've been there since middle of last night, and basically we've been there with other volunteer firefighters, volunteer policemen, New York State troopers, and iron workers from the tri-state area who actually were brought in with their equipment, with their cutting torches to try and take down these massive girders, because that's what's really impeding progress of the rescue. So we're all shoulder to shoulder. We've been there, you know, virtually since the middle of last night. The mood is very grim, but determined. People are working as hard as they possibly can to pull this debris out. There are human chains of people taking piece of rubble by piece of rubble out, and you know, it's amazing how many volunteers are there. I came from upstate New York, a little town called Bovina. Drove down the middle of last night with a recalled retired NYPD officer, and we've run into state troopers, cops from New Jersey, from Connecticut, firefighters from as far away as Canada, and like I said, iron workers who are doing a heroic job with cutting torches.
When you went in there and you were taking concrete out with your own bare hands, you helped with some of the survivors. What did you see? How did they get out?
Well, we were very lucky with some survivors. We were able to bring them out. As I said, we have you know, we have dogs that are sniffing for survivors, and we have trained rescue personnel who are just literally standing on precarious piles of rubble, just going through it.
You guys are risking your lives in there.
It's very unstable working on these girders, and you know, I was manning a fire hose to try and keep the welders from starting fires. Meanwhile, there are massive cranes pulling other pieces up. There are search dogs over here. It's indescribable, the amount of activity there, and all to the goal of trying to save people.
Do you feel that there are more people there, or is it many more, or a few more? Is this not known yet?
Well, we hope that there are a lot more, and we've been, you know, our spirits have been, you know, buoyed by the fact that we have found live bodies. We have also found, unfortunately, we found, you know, people that are deceased.
I understand that body bags are actually placed over when a body is found?
That's correct. So, you know, we have removed, you know, several people.
Chris, thank you for joining us.
Okay.
And for all your good work, and obviously the spirit of everyone else who is out there volunteering, risking their own lives. And if I may make one personal note, who says New York is not a small town. Chris Ingvortson and I went to school together in 6th grade. And I think that is not why we picked him. I didn't know. You were over here, and I started talking to you, and we recognized each other. But I think, folks around the country, that is the spirit of the city. It is the spirit of the city that is going on in there. It is the American spirit as volunteers, people who have come on their own, are out there in there digging and trying to get people and trying to save as many as they can. Back to you in the studio.
Senior correspondent Eric Shawn live for us in the cleanup zone in Lower Manhattan, and these pictures are just absolutely unbelievable. You are looking at what was a 110-story building. They believe that it collapsed because the heat from that fireball in the center of the building literally melted the metal at that level, melted it, which caused one floor to fall to the next, onto the next, onto the next, onto the next, and each of them concrete reinforced floors. So anyone who was on those floors would have become a part of that pancake. And as you're looking now, you can see those cranes. They're enormous. This rubble some 5 stories tall. You can see the men working there on the upper left of your screen like little ants, if we can go back to that tape. And beneath them, within that rubble, you can actually see the fire trucks. Those fire trucks which we talked about, which responded to that scene in a matter of 4 minutes. A 5-alarm blaze in Lower Manhattan brought more than 200 of New York's bravest, our bomb squad, all to beneath that building. And as they were rushing to get people out, the building literally collapsed on top of their heads. And now by the hundreds, rescue workers search for anyone who might, by some miracle of God, survived it all. And so far this day, the scenes have been mostly this. There are prayers now that they may be able to find some alive, but many doubt it, and doubt it quite severely. These pictures will continue to come in throughout the day. We are screening them quite closely. Linda Vester, back down to you.
Shepard, once again, we're also getting word that the fighter jet surveillance of New York City and Washington, D.C. will continue around the clock until further notice. Also, this information coming in from the Department of Justice leading the investigation. The head of the FBI and the U.S. Attorney General have been on Capitol Hill today briefing congressional leaders about what they know about the suspected hijackers of those 4 planes. They, at the head of the FBI and the Department of Justice, are not yet confirming any information about these reported arrests and arrest warrants in Boston and Florida. But with that, we go to correspondent Orlando Salinas. He is near a university known as Embry-Riddle University in Daytona Beach, Florida, which appears to have trained, perhaps, some of those who may have been involved in yesterday's incident. Orlando.
Hi, Linda. Embry-Riddle University, it's an aeronautical university here in Daytona Beach, Florida. As you said, really is one of the top-notch flight schools, we're told, anywhere in the country. This school has a 4-year program for pilot wannabes who want to learn how to fly planes. Right now, those school officials are being very, very tight-lipped about an ongoing investigation with the federal agents as well as local police here on their campus. Now, just a hop from here at the Daytona Beach International Airport, police and bomb squads have been checking out a 737 Continental airplane, but we are told that this kind of scrutiny taking place right now is very, very common in light of what happened yesterday. Nothing uncommon. They're taking all the checks, all the precautions that they have to. Now, here at Embry-Riddle in Daytona Beach, investigators say that they have intercepted cell phone calls that originated out here, calls that were apparently congratulatory after yesterday's attacks. Calls, the feds say, were made by terrorist sympathizers from here in Daytona and in Broward County. Now, also, we're hearing right now confirming that a student here at this campus, the Daytona Beach police force, confirming right now that they have interviewed a 20-year-old man by the name of Ali Mohammed Al-Darmaki. He is a 20-year-old student here at Embry-Riddle. They're telling us right now that he has been cleared of any and all suspicions. Apparently, he had a red Camaro, a 1994 red Camaro with a Palestinian flag there. Also had a picture on a window of what people believed may have been Osama bin Laden, the Arab billionaire terrorist. His car was impounded yesterday by the feds, and we understand that just a short while ago the feds did indeed clear him completely. They say that picture that what everybody thought might have been Osama bin Laden was actually, I believe, a picture of that man's father, not of Osama bin Laden. Investigators say flight schools are known to be used to train, in some cases, terrorists, followers of bin Laden, a billionaire Arab terrorist. And of course, it's important to point out that that does happen, but the feds say many times these sorts of training schools unknowingly have taken a part in this and unknowingly have trained these terrorists. We also want to catch up on something else. In Venice, Florida, we understand that a couple, the last name Voss, that they indeed, we understand, are being spoken with right now by investigators. They say that that couple, the couple Voss, did indeed in early June house two Embry-Riddle students in their homes when they didn't have a place to stay. And right now, police are speaking to them, feds are speaking with them, wanting to find out if they can help them out with any clues as to what happened and who really was behind the attacks. Also, Linda, if I could, we're told right now that several people here in Florida, around the state of Florida, have indeed been rounded up, have been taken into custody, and are being questioned right now. Federal authorities believe that those folks also may be able to help point investigators into the right direction in tracking down and finding out who definitively was behind yesterday's attacks. Linda?
Correspondent Orlando Salinas. Orlando, thank you. We understand that the FBI is also checking a training organization called Huffman Aviation in Venice, Florida. Apparently, two of the hijacking suspects may have obtained flight training from this organization. The owner has told authorities that two students came to his company for flight training, that they flew small single-engine planes. They did obtain pilot licenses from his company, and then they took them to use them for turbo training access, meaning training for more powerful planes. Apparently, the FBI contacted the owner of Huffman Aviation about 2:30 Eastern Time this morning asking for information. Now, apparently, after completing their training at Huffman Aviation, these two men went to jet training near Pompano Beach in southeast Florida. They left Huffman Aviation back in November. One of the suspects, it appears, according to the owner of this company, was from Afghanistan. They don't know the nationality of the other men, or the other man, rather. Okay, more information as we continue to talk to our correspondents and check around the country for more updates. Boston, also a big problem here. Well, perhaps it may be the beginning of a solution. Law enforcement converging on the Westin Hotel in the Back Bay of Boston. A short while ago, they had some link, they had information, this according to the Associated Press, that at least one of the hijackers on one of those two flights hijacked out of Boston may have stayed at the Westin Hotel in Boston. They went into that room. We want to show you some videotape from a short while ago where it appears, it's hard to tell, but it looks like somebody is being let out by law enforcement. We don't want to jump to any conclusions here. It's just that it is noteworthy videotape to show you. We're going to try to pull that up. Again, here we go. There's the videotape. You see police. You see the back of the van. Law enforcement getting into the back of the van. Now, according to some eyewitnesses, they saw police, law enforcement, put someone else, a civilian, into the back of that van. Let us listen in to an eyewitness right now.
Soon after the bomb sniffing dog went in, a couple of the bomb squad guys came out, came back in with cameras and tools. I don't
cameras?
know what,
fiber optic stuff?
I don't know.
Did you tell?
I couldn't tell that. It was in a box.
What was going through your mind when you were seeing all this?
That I should probably walk away.
What's your name?
Travis Johnson. Thank you.
Okay, a little more information coming in. Senior correspondent Rita Cosby has been working with her law enforcement sources to find out more about what law enforcement is doing in Boston right now. Rita?
Well, Linda, I can tell you one law enforcement official telling me that they did go to that Westin Hotel. The actual room itself, they said, was vacant, but they said that they did get some important information from the room. I wasn't quite sure, gleaning from that, if it was physical information, i.e. maybe some paperwork or some other documents. They said there was physically no one inside, but there were some things left behind that could be helpful, according to one law enforcement source. Apparently, what led them there was a name on a manifest that they were able to sort of connect to what they believe was one of the hijackers. And also Fox News has learned that law enforcement sources are now saying that they have identified about a dozen people believed to be involved in the hijacking. And we are told that these are people who actually participated in the hijacking itself. Law enforcement officials were saying that they thought about 3 to 5 people per plane were involved in the hijacking. Obviously, four planes involved. So you do the math. If they say that they have about a dozen, that sounds to be quite accurate based on what we're hearing before. But law enforcement sources are telling me that they have identified about a dozen people believed to be physically involved in the hijacking. This is in terms of identification of them. And many of them were told that the names came from the manifest, that they were actually able to go through the manifest. Some of the names actually rang out, and some people who've been very closely tied and watching the bin Laden network for some time were actually able to identify 1 or 2 of the names, and then we're told through that we're able to locate some of the others. But on the manifest list, they were able to tie in, we're told, about a dozen people. Now, in terms of actual arrests at this point, we're not clear if any of these individuals have been arrested. One law enforcement source told me that it looks like someone who may have been helpful in the planning of the hijacking may be in custody at this time. We do know, law enforcement sources are telling me that they have taken into custody a number of individuals in Boston and also a number of individuals in South Florida. We're not quite clear, however, if these were actually involved in the actual hijacking. We're told that one may have been involved in the planning, but in terms of actually physically carrying out the attack, actually being on one of those planes, we're not quite clear. In addition to that, we're told that that they do have some information that is leading them to a hotel in Newton, Massachusetts, that something else on the manifest is triggering them to go there as well. Possibly another hijacker stayed there. We're told that at the Westin Hotel that there may have been at least one room where one of the hijackers stayed, and that might have been sort of a base for a couple of them in terms of planning out, and that he may have stayed there, had been there before at the hotel. We're not quite sure if he had stayed there at this point for several days, but there was an indication that he may have stayed at that hotel before and then returned again just recently, right before the attack. We're also told from law enforcement officials that they are rounding up, quote, the usual suspects. This bin Laden network has been something that they've been aware of from some time. The problem is that it is so widespread that they cannot certainly keep track of all the individuals who are involved and aren't even aware of all the people that are involved. But they are indeed rounding up the usual suspects. Now, in addition to this, real quickly, I want to give you an update that I got from the FAA. Secretary of Transportation Norman Mineta has just released a statement saying that there will be a limited reopening of airspace. The ground stop, in other words, all planes, for the most part, will technically still be grounded, but there will be a few exceptions to the rule. And let me give you just real quickly, the ones that are going to be in this exception are ones that were diverted yesterday and ones that need to travel for bereavement purposes. So we will see a limited amount of flights. And now let's go to my colleague, Britt Hume, who's also here in Washington.
Rita, just following up on that, the Transportation Secretary, as you noted, is going to allow passengers aboard flights that were diverted yesterday, and thus these people are stranded in places where they had no intention to go. For those flights to go on to their original destinations, but only after the airports themselves have been very thoroughly searched and screened, and under dramatically, not to say drastically, increased security, in which no check-in would be allowed anywhere but at the airport, and a whole bunch of other restrictions. But here, at the moment, is Colin Powell.
Let me begin once again by saying that our hearts go out to all the victims and to their families. It is a tragedy, but as the President has made clear, it is a tragedy that we are strong enough to overcome. Our spirits will not be broken. The resilience of this society will not be broken. We will find out who is responsible for this, and they will pay for it. We are undertaking a full-court press diplomatically, politically, militarily. And in the course of the morning and early afternoon, I have been in touch with a number of foreign leaders and international organizational leaders to coordinate the diplomatic approach to this. I have talked to Kofi Annan, Secretary General of the United Nations, and I thank the United Nations for the Security Council resolution they passed, and also for the statement from the General Assembly, and I expect the General Assembly to also work on a resolution later today. Lord Robertson in NATO is hard at work with resolution that is under consideration now that would tee up, if I can put it that way, prime Article 5 responsibilities. Article 5 of the Charter says that an attack from abroad by any one against any member of the alliance is an attack against the alliance. If that resolution goes forward, that doesn't invoke Article 5 yet, but it puts in a position to be invoked when the United States makes a judgment about the nature of the attack and where that attack came from. And I appreciate what Lord Robertson and his colleagues are doing for us. I've also been in touch with Foreign Minister of Belgium, Louis Michel, who is also head of the presidency of the EU at this time, and High Representative Javier Solana, to thank them for the strong support we have received from the European Union and the statements they have made and their cooperation promise to us to deal with this tragedy and to move forward. I've also attended, along, of course, with my other colleagues, a National Security Council meeting with the President where we reviewed all that has happened and began to make our plans for the efforts we will be taking in the future, not only to bring these perpetrators to not only justice but to the punishment they deserve, but at the same time to undertake a worldwide effort to build a coalition against all forms of terrorism, wherever it may occur and however it rears its ugly head. This will be a major priority of the administration, and I can assure you it will therefore be a major priority of the State Department. I've also, in the course of the day, spoken to the Foreign Minister of Great Britain, Germany, Canada. I have spoken to Foreign Minister Perez twice, Prime Minister Sharon, Chairman Arafat, and Foreign Minister Manley of Canada, if I didn't mention that, Foreign Minister Ivanov of Russia, Foreign Minister Ruggiero of Italy, and I have another number of other calls that are in the process of being made so that we can bring all of this together. And I must say I am deeply touched by the expressions of support I have received from my colleagues. And as I think you all know, the President has been very busy, and I'm sure the White House has announced his 2 phone calls to President Putin as well as to Mr. Chirac, Jiang Zemin, President Jiang Zemin, Prime Minister Blair, Chancellor Schroeder, and Prime Minister Chrétien. So he's spoken to all 5 members, other 4 members of the Security Council, permanent members of the Security Council. And I will leave it to my other cabinet colleagues to talk about the issues under their purview over at Defense, Justice, and FBI. There are, of course, lots of reports and rumors out there, and I think it is wise for all of us to take many of these reports and rumors into some context and perspective. This is also a time, of course, in that regard, for the American people to try, in this time of tragedy, to restore the society to a sense of normalcy. We've got to get back to our jobs. We've got to get back to work. And I know that Secretary Mineta, as soon as it is possible and as soon as it makes sense and is safe, will restore the air traffic system, and commercial air traffic will be brought back online, and I will wait for him to make those announcements with respect to that, and I know that's very much on your mind. Once again, we're building a strong coalition to go after these perpetrators, but more broadly, to go after terrorism wherever we find it in the world. It's a scourge not only against the United States, but against civilization, and it must be brought to an end. I will be delighted to take a few questions.
Secretary, the State Department has been advocating restraint in response to terrorism with the argument that violence only provokes more violence. It's an endless cycle. I wondered if the U.S. will be guided by its own admonition now that the U.S. has been horribly attacked by terrorists.
I think when you're attacked by a terrorist and you know who the terrorist is and you can fingerprint back to the cause of the terror, you should respond.
But Andrew? I mean, should it be a limited response, or?
You should respond, whether it's limited or other than limited. You should respond to those who did it, and if you're able to stop terrorist attacks, you should stop terrorist attacks. Andrew?
Secretary Powell, one country you didn't mention was Pakistan, and I understand that your deputy has spoken with the ambassador to Pakistan and that this evening the U.S. ambassador to Pakistan will be meeting with General Musharraf. What specific steps are you asking Pakistan to take, and have you at all insinuated that if all signs do lead to bin Laden, that the U.S. would take military action against Pakistan and Afghanistan?
Our ambassador is going to be seeing going to be having that meeting that you made reference to. It'll probably not be this evening, more likely tomorrow as a result of schedule problems. But Ambassador Armitage, Deputy Secretary Armitage, did meet with Pakistani officials today, and really to share views. We have not made a determination yet as to who is responsible for yesterday's attack. But we thought, as we gather information and as we look at possible sources of the attack, it would be useful to point out to the Pakistani leadership at every level that we are looking for and expecting their fullest cooperation and their help and support as we conduct this investigation and as we generate more information, and to see if they can be helpful in generating information, as well as how helpful they might be if we find a basis to act upon that information. So yes, we are doing what you described with the Pakistanis. Robert?
Just to clarify, when you say you're building a strong coalition to go after the perpetrators, does this mean that you are expecting or hoping that other countries will participate in some kind of military retaliation?
Under Article 5, if we go that far and it actually is executed, then there is an obligation on the part of our NATO allies to assist if we go in this direction. It doesn't mean that they necessarily will participate in the attack, but it makes it easier to obtain support in the way of overflight rights and things of that nature. So but I don't want to get into what we might or might not do and who might go with us and who might not go with us, because that's just too speculative at the moment.
Can I follow that? Having been through the Gulf War as you were, would you hope to build a kind of coalition that extends perhaps beyond NATO and includes perhaps Muslim nations from different parts of the world?
It should include Muslim nations. Muslim nations have just as much to fear from terrorism that strikes at innocent civilians. And I do have a number of calls, and I just haven't connected yet with other leaders in the world representing Muslim populations. And so I was coming down, I was waiting to receive a call from Amma Musa, head of the Arab League, and I'll also be talking to my Egyptian colleagues and Jordanian colleagues before the evening is out. Yes, sir.
You have not yet mentioned the point that President Bush made last night, the idea of holding other countries responsible.
Yeah.
This seems to be a dramatic escalation in the U.S. view on how it responds to terrorism. Is that a correct interpretation of it? And as a follow-up, you talk about returning to normal, yet there have been all these mentions of acts of war, and the idea that the country is in a war. How can we just return to normal when in a situation like this?
Well, on your first point, I mentioned in my earlier statements, and I will mention it again, it's not just a matter of going after the perpetrators, but it's going after and dealing with the sources of support that they have, whether that source of support might come from a host country or other organizations that provide them. We have to make sure that we go after terrorism and get it by its branch and root. And so we will hold accountable those countries that provide support, that give host nation, if you can call it that, support and facilities to these kinds of terrorist groups. Now, yes, we believe that acts of war have been committed against the American people, and we will respond accordingly. But at the same time, life has to go on. In all of the difficult times we will be facing ahead, we have to still try to return life to a sense of normalcy. We cannot be a people who are afraid to live. We cannot be a people who will move away from a relatively open society. We cannot be a people who walk around terrified. We're Americans. We don't walk around terrified. We're going to be strong in this difficult period, and we're going to move forward with pride and with determination, and we will get our society back to normal with whatever additional precautions nevertheless might be necessary to secure our society without locking ourselves down. Yes, sir.
Secretary Powell, yesterday Senator Graham said that in response to the attacks he would be willing to reassess the ban on assassinations of foreign leaders. And I was wondering, would you support such a reassessment?
The ban is an executive order, and we have not made such a reassessment, and I'll just leave it there.
Mr.
Jane?
India has said many times in the past that Pakistan is harboring terrorism and there are training camps in Pakistan, and now U.S. officials, including a number of lawmakers here on the Hill, are saying that Osman bin Laden have his training camps in Pakistan, and because he's sending all his running his empire or terrorism empire from Pakistan. So now, is it time now to go after those countries who are harboring terrorism really? Because how long can we wait, or how many innocent people can we kill?
Well, I don't want to confirm what the Indian government may or may not have said. But as the President said last night, we will be directing our efforts not only against terrorists, but against those who do harbor and do provide haven and do provide support for terrorism. Jane?
Deputy Secretary Armitage heads a task force with the Russians on Afghanistan, where the United States and Russia seem to share some interest. Can this be used as a platform in the coming days?
Yes, we're planning to do that.
In what way?
As you know, it's a little difficult to travel right now, but we're looking at ways that he and Deputy Foreign Minister Trubnikov can pursue this. Yeah.
Secretary, with a country like Afghanistan, with whom we don't have diplomatic relations, there's less leverage that we have against that country. What kind of things are you thinking of using now when you talk about going after the entire country? Is it food aid? How else? We
haven't singled out any country to go after. What we're trying to do now is gather the evidence and the information so that we can make a judgment as to who is responsible for this act. And once we do that, we will go after that group, and we will determine what kinds of support they've been getting from what host countries or other supporting agencies, and we will go and deal with them as well.
Mr. Secretary, there are some 25 organizations on the list of FTOs, the State Department's list. Should all those organizations consider themselves targets of this global campaign against terrorism? And secondly, when you speak to the Arab leaders, and will you be asking for specific acts of support, of material assistance in this campaign?
On the first question, just the very designation that they have been put on that list of foreign terrorist organizations suggests that the United States will be taking action against them, and we just identified another one this week, the AUC in Colombia, and we take certain actions against them. It doesn't mean we go in and attack them with military force, but there are a variety of political and diplomatic and other and legal actions that you can take against them. With respect to conversations with Arab leaders, I'm sure I will discuss with them a full range of possibilities as to what kind of support they can give us of a political and diplomatic nature. I don't know of any other kind of support that I would ask for at this time. I might mention that in the context of my discussions this morning with Shimon Peres and Chairman Arafat, and also Prime Minister Sharon, I encouraged all sides to do everything they can to get this process of meetings started that we have all been waiting for Mr. Arafat and Mr. Peres to find an opportunity in the very near future to meet and not have protracted discussions about where to meet. It's more important to meet. So in this time of tragedy, in this time of heightened tension throughout the world and especially throughout that region, let's seize this opportunity to see if we can not start this process of meetings, the schedule of meetings, so that we can get to the Mitchell Peace Plan. So even while we are dealing with this situation, this crisis that is here in Washington and New York, we are also working on the Middle East situation, seeing if we can get that jump started. Yes.
Do you believe that this attack is linked to the events in the Middle East, to the Arab-Israel crisis, or is this something that preceded this current intifada? And secondly, do you believe that this bombing will somehow serve as a problem for moderate Arab governments whose peoples seem to be more enthusiastic about this bombing than their governments who have condemned it?
The governments have condemned it. I think that when it is realized throughout the region what a horrible act this truly was, I think it'll be sobering for the region. And I hope everybody will realize that no matter what you might think about the crisis in the Middle East, this is not the way to solve it. This is not the way to express your views about that by killing hundreds and thousands of innocent civilians. I hope that is sobering to anybody who has any civilized drop of blood flowing through their body and who believe in an almighty of some form or another. This is not the way you do it. There's no religion that would condone the kinds of action that we are seeing. And so I hope this will be a sobering experience for the world, and especially for those in the Middle East and in the Persian Gulf. Yes, dear. Yeah.
Mr. Secretary, we know you have said that you don't know who's responsible, but your comments this morning on television and the president's comments about harboring terrorists do seem to indicate an organization such as Osama bin Laden, and also about harboring terrorism point to Afghanistan as a country that harbors terrorists. What did you make of the comments by the Supreme Leader of the Taliban yesterday about the attack? And do you think that that the Taliban are still harboring Osama bin Laden? And if he is deemed responsible for this attack, do you think that the Taliban will expel Osama bin Laden and help the U.S. bring him to justice?
I'm sure that the Taliban leadership providing protection and opportunities and facilities for Osama bin Laden. But I don't want to get into the hypotheticals as to whether or not he is responsible for it. A body of evidence is being developed, and in due course we'll make an announcement, but I don't think it's useful to say, well, we are 50%, 60%, 70% sure it's this organization or that. That just leads to very often incorrect answers, and I don't think it's helpful during this time. So as the evidence builds, and it is building, in due course, we will make a judgment, and we will act upon that judgment in the way the President has indicated.
The last one for Alan. Mr. Secretary, what conversations do you anticipate having with the leaders of Persian Gulf countries? What support will you be seeking from them if, in fact, it's found that the threat originated in their part of the world? And what kind of military latitude would you like to be able to exercise in that part of the world with their blessing?
If we think they can be helpful in finding those who may be responsible, we will expect that help, and we will express the point of view very, very clearly, and I've already started to do so in some of my preliminary conversations, and frankly, I expect support. They are outraged, they are shocked, they are stunned, whatever their views might be, or whatever the views of their people might be with respect to the crisis in the Middle East. They are stunned and find this to be a deplorable act. I think they're speaking not just as leaders, but as leaders of people who, although some might rejoice and shout, most find this to be deplorable and something to be condemned. And going back to an earlier question, obviously the conflict between the Palestinians and the Israelis has been going on for a long time and is always in the background, but some of the terrorist organizations that we have seen at work over the years conduct terrorist activities against the United States, regardless of how the peace process may or may not be going with respect to the Israelis and the Palestinians. Thank you very much. Thank you.
What conversations we're going to have with the Persian Gulf leaders?
I beg your pardon?
Specific conversations you anticipate?
We've temporarily lost that signal, excuse me, with Secretary of State Colin Powell, but all right, we're going to take it back now to Fox News Washington managing editor Britt Hume in Washington. Britt.
Linda, thank you very much. Just to reprise, if I can, a little bit of what Secretary Powell has just said. I think in what is giving the clearest indication we have yet to see of how this administration plans to proceed. You heard him speak of efforts to the Security Council resolution that was passed, of an effort that is underway to get NATO to pass a resolution, which, as he put it, would tee up a circumstance in which an attack on one would be perceived as an attack on all. That is a mutual defense pact, of course, NATO, which would mean that once the United States decides how this happened, that whoever was responsible for it, be it by being a host or a perpetrator, would face the possible full wrath of NATO. You also heard him speak about the worldwide effort to organize a coalition against terrorism. This begins to sound and look very much like the kind of effort that Colin Powell was a part of, to build a coalition to fight against Iraq in the Gulf War. You heard Colin Powell say that they have not yet identified who it was who carried out this act. And you also heard him say, and this is important, that the Arab-Israeli conflict and the Palestinian situation is always in the background, but the terrorism has proceeded against the United States from some of these organizations, regardless of how that situation was unfolding, reflecting perhaps the belief by Colin Powell and the others in the administration that this is not an outgrowth of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, but an outgrowth of an enmity toward the United States felt by terrorist organizations located in the Middle East. Now, someone who is very much a part of that coalition that I just spoke of, that Secretary Powell then at the Pentagon was involved in, is James A. Baker III, who was the Secretary of State under President Bush I, and he joins us now here in our studios in Washington. Mr. Secretary, welcome. And let me just ask you this question. Does this not begin to sound a little bit like the coalition building that you and your team engaged in?
It does indeed, Britt, and I think that's very, very good, because it seems to me that most of the world is outraged about what happened, and most of the world would be, I think, ready to join us in a coalition designed to stop the spread of terrorism, because this was more than just an attack on the United States. This was an attack on free peoples everywhere.
Now, does this not also sound to you as if, sir, that when the time comes and an identification is made, that the U.S., joined by as much of the world as it can get to follow it, would be engaged in what might be quite possibly extensive and serious military action, not only against individuals or terrorist cells, but possibly against states, particularly those who may not cooperate in the efforts to get rid of terrorism, root it out, branch and root, as you heard Colin Powell say?
Well, it does sound like that, and frankly, I was very glad to hear the Secretary of State say that. We heard the President last night, as a matter of fact, say we're no longer just going to look at the people who commit these atrocious acts. We're going to look at the countries and/or peoples who harbor them and help them do it and help them train and that sort of thing. And I think if you're going to have an all-out fight against terrorism, if indeed it is a war, and it seems to me it is, then you've got to employ all means that you have available.
Mr. Secretary, you heard Colin Powell speak of difficult times ahead. Does this suggest to you that he is trying to prepare this country, while he did talk of life returning to some extent to normal, for the fact that life will not again be the same in this country for a long time, and that we're now embarked upon a new era and period in which, in one way or another, the United States will be on a war footing?
Well, I think we have entered a new era. I think that happened yesterday. And I think really that's probably what the Secretary of State was alluding to. I think that is the fact. And I think we need a new approach to fighting that type of terrorism, and it's going to involve a lot of things, in my view, Britt. It's going to involve upgrading our intelligence capabilities, getting involved in the dirty, messy business of human intelligence, which the United States has pretty much stayed away from for the last 25 years.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, our human intelligence capabilities have degraded significantly since the mid-'70s, when the Church Committee hearings were held, and somehow it was deemed to be really too ignoble for us to engage in the dirty, messy business of planting agents around the world in some of these cells and groups. But why? Because the first thing that they ask of a clandestine agent normally is, prove your bona fides by going out and murdering somebody. Well, that offended our sensibilities. But when you look at what happened yesterday, we have got to get a better human intelligence capability, and we've got to get better security arrangements at our airports, sad to say. You know, we haven't had a plane hijacked in this country in over 10 years, but we had 4 of them hijacked pretty damn successfully, unfortunately, yesterday. So we need to do some things there. I think we ought to take a look, a reassessment at the executive order that prevents the United States from assassinating terrorist leaders who might be responsible for these kinds of acts. And I can say that because I'm not Secretary of State. Secretary of State says that reassessment hadn't started, but I bet you at some point it will start. We are engaged in a war.
Mr. Secretary, you've heard, you've gotten a sense from the events of the day and the remarks you may have heard from leaders of Capitol Hill on both sides of the political aisle, getting a sense of the political atmosphere here. What if President Bush were to, for example, issue an order revoking that executive order regarding assassinations? And what if he were to ask the Congress now for a major escalation in military spending? What is your sense of what the response would be at this time?
I think he would get everything he asked for and then some. I think the American people are properly outraged. I think that they are going to demand retribution. I think that they're certainly entitled to it. And I think he would have uniform support across the board.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. It's always good to have you. Thank you for your insights. We're going to have to take a break here, but we'll be right back as Fox News